Well, it looks like the weekend is upon you. Congratulations, you just unlocked an S tier tournament. That's right. The TEC4 has just kicked off. $25,000 tournament. And folks, it's going to be a stacked day. Yeah, no, we have got quite the concoction plan for you guys. That's right. We're going to be kicking off with Anatan versus Dumu. We've got Lucifron, Numadon. No, we said Pudpool Louis, didn't we? We had to go Pudpool Louis MT as the second series. Corvinus versus Numadon and Wham versus Kilyadi. Those are our primary focuses, but we might shift between because I believe it's rolling schedule. Usually these are, but the nature of the group stage is like if people are waiting on their opponent from another series, that's going to drag the bracket. But our goal will be Anatan Dumu, Louis Puppy Paw, Corvinus Numadon, and Wham Kilyadi. So yeah, pretty hefty amount of games. All of these, if I remember correctly, are going to be best of fives. Maybe I'm wrong. Be a free group? Can I stop, like, failing to type something? I think... Because I've now brain farted. I think it's BF3, right? No, they are BF5s. I was right the first time. Yeah. Backpedaling on myself was wrong. So we do have draft already underway for Anatan and Dumu, actually. So opening map is going to be Lipany between these two. And then the rest of the draft, we've got Lakeside making a return. Oh, no. Dry Arabia, Four Lakes, and Coastal Cliffs. Yeah, no mountain clearing coming through. Big Sag. But drafts, quite interesting. Golden Horde is a primary pick for Dumu. Golden Horde does feel like they've had their wings trimmed back a bit. I think they're still decent, but I don't know if they're first pick material anymore. Whereas Ano's makes a bit more sense, right? He gets Macedonians in there, then follows up with Shushi and French. These are all pretty solid picks at the moment. Shushi stocks have been rising. French has been a reliable sieve. Across the board, non-stop. You just can't stop them. They'll never stop. Sengoku, House Lancaster, Japanese. You know, most of these ones towards the end are a little bit more flavorful pick. I like the idea of Knights Templar in there because you got the Four Lakes. For Dumu, he's got like quite a lot of Four Lake potential, actually. Mongol, Tuklak, Order of the Dragon all make sense there. Ayabids, decent, potent Civ alongside Byzantines. Delhi have been receiving a little bit more love. I feel like players are honing their skills with them again. So might be that Delhi could surprise us, especially in a few of these matchups, actually. I'd like to see them in something like Knights Templar, but unlikely. But Delhi Sengoku, I think, can be quite an intriguing one. Same the idea of something like Delhi against House Lancaster. So, you know, Dumu definitely not out-drafted, but I do feel like Anatan got an edge in the draft. And this is interesting. So game one's going to be on Lipany. Byzantine Delhi, very smart usage of the Delhi already from Dumu. Guarantees that it goes through by forcing the snipe on the Byzantines. And then the mirror play is to get rid of Macedonians, so no Greeks at all. It's full racism towards the Pantheon. But Sengoku coming out. So we are going to get the Sengoku Delhi matchup we mentioned just a moment ago. Yeah, I don't feel like that's a matchup we've been seeing too often. So I'm actually quite curious to see how that one's going to cook. Because my feeling is that Delhi can mirror what you try and do as the Sengoku. And now you don't have the buffer anymore if you go for Ryokan. It used to be you go for Koka Township, and when we rarely see it, you could just basically avoid fighting Delhi until you get one big fight, and then the grenades win you the game. But a lot of players have been shying away from it ever since its nerfs, and Ryokan being more favorable. I think the trade-off there is like, well, you get healing, Delhi get healing more easily, you know? It's cool that you actually cast some games that aren't shown on the EGC TV channel. It feels like having all game package for the World Cup. Yeah, sure. And, you know, I think there's just like, some of these series I think are going to be more intriguing than others, right? I think Anatan and Dumu, like Ano obviously coming off the slump, Dumu still, you know, kind of on the ranking ways being, could be a much closer series than B Louis, where Louis has not been able to show the best performances on his return straight away. So B in that opening series, I would heavily favor. And then, like, you know, second series, Louis MT versus Puppy Paw. That's where we're going to see, like, although I would say Puppy Paw should be in better form right now, I think the different play styles those two have could be quite interesting to mirror up. And then, yeah, like, it just continues on like that. I think there's, like, a lot of interesting series. A lot of people probably just default to lol, look, B playing and whatever and whatnot. And I get it, but there are actually quite a lot of cool players involved in this one. But let's have a look-see and see. Are the boys in game for G1? Actually, I don't think I've got Ben's account added. People started purging a lot of names from the friends list because they discovered that like it was causing weird latency issues, actually, funnily enough. So a lot of people started to clean up their friends list because it turns out the more friends you have, the more lag you get, the worse performance you get in game. Isn't that a stupid... That's so dumb. I don't know how they've coded that. Like, it basically is causing a backlog, a back queue, where it's essentially still hogging resources just to show your friends list, even when you're in game. It doesn't make sense. But the boys ready to go. I mean, they've got their snipes. I don't even see Anasand on the game. I'm pretty sure I've still got Anno added. Yeah, I do. Wait, why is he not showing? What? Am I blind? Oh, he's right there. I am blind. You know what it is? I think instinctively, for a long time, I got used to looking for like 3D Anno. Actually, no, I know what it is. I'm looking at this as if it's in alphabetical order, and it's not. I can't even understand what the order of the Age of Empires friends list is. I've got Volda Esports mirrored up here, and then I've got Kilyadi down here, and then I've got Chris, which is a C, and then you've got the numbers. And very, very weird. What do you guys think, though? Have you been seeing a lot of Delhi versus Sengoku? Have you got a favorite in that one? I think Delhi might actually have the edge now with the Sengoku nerfs, especially considering it's a map like Lipany. Both sides tend to play out for berries, but I find that Delhi kind of has an easier time of getting these outpost strats up to protect their economy, weirdly enough. Whereas a lot of other civs are more stingy, including Sengoku, about setting up outposts to defend their economy. And there we go. The lads are in game. Man. My ice melted fast. All right, we've got 3 minutes. So I can probably smash some more ads in there so you guys don't get them when we're in game. Okay, I can't quite smash the ads yet, but I'll try and slide another minute of ads in before we enter game so you guys don't get them when we're live. Yeah, so full round robin group stage, right? So a lot of games to be played. So it's going to be 2 weekends of groups because you've got 2 groups of 8. So this weekend's full groups, next weekend's full groups, and then weekend afterwards begins the playoffs. Only 4 players are going to make it out of each group. And it's going to be, I think, kind of this, what we've seen is like a more regular standard like RTS format coming out of that, which is going to have the staggered placement in playoffs with single elim. Yeah, it's interesting, actually. I don't know. Like in Dota, we love doing round robin group stage into double elim. But historically, RTSs tend to take a different direction of round robin group stages into single elim, right? Not sure which one I like more. I personally like double elim more because of the learning process, right? It's like you can have all these mistakes in the group stage, but if you then figure it out, you're in the lower bracket, but there's a chance. Or if you like done mid in the groups, you made it just about to the upper bracket, you've got like that backup in case you screwed up, right? Whereas like this concept, like it pushes people deeper in the bracket much more aggressively from performing well in the groups, but it still only gives them a single elimination chance if they then duck up, right? Which I don't know. I'm greedy though. I like more games. Top 3 currently: B, Marine Lord, Vortex. B. Yeah, B Marine Lord Vortex is pretty solid. I haven't seen too much of Wham or Puppy Paw since the S-tier tournament, right? But like, I think their performance was a little bit less than I was expecting on that LAN. Lucifron might surprise, actually. I think Lucifron might be the big what? Louis, from what I've seen so far, not quite back on form. I think the big surprise factors in this tournament if they really are switched in, could be Louis and Kilyadi. But like Anatan has a lot of proving to do because obviously had a really rough time after finally making it on LAN. It was polar opposites, right? Like Anno, who had been robbed of the opportunity to be at Red Bull Wallow, B, who had that same experience, but then they came in the same tournament and they literally were complete polar opposites in terms of outcome. Yeah, I think... Map pool style, things like Lakeside, Mountain Clearing, actually could give B an edge, so I wouldn't be surprised if he still lifts the cup. But let's get ready to go. Oh, whoops. So I didn't get a chance to run ads because it still didn't come off cooldown. Wrong scene. Got there in the end. Also, music's a bit quiet. One and all, it's time for S-tier tournament action. Welcome back for your daily dose of Age of Empires 4 action featuring 2 legends of the scene. Rising Star, Voldy Esports Anatan in the yellow on the Sengoku Daimyo in a best of 5, going up against none other than Benny Boy himself. The gatekeeper of the top 10. It is Dumu kicking off this best of 5 with Delhi in the purple. Guys, Dumu has been... I don't want to say consistent because I think there was a time where he was top 3, but he's been consistently there in the top 10 for the longest period of time. Longer than the most, right? It's like the people ducked out, certain people disappeared, took breaks, but Ben has always been grinding. And I got to respect that about him, right? Like, you know, it's been a very interesting journey, but I'm always watching, and I think a part of me is always kind of subtly cheering because the thing that you've got to give Dumu a lot of credit for, a lot of class for, he may not always play the meta. He may not always play the cleanest games. But he provides you the wackiest games. And sometimes you just get peerings, fragments of the most genius of genius players in AoE 4. Right? I think Marine Lord hit this very well, where sometimes he'll watch Dumu and the things that he sees, even he's baffled by. But the problem is just finding that reliability, that consistency to be a champ. And Anatan... well, he's coming into this tournament off the back of quite a rough one. We got to remember that Anatan on the LAN performed the worst he has in tournaments, I feel like. I don't feel like the plan came together for him at all. So for him, you know, this is kind of proof that there's no decline happening, but it was just a blip on the radar. And Sengoku versus Delhi is maybe a rough way of beginning that. I'm not sure I like this pick into Delhi that much. Mainly because Delhi can just play Ghazi and mirror you, and you'd think that Yari Cavalry win out, but it's not that simple. Not when you start adding in the scholar details. Not when you think about the sacred sites and anchoring. You know, I think Sengoku definitely have been feeling less impactful since the nerfs they received, and they received a fair few. Whereas Delhi's kind of been sitting here like a silent assassin waiting to be summoned. Now, they did receive a buff to the Tower Victory. I don't know if we're going to be getting it in this game, though. Yeah, so Tower Victory, for those who don't know, the buff it received wasn't even on raw paper. It's just, it works now. And yeah, guys, we're getting Tower Victory. We've got a double Mosque play out of Dimu. Is this the first TOV of 2026? Ben's been cooking, man. So to just reiterate that, it always said 20% on Tower Victory, but it was bugged. There was a lot of units that were getting maybe 5% increased attack speed. Now it's been fixed by the dev. So it's pure, accurate 20% attack speed, and we are going to get that tapped right into our veins for game number 1. All right, this is going to be a special one, I think. I know, I'm assuming we'll be seeing Ryokan. One of the problems with Ryokan is it gives you a bit more presence on the map and long-term feudal, but it doesn't give you a power spike kill. And now that Dumu's going Tower Victory, I am a bit worried that Anno is going to choose the Ryokan. Yo! Wait, oh. Wait, you're breaking my heart. Okay, there we go. Yeah, okay, that is sick. That is a great read. So I was worried he was going to go Ryokan because most players have been switching to Ryokan, which is the landmark that gives you a bunch of housing, as well as builds healing into your units when they're out of combat. The reason why that's problematic here is you need that damage burst against the premium blob of Delhi. They've got one of the best light calves in the game. They're going to have great attack speeds on all the infantry. So you really miss out in a fight not having that damage burst, because the Koga Township, if you guys remember, allows you to summon these shinobi that buff your damage, seeing that correctly, by 40%. And slows them too, meaning it's quite easy to use that 40% damage. Now that's interesting. Was that a misclick or... Yeah, we're actually getting racks. I don't want to jinx it. But are we about to see Hojo clan estates, which is by far the rarest estate that Sengoku use? It's an interesting thought, isn't it? Because the extra movement speed would allow you to stay away from enemy archers. It would allow you to easily counterplay Gazi. For those who don't know, the Sengoku estates, we're very familiar with the Takeda, which is the cavalry one that gives movement speed. Very familiar with the Oda one, which gives you Yumi +1 damage. But the interesting one here for Hojo is the tier 1 allows your spears to move faster and do more damage against enemy workers. So, I don't know, man. I know it might be cooking on this one. Stable's opening from Dumu because no matter what you do, no matter what you build, Gazi are just too good to pass up. I'm excited for this, though. It's funny how all the time has passed and we still just follow the Delhi build the same way with Tower Victory, which was always, don't build infantry first, build your cavalry. I know. I think he's just worried about the sniper on his Yatais, right? That does make a lot of sense. That's what gives more value to the Gazi is if you want to cap on Yatais, you can be spreading quite wide. He did set up quite nicely, right? I think Anno's been getting, 50 food over here. How much from this deer? 38, not that impressive. And then typically you keep a Yatai in your base because you have so much food very early on. So 42 gen there as well. He could always sneak for the further ball on the edge of the map also. Gazi's starting to come in. Yatai will pull back temporarily, but Spear's already in position. And it is going to be a Yari follow-up out of Anatand. Yeah, so my heart is broken. We will not be seeing the Hojo Estates. It's indeed going to be Takeda. There is always the potential for him to go for the Hojo Estates after Takeda. I actually don't mind that as a combo meal. And it makes, it can make a lot more sense than just going tier 2 on Takeda, right? I mean, improved Yari does have its uses when you're up against Gazi pure, but I'm assuming Dumu's going to start adding in Spear Archer very soon. And there you go. Right on the money. He already does have the Blacksmith as well, so Steeled Arrow shouldn't take too long. And first few packs are packing up and coming home. We don't have any in yet, so that is the very first one. Second and third shouldn't be too far behind. This is the nature of the beast, right? It's like with Sengoku, it's weird because you think that you get like a 5% booster at a time, and you do. But usually the timings are so packed together because you spam out the Yatai that it's almost like you just get a 15% aura increase across a minute. Okay, so Yumi spam is real, which is starting to make me think we most definitely will never see Hojo Estates. I don't know. It's a cool idea. It's actually quite a lot of damage. If I remember correctly, the Hojo Estates gives you +5 damage on your spears against workers. That is an expensive boss, though. Yeah, already losing the commander. And here's that attack speed I talked about, down to 1.56. And then there's archers, 1.31 from like 1.6. So it's a pretty noticeable buff. You got to remember now that Dumu's infantry essentially have built-in English outpost aura on the go. And wait. Can he get the kills here? Nah, dude. Oh, maybe with the spear. He needs to pull them away. Dumu, he's moving in formation. They do go after the scout? Okay. That was a little bit weird. Well, Yumi should be able to clear up these spearmen anyway. Gazi can't commit into this many spears straight up. It's not a bad trade so far from Anno, but the thing that you guys need to remember is it's not a bad trade because he just used his big power move. He summoned the Shinobi. And now it's on cooldown for quite a long time. 80 seconds still until he can summon again. Wait, he hasn't got any more Gazi coming. Okay, that's interesting. Is Dumu just planning to mainly build archers? That could work. They're better than Yumi. And then on top of that, even with the Daimyo effect, Yumi's attack speed is not really going to compare. Like, you see, this is really pathetic. They go from 1.62 to 1.56. These guys are 1.31 attack speed. Lower being better. Yeah, meanwhile, spears work correctly. 1.68. Meanwhile, on this side, it's 1.56, right? Because it's 10% attack speed. There's just something really, really wrong with ranged modifiers in this game for attack speeds. What are we looking for? I mean, he could just steer back into mass Yari. Would make a lot of sense. Very advantageous moment coming up as well if he preps it around horse training. You know, horse training definitely, I feel like it shifted down its priority in builds because it's so expensive at 350 resources. For only 5% movement. But once you have like 10, 12 Yari, it's pretty damn good. And yes, he is. Look at this. It's Takeda tier 2. So he doesn't buff the Yuumi, guys. He's going for the improved Yari damage. So instead of getting +2 against Cav, he'll get +4. That's pretty crafty against Ghazi. The problem is, it's not Ghazi. It's barely Ghazi. I mean, he'll still benefit from the increase in health, remember. Each tier is going to give you more health. You can see he's Yari now with +14 HP, which makes them fatter than Ghazi. Only 135. 2v2 tournament is over? Nah, it's just the remaining games will be played next week, probably Monday or Tuesday. So that tournament has 2 best-of-5s and a best-of-7 left. Daimyo just scouting on what's coming. Honestly, I think Anno may have just benefited more from going for the Oda Estates. But in fairness, the tier 1 isn't that expensive, right? Like, he can practically... Yeah, he can already afford it. So, he can easily go towards the Oda Daimyo now. It would make sense, just for that +1 damage. At this stage, it's a 20% increase in DPS for Yuumi, which is pretty important, considering your opponent has a 20% increase in DPS through attack speed. Double Sacred Site lock, though. Third one coming in. Anno doesn't want to fight, does he? No, he's going for Castle. Did this work out for him? It feels weird, right? It feels like he took a good initial fight. But I don't feel like he done enough damage to shut down Deli and Carly. They've got a sizable army. I mean, 12 of it is Scholars, yes, but that just means they get more tech advantages faster. On top of that, the economy advantage, right? They've got double, almost triple Sacred Site. Nice blocker here with the Scout, though. Well played. Army is marching up. I mean, he's going to find him as he begins to build. Horseman not able to get a stab in there. Wait, Anu? Oh, sorry. I think he did. I think he got a worker towards the gold. Yeah, 1 worker kill so far. Sake Brewery on the way, though. Good move. Looks to apply pressure. Alarm bells have got to be ringing. Why am I not being engaged with? Why is he not fighting me? Does he not like me? Are we not friends? Okay, maybe that's not what he's thinking, but there is got to be a creeping concern that something's happening. Cav just trying to cut reinforcements now. Not a crazy amount of food in the base, Anatan, on completion of tech up, but I think he's got enough here. He's got about probably 1,000 food underneath the town center. And he's already snuck Berry south side. Dumu starts to stockpile too. Trip Sacred Site locked in. It's not about the win condition. It's about the cheddar. Get himself 375 gold off those bad boys. And remember, with the tech up, this is smart by Anatan. He immediately gets an upgrade on his Daimyo. Look at that DPS. 31 damage. They're able to 2-hit workers. Although Textiles will require the 3rd. Let's find another kill nonetheless. Starts to snipe spears down 1 by 1. Diving unsuccessful. And things a little bit weird, chat. What are we doing now? Because Mad Samurai are going to be on the way. Yuumi buffs are already coming in veterancy and +2 damage. If Anno starts rolling out now, he can sweep. Villagers. No reaction out of Ben there. I don't know, man. The food. I don't know what's been happening to the food. I feel like I've been staring at 800 food for a while. Yuumi, the other problem here is you can't run away from Yuumi. They're faster. As he's about to find out the hard way. And the Shinobi! Anno! With the grenades from hell! The frag slows, allows them to keep chasing. Army size advantage about to be Vanatanned. I mean, it already is. A lot of Dumu's popped. There's now into Scholars, right? 12 out of 52. And the grenades. Nice stagger approach there. Anatan showing you that despite its nerfs, Shinobi are still insane. Art of the Ninja, Art of the Master. Anatan looking to open this series with a dub on the Civ that he straight away put the lab coat on and started experimenting with when it was first released. This was his bread and butter Civ. He felt that there was something off, something strong. He's proven there still is something to be respected and admired. That Samurai should be moving across map soon. Meantime, Yumi continue to dive in. Dumu needs something to stabilize. War Elephant, maybe? Tower Elephant would be a bit tricky and way too expensive. He queues up a Knight instead, but the problem is your opponent has Knights too. It might be a Knight moment for you. Daimyo looks to peel away before he gets sniped here. Allows him to keep that attack speed running for a little bit longer. And 1.4 versus 1.31. He's almost mirroring the Tower of Victory attack speed. I know this dive in. He does start to see the heavily armored units, so we'll temporarily set back. But with 3 Knights and a Daimyo, Dumu's looking pretty cooked here. Archer's going to be stabbed onto again. Worker's going full idle. He's got about 25 workers not doing anything, and the Lancers just go to town. GG. Turns out Sengoku haven't been nerfed fully. Pretty sick from Anno, actually. And Tower of Victory, I got excited. It didn't do anything. Dude, Tower of Victory felt like an irrelevant detail in the game. It's like it might as well have not existed. Is this BO5? This is indeed a best of 5. Alright, so let's have a look here and see what the boys are going to do for game 2. Ooh. Are we straight up going to Lakeside or Four Lakes? I think this might be Lakeside. Anatan drafted Knights Templar Japanese. Dumu drafted Ibid's Order of the Dragon. I think if you were looking at Four Lakes, you're probably thinking Tuklak instead of Ibid's. And also for Anatan, he probably would have been considering Shushi instead of just Japan. But Japan can work there. Actually, Macedonians are pretty decent on Four Lakes from what we've seen too. Let's have a look here. And I'll run a minute and a half ads now. It is indeed going to be Lakeside. And then I'm going to gamble that I'm right about this and stick a 1 there. And then probably be wrong. Maybe. So I just trying to talk to my editor. Like, when we get next video out. Because we haven't actually been doing that many videos recently, which I'm not happy with. But yeah, these are all best of 5s to group stage. No BO3 Lamau. We saved all them for the qualifiers, XD. Yeah, I think a group stage on an S-tier tournament like this, if you have best of 3s, there's going to be a lot of chaotic outcomes, whereas best of 5 makes more sense when you're not doing double elim. If they were doing double elim, I think you get away with best of 3, but you're going to get some weird and unrealistic results if you go single elim best of 3. Oh, was I right? No, I wasn't, because they ended up flipping the sides. All right, one sec, guys. Ladies and gents, we are back on Lakeside. I can't believe it, man. We haven't seen it in a long time. AKA Pants, just going to flip the map for you, has returned to pro play. It's been a long, long time. Last time we saw this map, a little bit memeful, but this is the EGC edition. A lot better balance, not as chaotic on the spawns and as unfair. Those that have not seen this before, it is a map where you get a little bit of fish at the back. You get one deep water fish and a few shoreline fishes. So we do often see people partying on the pond, but it's not a water-heavy map like you might be used to from watching maps like Archipelago. In fact, quite often we see one player attack with 2 or 3 boats, and the other one just forfeits the water and focuses on land. But there's a good reason why you typically go for the fish. The other options are pretty damn far out. You have a very defensive position here, a little bit too defensive. Honestly, I'm still not a fan of this map because of this. I think the cliff needs to be thinner and steeper so that you can actually 360 the TC, because currently the way this works is if you want to attack on land and you aren't committing underneath the TC, you have to go all the way around here. Now that sounds reasonable until you realize this is the most easily wallable thing in the world. So when players want to be defensive on this map, it's not hard to be. Demu in the purple on the Ibids, Anatan in the yellows, Knights Templar. This will be... we saw a little bit of Knights Templar on this map in the past, right? But that was infant stage. That was when they just began the Civ. We haven't seen Lakeside in competitive in quite a while. And it would be fair to say that Knights Templar has drastically changed as a Civ. To the point that when you would have last seen them on this map, they were always going for the French command. That's not really the case anymore. Most games are made up by Hospitaller and some Principality of Antioch specialists, such as Corvins. Do we have predictions up, by the way? I don't think we do. Let me do that. So game 2, set up with Dimu and Anno. So what's the Ibid game strat here? You could just simply go Cambulance. I would be expecting. I feel like most games play that way. The cool thing about going Cambulance is you can camp the Fort Gold and try to annoy your opponent. That's going to force archers, and then you can just try to go for a tech up. It's usually the way Ibis play, I want to say like 85% of games currently. It has gone a bit monotonous, I think is the fair word to put on that. You know, kind of a rinse repeater. Nano, will he just go Hospitaller? I don't know if there's too much value in Antioch in this matchup per se. And Kingdom of France just seems like a no. You don't really want to be building French Knights against camels, right? That doesn't sound very fun. Especially if you both play Long Feudal. Ibids will just build Desert Raiders that have 5 armor. And Chevalier, the Knights that you get as the French Commandery, only do like 15 damage. I think it's less than that. But you lose like a third plus of your damage. So Hospitaller it is. This is going to buff his villagers, make them harder to lose lives there. And also it just gives a bit more efficiency because you basically get Wheelbarrow. Yeah, it's very weird. You get, like, this is poor man's Wheelbarrow with the 10% movement speed, and then you can pay for Wheelbarrow afterwards. Don't often need it. Once you got the 1, you're pretty cozy. Loggy Wing on the other side. 5 on gold, 10 on food. This is just going to be a fast castle game from Dimu. Oh, it doesn't seem like he's feeling that friend. So he's gathering a bit of wood. There's 2 possibilities. He's either going to go for a stables to add in a Desert Raider, or he'll go for an outpost to secure the gold. Outpost could make sense to secure gold plus wood, but I think this is looking like a stables play. And the reason I think that is because you're probably assuming at this point Knights Templar are doing Hospitaller, even if you haven't confirmed it. So with them getting access to slow-moving, lightly armored men-at-arms, probably not very worried about them diving your base. I know, immediately queues up the safe passages. So Pilgrim's on the way, and it is going to be aggro on the border. So we've got Sprung ships coming. Dimu, I think he does want to combat this on water side. Look at the wood count now. He's got 13. He's over 180. Like, what are you saving for? Obviously, you got to get more fishing boats, but like I would have thought freeze enough, so this has to be attack boats, right? Typically on this map, most civs go 3 to 4 fishes because there's only 1 deep water fish. And once you have 4 on this, you'll over extract. Sometimes people do like to go like 5, 6, 7 fishing boats in the past, but the problem there is like on this map, if you're against a civ that will attack you on the sea, that's just going to feed because you won't be able to keep the fishing boats alive easily. And there we go, archer ship coming. Ooh, he might cancel that though, right? You can get away with keeping the archer ship going because you can use the fishing boats to repair. And the whole idea is that you can follow up with a demo if you do a bit of damage with the archer ship. So I don't mind that he didn't cancel Q there. But that's cheeky. Wait a second. Dimmu went for a second dock. That's actually sick. He's got the shoreline fish down here, and it now gives him an ambush opportunity. And Anno, does he realize that? I don't think so. So he doesn't chase the boat. He assumes it's just going to probably be sitting down here on like 1 HP, right? Dylan's coming in. Demo ship's going to be coming out. Anno has got his archer ship nearby. Dimmu can actually just bait a lot of time there. Gets a heavy hit. And he needs to chase now. Archer ship's rotating around, but that is seen. And now he sees the bagler. It's revealed the plan. So Anno now knows that it's double dock. Because otherwise, where the hell did that Springwood ship come from? Boat repair's going to be good. I don't know. I wonder if Dimmu could have actually just let that demo sit there for longer. He actually had the perfect angle because they were running parallel, which means the archer ship can't hit. Yeah, just kind of wasted resources there. He will put on a bit of counter pressure. Does get a fishing boat out of it, so not too bad for Dimmu. And it looks like Anatan actually crept into the castle. Wasn't it popular in the past to drop a dock on the enemy side and fish once you in the water? Yes. You could like transport ship them, but that's like a down the line type thing. And then you'd obviously be able to play for Relic as well with that type of strat. But, you know, I wouldn't say that was a majority of games, right? I feel like you had to be very far ahead to get away with that play. And your opponent had to completely have surrendered water. The horseman poke. I know, adding in archers. How interesting. Yeah, while prepping for castle, he's choosing to go into archery. I guess he wants to just full block Dimmu's wing com, which would be control water, then tech. So now, like, if your opponent does win water, he won't be able to tech. Pretty crafty. Triple demo. Oof, this is hard to destroy, though, right? Like, diving the harbors can be pretty tricky due to the extra garrison slots and the extra health. Notice that I never mentioned the naval Springadon placement. Horsemen having a great disdain. They're like, why did you get to build boats and sail off into the seas and I'm stuck just... Also, what I'm looking for begins with M and it means a man in a weird way. You're stuck on land, basically. Your feet weren't made to bless. Some demos coming in now. Hold up. Big boom boy. He gets the sinker, but counterattack there. Kingdom of Castile queued. And Anno still has got the Hulk. And Hulk wants to smash. Demo. Being targeted will get denied. Villager was also taken out there, right? So, Springwood ship has to defend it all, but he goes straight off the archer ships, knowing that he can follow up with a demo ship play here. Yeah, Dimmu's quite out of position now. Looks like the double demo is going to come to shut him down, though. So Anatan will end up losing the boat in the end. Sorry, no, the villager did survive. I'm blind. Counter demo. Nicely played. So trades out well here. This is just wasting more Dimmu's time now. He doesn't actually have full water secure. Because he lost the Springwood ship, look at what Anatan can now do. Archer ship coming to counter all this. And what, are you kidding me? That's perfect from Anno. He sets fire to the dock. Well, I can tell you, all the fish we've been storing in here are definitely going to be pre-cooked. And now the cool thing is Anno can just wait nearby and try to catch you when you come out of a worker. That's a disgusting little play from him. Archer ship. What? Gets the archer and the demo. Back to fishing. Not just that, Anatan has now got an aggressive land force coming. Can be Genitors plus the Knights. I mean, just look at how aggressively this Genitor wins against this wolf. That is coming for all of you. You camel lovers, you filthy camel. It's coming for you too. Military wing reinforcement. Ooh. Wait, does he know it's Castile? Military wing reinforcement gives you Desert Raiders. Desert Raiders have a range tag, guys. And Genitors have a lot of damage against range. I think you're going to need Camel Lancers quite quick here, is Dimmu. Oh my god. Archers, now the Genitors, now Dimmu, maybe dead. He has got the Cambulance, so you can heal up the damage being done. But like everything that's on the menu here is countered by the meme unit. Genitors are actually good, guys. Oh my god. The knight as well? Dimmu? Alright, this is just officially bullying. You know, Anathan, he went into this matchup against the Middle East knowing that the track record of Knights Templar is not good. But today, it's the Europeans' turn to sack Jerusalem. God damn. Archers now with the dive. They've got a lot of armor, so they can do that. They don't really care about the debuff either. Their damage was already so low. 44 seconds out. And Waterside is... Okay, it's balancing out again a bit. But, I mean, you lost the fishing over here. You only have shoreline fish now. This is... it doesn't hit the same. It's also, you're on a timer with this. You've got 700 food, whereas this is 1,000 that keeps regenning. Knights are creeping around. He knows about the gold. Yeah, he's already blocked the forward gold. Like, this map isn't merciless. It gives you a backup gold option. And usually you wall here so they can't dive you. I guess it wouldn't matter, though. Like, the Templar brother with 275 HP doesn't care. He's just going to run wherever. The knight? Wait, he cancelled the walls? No, Dimmu. Buddy, come on. You're playing Ayyubids, not Abbasids. You can't not care about your workers. -3. Desert Raiders are now here, so that's going to be a bad fight for the knight. Dive into the tree line. Dude, you're probably wondering what's going through Dimmu's mind right now. Please don't lose to Genitors. Please don't lose to Genitors. Please don't lose to Genitors. Please. It's what happens any time anyone goes up against these things. I don't know. There's like this embarrassment assigned to it. They're not too bad, actually, with the way that they've been tweaked over time. But they're still perceived to be a trash unit. It's like the idea of underarm throwing free shots in basketball. You could easily score a lot more, but everyone's going to laugh at you and call you a granny. You just don't do it. The same notion goes to the idea of losing to these things. 3 Camel Lancers now. Dimmu actually has a lot of food he needs to spend. And we are getting crossbowmen. Anno is barely building anything that does melee. It's quite funny here, actually. Normally you try to balance it out a bit, but nah, I feel like Anno's been playing a few too many team games. He's like, I am the range player. I built the range. Dimmu, he builds relics. 2 already home. Yeah, I'm actually quite impressed by that. He's already picked up the 3rd one too. Anno should be able to get the remaining 2. He's kind of camping the center. He has the back spawn 1 too. Ambulance in the meantime are going to try to punish him. Nice snipe there with the Genitors. Yeah, guys, these do not do anything against Genitors. And I love that. Just steps into Castile land for even more damage. Guys, look, if he turns and fights now, he'll do 2 damage. I bet just keep chasing the weaker thing. The funny thing is, like, he's not queuing more Genitors, but he's essentially invalidated Dimmu's wing choice with that. And think how broken these units would actually be, no cap, if they didn't take a million years to throw their javelin. You know, okay, here's the thing. I feel like these guys are copping now. It's like that contract that comes in, tells you can fix your sync, but it's going to be really complicated and cost a lot of money. Because these guys, they stand still to throw the javelins. But look at how long they prepare. I'd understand this if they were moving and throwing, but they legit stand still. They just randomly hold a shield, and they still take a millennia to throw that. These guys are slacking on it. It's smart as well. You know how people in like World War II would like shoot themselves in the foot, literally, not figuratively, literally, so they could be written off and go home. That's, I think, what's happening. The Genitor bros are like, look, if we're really bad at our jobs, then no one will employ us. And if no one employs us, we don't have to go die for these people that live in the sky giving us orders. Which actually, now that's a funny thing to say when you're talking about Knights Templar, because it's like living in the sky is the RTS person, but also they very much believe in Jeebus. So it's double guy in the sky telling you what to do. Okay, water side is still a Teeter. But that shoreline fish is almost gone now. So, yep, new dock up. Well played by Dimmu. Crossbow bulk is pretty big. He's going back for Spearman, which is not so great here, right? I am more concerned about Ben's food, though. He's got none. Oh, wait, hold on a sec. Water side would be big, though. Gets the connector. Another demo comes out. Oh, he couldn't get close. I can't believe that. It went south first. If it went straight forward, he would have had the interval to get on top of double ship. New demo coming out, but double archer to block him out. Anno is switching stone, right? Because who doesn't like castles? Does get the connection on the Bagler, so eliminates one. But it looks like Dimmu has finally got water, and guys, he needed this so badly. He's a thirsty boy. You can tell this Civ lives in the desert, right? He needed the water more than anything else because, like, he can't play out onto the food sources as he's struggling to gain ground. He's playing very defensive, and look at what's happening on the other side. Anatan's on the deer, so he's tapping the map, which is why this number is so high. Whoa, villagers. Guys, wrong place. No. The Genitors want to be targeting the Desert Raiders, and Crossbows want to be clearing up Lancers. Lancers cleared the front line. Love the bait. He drags them away with the Genitors, and that allows the Crossbowmen to escape. This is a really good trade. And the Crossbow's just getting a lot of kills, and I love that. He just goes all the way in. His Genitors have a lot of armor, so he's just trying to distract the A-clicks. Dimmu's also got a problem. He's going to have to move all the way back soon for this tree line, right? He's creeped here, but that doesn't feel safe. So the problem with it is he will eventually have safe wood gathering, but the gap on gathering is going to stunt his growth. He's going to be like one of those people that very early on, when they were a kiddo, grew to be like 4'8", but then like 6 years pass and no change in height. I know, down to 7.5 minutes, by the way. And the first castle drop should be coming in shortly. Yeah, look at the stone being gathered. Pacing's ramped up. Yeah, I think we're just getting that stark reminder of why Knights Templar is so good on this map. Because they came in towards the end of this map being... Actually, no, this map was put in rotation with Knights Templar, right? But it wasn't used for long. But we did quickly see KT looking a little bit less meaningful towards the end of its appearance. It's just obviously other civs like Ottomans, Order of the Dragon were more reliable. Crossbows. Oh god, Dimmu, not again. Alright, this is looking pretty cooked. Now, someone in the chat is going to be like, well, why doesn't he just build Horsemen? I mean, I feel like Horsemen counts everything Anatan is doing. Is Dimmu a noob? No, Dimmu's just poor. He's got 270 food. That's barely enough to feed your fam, let alone raise an army. So, like, Horsemen would be great, you just don't have time. I do love this idea instead, though. Going Manjaniques is pretty crafty. Yeah, your opponent gets counterplayed by Manjaniques just as much as Horsemen. The challenge is, you don't have much time to use those Manjaniques. And they did also get nerfed recently. The thing you used to do with Manjaniques is spread fire. I don't like that now. It's been nerfed quite heavily. Also, here in particular, it's going to feel rough. Do you want to know why Anatan isn't diving anymore, guys? He gets buffs around the sacred sites. Why would you, like, you know, why would you fight with one hand tied behind your back when you can stab him with one hand and then punch him with the other? Like, come on. Like, you know, imagine Corvo from Dishonored, but he uses the same hand, like spear, men-at-arms, maybe. Oh, other fun detail for you guys. There's a range aura. So it's not just attack speed. It's not just attack damage, rather, and healing. It's range too. These Genitors have more range than Lombos now. These crossbows almost have the same range as Yeoman. How hard this fight's going to be. Wait, is that... Oh, that's a knight again. I think it was just an archer there. He did move the villagers away, but that's still... Oh my god, that's a lot of idle. You know, when all the villagers are this close together and you zoom out, it looks like they're just carrying a very big log. We're going to throw this in the water, and then we're going to paddle away to a safer world. Wait, he got the resources for Poland? Guys, does anyone else find it kind of comical that Poland is the most expensive choice is the 4th age? Just thinking about this. When I went to Poland, everything was so cheap. Food. All the sweeties. Even the vodka. I don't know, I think we're sending mixed messages with this. The Kingdom Poland in just 10 seconds. He is scudding quickly with incendiary shots. Villagers are repairing safely just at the back. The nerfs to scatter has definitely hit the ability to stop repairing. And GG. The second he hits Imp, he goes, what the? How have you done that while matching the army? I'm out of here. Yeah, so you're probably wondering, like, why would he just GG straight away? The problem he's about to have there is his opponent can just build cannon. Oh, wait, no, sorry, can't actually. No, so it wouldn't have been the cannon problem, would it? I think it's just the fact that the Polish knights are still kind of broken. Like, that to me is kind of the predicament, is that those Polish cannons are... Polish knights, rather, my brain, is very, very strong. Even against camels. Pushing a Castile buff sounds rough. Yeah, because it completely offsets your debuff on camels against horses, and then obviously does nothing. Like, you can't do anything against all the extra damage elsewhere. I mean, like I said, upside at least you didn't have to deal with cannons, but like, yeah, I think he understood it was beyond an uphill battle at that point. So game 3 should be starting soon, and everything is looking ultra stompy so far. Yeah, not the greatest of outcomes at this point anyway. Just checking in on scoring. So far, scores are Louis MT leading against B. That's a big surprise. Beastie leading against Corvinus is not a big surprise. Gully leading against Kiliardi is most definitely a surprise. Then again, he uses Atri against Byzantines. And then obviously we have this Anatan Dimu series that might be the quickest one to finish. Is Anno back or is Dimu out? That's what we're here to figure out. One and all, welcome back to the channel for game number 3. Japanese in the yellow going up against Purple Order of the Dragon. We're heading into 4 lakes, and this has looked pretty rough so far, actually. Dimu just losing games at, I think, similar timings. I think it's the 15 to 20 minute mark now for both of them. This time we are onto a bit more of a macro dense map, but a map that most definitely can end in that 15 to 20 minute mark. It's just the way that 4 lakes works is it will feel like the game has been going on twice as long if you look at how many units they have. Because this map is all about the fish. Yeah, and Anno choosing Japanese. So reminder, we use snipe systems in tournament play now. In terms of what was attempted to come out here, Anatan's other option was Shushi, because he already used Knights Templar very well. Dumu's other option was Mongols. 100% agree with the snipe on Mongols. If you draft Japan and Mongols come out, you're screwed. Right? If it was Shushi versus Mongols, you don't care. But you have to remember, because your opponent chooses which civ you can't have, even though it's mirror blind, the expectation has to be that Mongols hurts me a lot more than Order of the Dragon does. If I get given the wrong civ. This Civ matchup's quite interesting, right? I think Order of the Dragon, they have a bit of a pickle when they go up against Japan, don't they? Because, like, for a start, if you try to go into, like, Mass Spearman, your opponent can blob Yumi. If you try to fast castle and Men-at-Arms rush or Night Rush, Japan can build Onimusha, which is horseback crossbows. It's not that Order of the Dragon can't fight back. I think the options are a little bit more funneled than they like, though. So, for example, if you find yourself in a prolonged feudal, scaling Gilded Archers really nice because a prolonged feudal should mean your opponent's building archers too, and you can switch into scale armor. But the problem on this map is prolonged feudal shouldn't be happening. It's very hard to force prolonged feudal unless you are very specific civs such as Mongols. More likely would be fast castle on both sides. And I think where Order of the Dragon have a pretty cool edge against Japan is when they go Gilded Crossbows. But that would mean you would be immobile. Yeah, so like there's definitely some question marks in this game that I need Dumu to answer. Because like if he's going to take a slow and mobile approach, you're going to be giving over most of the relics to Japan. And most of the map, or like we're both playing civs that need a lot of gold. So it's a bit scary when you say it out like that. It doesn't instill faith. Oh, sorry, I forgot about predictions again. All right, let's get that up. And just locking in the second dock now. It goes wide. Sometimes this is risky against certain civs like Mongols and whatnot, but when you're playing against Order of the Dragon, the idea of Dark Age is comical 9 times out of 10. I feel like every time I've seen a Dark Age from Order of the Dragon, even when it looks like it should be good, I immediately go, well, that backfired quickly. Like, the one that always sticks with me is we had a game on Hill and Dale where the Order of the Dragon player built 2 Gilded Spears and then Outpost rushed. And then he walked away. And all that ended up happening is that his opponent pulled the villagers and burnt the tower down because you just don't have the firepower. Obviously, you wouldn't really be outpost rushing in this situation, but like the problem is the same, which is the numbers don't add up for Order of the Dragon. You're paying twice the resources for a unit, but it doesn't feel like you got twice the power that early on. Because if you send a spearman out, you'd have to spend a lot to cover both flanks with spears. So just kind of a weird gambit, not worth it. So Minework Palace on the way, by the way. Yeah, so no Aachen. I think Aachen isn't as desirable on this map for Order of the Dragon. Because you're diversifying your economy, right? You're making it more about fishing than just land. So you wouldn't benefit that much from Aachen, whereas the unique techs in here are pretty handy, as is the cheapness of all the research. Yeah, like if this is a fast castle build, the idea of getting extra armor is pretty handy. And when you get them so cheaply, with vastly faster times to your opponents, it does allow you to dive. Coca coming through. Okay, this is interesting because I feel like I've seen a few Japanese picks recently, and I don't know if it was the Dumu fever, but because he used to do it quite a bit, but more players have just been kind of saying screw it and dropping the Kura. The Coca is definitely worth it. It's a frustrating thing to deal with, mainly because it's not just about the ponds, which, yes, you will slow down the production of boats from, but also it's the way you can hit your opponent on land. Because if we talk about this map, we just mentioned most games feel like they're going to be fast castle. So your opponent probably doesn't have any units to defend him. So one ninja is super effective, and you get one for free. So 5 now on the tech up. It's a slow timing from Anatan, but you see it when you look at the top bar why that happened. He built more fishing boats. He also built that second dock, which is another thing that Dumu did not do. And it will be a stable's beginning. Yeah, it's a correct choice here, right? Like, Gilded Horseman is... If you don't want to play a prolonged feudal, it is a great unit. If you are playing a long feudal, it's usually the way you get to a long feudal as well. I feel like this is the #1 built unit and reliable unit for them in Feudal Age. And then when you go Castle Age for Order of the Dragon, it usually becomes Crossbow, right? And reminder, the reason is this guy's going to have 250 HP. Okay, so look at the size of this horse, chat, and then look at the size of that horse. I wouldn't want to be birthing that child. Yeesh. He's a big boy. Also, wait, I just realized that what is with the length of its tail? Wait, what? Guys, its tail is essentially no clipping through the floor occasionally. Someone needs to trim that thing back. Good lord. Dude, you could trip your own horse up on that. It's definitely the tail. And, oh, he meets up the shinobi. Yeah, this is a nice trade for him because the shinobi should be able to run away, but oh, the spears. Anno prep spears. Nicely played. That's important because this damage won't heal. The shinobi will heal. So great trade there in the end. Anno prepping more shinobi too. This is a bit weird. That's not the tail? No, we're not doing that. It is the tail. You know what it is? There was like this kid that I knew in primary school who our parents never cut her hair. And when we were like 8 years old, she had a ponytail that went all the way down to her knees. I was like, you did know. Like, could you imagine if you were like on an industrial park and you got stuck in a machine? That'd be the most depressingly slow like end ever. That'd be like something out of a Saw episode. Maybe that's the secret trick here, right? Like, if you want to, there should be an option to grab the tail and hold on as a spearman to stop them escaping. What? Anno's a god. I can't believe that worked. Also, here's another stupid part. That's still shallow water. Your horse is twice as tall. Just go around. Horses can also swim, guys. Oh my god. And the shinobi, wow, he gets the intercept. And he smuggles off through the stealth forest. Anno is not going to get away with this, though. So Dimmu will still get him in the end. But guys, this is impressive, right? Like, you know, he gets some walls up. He blocks the attempt. He spends similar amounts of resources, but he's teching first. Floating gate now on the way for Anno. Wow, this is pretty clean for Japan. Double dock over here, right? Yeah, so Dimmu probably aware that he's a little bit behind on economy anyway. Problem is, you've now painted a target on your back. And why are we building Bugeisha? What? Is that a misclick? Because when you click on Arax, like Samurai closed. No, there's no way you do Samurai, right? I mean, you could do Samurai against Order of the Dragon. But no, this is intentional. He's doing Bugeisha against a likely fast-castling opponent, which does pose a few questions. Because, like, even... I mean... I'm trying to think of a polite way of defending this, but Anatan just built 3 unit types that all get countered by archers. Why? I guess it's a bait and switch, because if he does this, his opponent's going to build archers, and then he goes knights. Right? Because there's no way if you're Dimmu, you see Bugeisha, you see Shinobi, and you say, I need to build spears. That would be stupid. That's a quick way of dying. In the meantime, the Bugeisha get to raid quite freely. Yeah, it's a nice little poke in there. Scout, dragging the horseman's attention. Ambush, and it does get a kill on the workers, but does cost him Shinobi in response. The Bugeisha, not going to be able to get a kill. Yeah, this is where, like, life sucks for you, right? If this was a normal villager, it'd be dead. But down to 11 HP is all you can achieve. War army is coming. I think he's just trying to bait him. He's like, yeah, Dimmu, I'm definitely not building Mounted Samurai. That would be stupid. And does Owner have higher burn damage? No. They're faster, though, so, like, finding villages is the feasibility there, right? I think he was just playing mind games. And it's kind of working, because Dimmu is building into men-at-arms. But I'd say Order of the Dragon men-at-arms crossbows can still hold against Mounted Samurai. It's not that atrocious. This, however, is egregious. The Onimusha detail we mentioned before, the Order of the Dragon should hate, is coming. Yeah. He has still got Gilded Crossbows, though, so, like, I wouldn't write Dimmu off. The Gilded Crossbow is the best unit the Order of the Dragon has, full stop. It is the jack of all trades. You know how most civs like, I'm just going to build knights because knights are always good? Order of the Dragon is like that with crossbows. Wait, what? What's happening? Well, I mean, no witnesses, I guess. Yeah, this guy was feeling a bit sheepish. But now, he's feeling confident. He's got more friends, ready to march out here. Relic game is off to a good start for Anno, or was, until he got found there. Relic north side, not going to be working out. He has got a second Shinto moving elsewhere, though. And Mad Samurais are checking the other flank. And he already has one on base, right? So like, this is leaning in favor of Japan right now in Relics. And wait, is he going back brigade? He is, guys. Meanwhile, Knights in. Oh, -3. It's going to be more than that. Sorry, that sounds so sarcastic. Like, oh, wow, only -3. Then goes and gets the fort. Now the crossbowmen too, the villagers. Like, what are they doing? Hello, get inside, Dumu. More workers down. No reaction. Unbelievable. 11 worker kills so far in this game. Almost as many kills on workers as minutes passed. And those are gilded villagers. They're definitely not goated. So wacky. Now, this is the genius of what Anno's doing. Is that he's kind of transitioning a step ahead every time. Right? So, like, you've seen this now where he baited his opponent to go to men-at-arms. He comes in with knights. Yes, the crossbows are there, and that's annoying, but what does he then start doing? He starts going on a Bugeisha. He has stopped building them temporarily. I'd love to see him just build more, because spearmen and crossbowmen should struggle with Bugeisha. I guess the problem here is he hasn't been scaling eco. Yeah, he doesn't have extended lines. Like, his food income feels like it should be a bit higher than this. Nice. Getting good trades against the trickle spears. Spears that haven't been vetted, by the way. Now the villagers again. Oh, God. And the Onimusha, they've shown up. 9 Onimusha can easily sweep through 3 men-at-arms. Ah, dear, dear. Benjamin just not able to get away with anything at this level of play. Which is the way it should be, right? Like, I find when you get to this, like, this level, this is the thing. Just below this level of pro play, Dumu tends to run over people with the wackiest and wildest and funniest of straps. But at this point, at this caliber, when you talk about Anatan, who is top 8, you're not going to get away with just something slightly inefficient to do something crazy. And this is ridiculous now. 24 worker kill. Guys, the game is close to over. Like, Dumu, over half of his economy is fishing boats. Now, fishing is strong, sure, but we're talking about gilded villages here. I'm also talking about a need to have gold, and I think he's only got 1 relic? Yeah, 1 relic home so far. And the Bugeisha switch is coming. Yeah, because the crossbow count has kind of got crazy, right? It's going to be soon 24 in terms of pop cap. And Bugeisha is the quick solution to that. Because Bugeisha are almost half a movement speed faster. Right? Because you got 1.12 versus 1.5. Even higher when they charge. Relic does get yoinked. Onimusha Yumi starting to poke in. I mean, you kind of start to wish you had Gilded Archers here, right? Like, Gilded Archers is the thing you really need. Well, we'll try and buy a bit of time. Onimusha trying to sweep through what little men-at-arms is left. New spears coming out into a death trap. Dumu, at this point, can only cower underneath the TC. But that doesn't even seem to be working. Mad Samurai diving in. Crossbows are getting good trades there, but it's all about range v range now. The scary part, he's actually upgrading the speeds. Yeah, I mean, he just saw a Bugeisha, but it kind of feels like Dumu's still planning to react to the Knights. I like this switch into more men-at-arms. I think, like, you kind of need this. The problem is, like, I just keep looking at the order of things and how you deal with this. And I don't know if anyone else has noticed this. Like, every time you're like, okay, so Dumu's switch unit, it's still a step behind. And it's not really his fault at this point. At this point, you're so far behind on economy that it's kind of expected that you're a step behind. And I think Anatan has just made this so much harder because he isn't hard committing to one unit type. Like, there are players that at this level of Snowball would just queue up 30 Owner Bugatia because why not? Whereas what you've been seeing from Anno is a lot more discipline. He's scaling them gradually. He's holding reserves. Like, we're looking at a game where Imp is entirely possible now. Did he bank relics, by the way? I don't think he... Okay, yeah. He just hasn't picked this one up yet. So 3-2 relic split in favor of Anno. And I completely forgot about it because you just kind of assume it comes in faster. Inspired Warrior is now on the way. This tech is sick with Order the Dragon. Because their units have higher stats, the percentile difference is a big deal. It's also really nice against Yuumi. +1 armor goes a long way there. And Bugatia. Like, actually, yeah, Inspired Warriors... I don't know if it's enough to get Dumu back in this game, but it is actually genius. Most of Anatan's army is low base damage, fast attack speed. And he is going veteran archers now. Okay. But Anatan is being very disciplined about this. He's just looking for a tech up. And he knows he's far enough ahead. He doesn't have to be defensive when he does it. Oh, God. The gold. Defense against the Onimusha. Now dive towards the tree line. The Yuumi, they're going in for it. Doesn't bait far enough out. Dumu not overreacting on either side, but big problems coming. Yeah, big problems in Japantown here. Castle of the Crow. Coming through. Interesting that Anatan didn't opt for the Gunsmith to get 3 units. But I think he respects Dumu enough to understand that this army is fairly big. The question now is, can Dumu sniff out what's happening? He gets a glimpse of it. It's only half built, guys. This is big. Can he commit? I feel like you'd have to lose your army to get the worker kills. Now the clash comes in. He sneaks 1 minute arms in, but whoopty freaking doodah. That's not good enough. This clash for Dumu not going to stop the incoming through. So 4 phase achieved for Anatan. Now what does Dumu do? Because this is, when you're this far behind, your fort is usually raid. Raid until you're back on level 30. But guys, who raids with crossbows? It's not exactly what I call a reliable plan, right? Like, every single unit is building doesn't really raid here. What's he looking for? Death to the ball. I think he was worried about a castle drop and a sacred site win condition, but oh god, he's been baited. He's actually been baited. Look at what's happening. He sees it now, but he's completely out of position. So his economy is in dire straits. Elite Onibugatia, elite Yuumi. The upgrades just flooding in for Anno, and now the army flooding in too. 07's in chat. Benny Boy's about to get 3-0'd. I mean, this is just disastrous. Even if the army was here, this is now a hard fight. Just camps it all down, cuts reinforcements, blocks the gold. Tree line on the south side now being gathered from. Everything just being idled in the main. And ranged armor 3 also on the way. Just to make sure that this Gilded Archer switch doesn't really pay off. Scale armor's coming in soon, but it should be more about Bugatia now for Anno. And a castle drop, he got it on the 8k. Yeah, goodbye economy. Dumu's been staying alive off of fishing. That comes to an end now. Dot drop on one of the 2 ponds he has. Small group of Bugatia will be swept through, but playing series, man. I don't know if this is enough to convince Anatan is back in my mind, but like, this is a good start. He still needs to be able to beat those podium level players. But this is a very comfortable start to group stage. Honestly, didn't even feel like he broke a sweat in these games. The Geisha are so cool. There's a reason this is like my favorite unit in the game. They do look like psychopaths. But I just, I'm kind of into that. Don't shame me. I love that Yumi are kind of countering men at arms. Almost half damage going through. God, Bugacia are actually so infuriating this late in the game. Because just 1 or 2 into your economy and it's rip. I mean, to his credit, Dimmu is trading well here, right? Given the circumstance. But I think it's just a case of too much loss on the flanks. It's Geisha and Onimusha going again. So workers once again idled out. Oh, wait. Oh, nice. He stopped the dot going up. Well played to Ben. Okay, game maybe not over yet. Yeah, sure. Let's go with that. Game's not over yet. That's pretty smart. We've actually got Silk Bowstrings coming in, so he'll outrange the Gilded Archers. And guys, I think we may have come a little bit too far forward. Guys, this is not the place. This is really not the place. Yes, please split up your archers and crossbows so I know which to target. GG. A 3-0 stomper. Anatan done with the series in under an hour. Actually, just over an hour. Still impressive. Alrighty. So that is going to be a 3-0 write-up. Anatan starting off the group stage very strong. Let me check what performances have been happening elsewhere. And we'll see what's coming up next. We've got plenty of series. So, Beastie Corvinus is 2-1. We somehow actually chose the stompiest series. I don't know how that happened. I think, yeah, we should switch over to Beastie Corvinus to see how that's going. I honestly thought, I don't know, I thought Dimmu would fare a bit better here. Or at least would give us like one insanely long game, you know? So we'll switch to Beastie Corv. And we're at the very beginning too. I'm going to guess that I'm right on the numbers. So I'll have to add numbers in anyway. Yeah, because our next set... I don't know if our next set would begin yet. I don't think it would. We said for set number 2, we were looking at Louis MT versus Puppy Paw. And Louis still playing, so that won't happen yet. New Ibid? What do you mean new Ibids? Abasas are the ones that got changed. Ibids is still what they were. They still do the things they already done. They got some buffs? I guess, yeah. But, like, I don't feel like it's new, you know what I mean? Like, Abasas is new, very big changes. Whereas Ibids got tweaked, right? Alright, let me get predictions up anyway. So, reminder, Corvinus has taken a game from Beastie. Which is impressive. I didn't expect that. I wonder if it was a Knights Templar game. It was not, actually, guys. It was HRE versus Golden Horde. That is intriguing. Yeah, maybe Gully was onto something. If you guys remember, he came in last week and said that HRE is an OP Civ. He pointed out they didn't lose a single game in either qualifier, and they got picked, I think, 9 times. Wonder if Vortex ever lost with GH? He has. He doesn't always win either. And what's up, Michael Bow? I saw that. Thank you very much for the Prime sub, buddy. Big salutes. Appreciate you, mate. Appreciate the support. Remember, guys, feel free to drop a sub. We've been streaming like almost every day this week, so you'll definitely get enough content. On top of that, if you want to support the channel for the low price of nothing, cool thing you can do is download Opera GX and try out a brand new browser. !Opera GX in chat. Really cool browser. It's got a built-in bunch of tools. You can limit the amount of CPU and RAM it uses, which is especially a big deal considering the RAM usage of a lot of games. Also, I imagine GTA is going to hog all our RAM when it comes out, and upgrading RAM is not cheap. But there's also other things like, you know, video quality upscalers that you can download there. It's got a built-in ad blocker. Also has the game corner, which I love. It's always an easy way for me to check what games are coming up. So yeah, check that out. !Opera GX, and thank you to them for sponsoring us again. So, gonna run a minute of ads now, by the way. And I need to open the door. It's getting hot. It's funny I'm getting hot in here because it's windy, cold, and wet outside. Dervish just shoots shoulder rockets now? Oh no, dude. If they actually introduced that, I'd start playing games on stream. I'd just be an IBID main at that point. You know what you should be able to do with IBIDs? You should be able to you should have to garrison people into your ambulances to heal them, but then get the ability to catapult them out into the enemy. Will the main browser use take up so much RAM? Exactly. In fact, let me drop !OperaGX for all you guys. I'll put it in the YouTube chat as well. The cool thing is you can heavily limit what Opera uses, and also you can bare bones it. Like by default, it's going to have some RAM and CPU usage, but you can pull a lot of things out to minimize your usage overall. I'm snobby though. I don't have to care. I've got 64 gigs of RAM. All right, let's go. Have I got them on the... I've not got them on the right side. Let me change. A Master of Knights Templar looking to show you the Campbell Way 2. Corvinus in the power pink looking struggle to win with Jin on 4 legs. So kind of some meme picks so far. Whereas when he's picked the sweaty picks, it's worked out quite well. Very interesting, actually. And 1 second, I just realized our predictions are in a very weird place. I think that works. So what's the plan going to be here? Presumably it's going to be fast castle out of Ibids. Especially with this spawn. Like, you're probably in an outpost, but if you get an outpost there, you're going to feel relatively safe. He's got berries and gold on the same location. Everything is forward spawn. This is a horrible spawn for Ibids. Like, you know, this is the thing. You go watch, like, a Marine Lord game, and you see the Ibid situation with their spawn. He gets, like, a bat gold, a bat berries. And then you get a spawn like this. It's like when you've got a sibling that gets everything they ever need. You know, they're like, oh, man. Oh, school's so tough. Get them special books. Or, oh, man. School's so tough. I'll get them Nike trainers so they can walk to school easier. And then you just get, like, the rundown sloppy seconds. It's like, well, you got Nikes too. It's like, I got their Nikes. After they wore them out. There's holes in these things. That's how this spawn feels. It's just horrible. Because you're against a pseudo-aggro Civ, right? Like, if this was a greed on greed, it doesn't matter. But Sengoku tends to attack, even though they're slower to get into the feudal age. Mainly because of the hot dog stands. Speaking of which, hot dog stands going where? He went full free. Yeah, so he goes deer east side. Sticks in the base on this one. And his other berries in the corner. Yeah, so not... I don't think Beastie got an insane spawn either, though. Like, I would say Beastie's spawn is less compromised, but also less beneficial. Because he didn't get buried deer on the same spot, which is very important now for Sengoku. Because it makes it impossible to cap up your extra yatais otherwise. Because remember, the cap still sits at 60, but they nerfed it recently, so boars used to get you to 60. Now they'll only get to 50 because you start with only 10 food generated per minute off the hot dog stands. Yeah, and the other boar location is it's just not happening. It's so far across field. It's going Ryokan, though. Wait, hold on a second. What? No cambulances. He went Desert Raider Wing. That's... I mean, occasionally seen, but a lot rarer. The reason I'm a bit shocked is that this is healing versus healing. Because Ryokan gives you healing on the go, and this gives you combat healing if you go Cambulance. So maybe Corvinus is going Desert Raider Wing into Cambulances, so he gets free dervishes. Probably feels like he can't really posture aggressively in feudal, so he'd rather tech faster. Yeah, he's definitely not going Grove because he's already gathered the berries. Industry is a possibility. But you're just going to build Cam Lancers anyway, right? But that's actually something that I think is a lot nicer in this matchup for Ibids than Japan versus Ibids. Is your opponent can't really deal with camels as easily. He's faster and it's more annoying, but what I mean is he can't go Onimusha as an option. Because remember, Sengoku's crossbow option is substantially worse than Japan's. I do think that the guns they get are really good in the mid-late game when they scale. But they tend to underperform in the early mid-game because you just get avoided. For those that don't know what I'm talking about, ta-da. Tanegashima Ashigaru is your crossbowman. It's also a very expensive crossbowman. 140 instead of 120 resources is a bit bonkers. Yeah, especially considering people done the maths a while ago, and its DPS is pretty much crossbowman. So Beastie opening with archers. Makes sense after he sees the Desert Raider wing. And the Desert Raider is going to find a cheeky yoink on the flank. This will only take a minute. I'm going to go to the bathroom. When I'm back, one of these two units will be dead. Okay, actually, I had to come back. I decided to pee in a can because this is dying quicker than expected. It still just takes so long. Halfway to a kill, guys. But it's a building. What do you expect? Is it really a building? It's tagged worker and it moves. How many buildings do you know that are called a worker and move? Do not bring up Mongols. Body blocks are good, though. Good micro by Corvinus. Villager repair has been nerfed, but 3 should be good enough. Yeah, like 3 villagers is pretty insane, though. It used to be that 1 villager could just outdo the damage here with repair. He switches for a worker kill, though. Corvinus! That's sick. So he idles 3 enemy villagers. He kills one of them. He denies the food from the Yatai from being topped out. And he begins his tech. And an outpost rush. Oh, what is this game turning into? And the bay! Look at the tower. The tower's getting denied. Desert Raider also gets a snipe. Yuumi will clear him up. But the villager pull with this much torch damage. No, he has to walk away. That's interesting, actually, because I think he could have burnt that down. It's a bit risky, but probably would have got the kill in time. What is this game? This is so chaotic for a 7-minute game. And now, yeah, he just goes for an outpost, or... There we go. He drops it deep. Wait, there's six Yuumi. Corv. This is going to cost you. Wait, the scout? The scout? Oh, my God. He almost got it. But he did bait time. He bought time, guys. So 2 villagers down, but that... Wait, please click the... There we go. Clicks the right one. 2 villagers down, but it gets the outpost up. We did highlight that this is a terrible spawn, and now you see why. This is like the most cursed double tower defense I think I've seen an IBID player do ever. Technically, it's good, because you've got 360 coverage, but it's really bad. The reason it sucks is if he hits Seek Shelter... Let's say like they're both in castle and he hits Seek Shelter. Half of his villagers are going to be running towards the thing that's trying to kill them. The good news, at least, is he did just get the resources. And wow, 2 TC. I think, guys, we need an intervention. Corvinus is a little bit obsessed. I mean, I know he's losing workers, but holy crap. And oh my God, still. What? Did you... Shivs have to come out, right? Yeah, he goes into combat mode. Gets rid of 2 of the Yuumi. I'm going to be real cool. I think Textiles might have been a good idea in this. Like, Textiles would have been pretty good. Sake Brewery begins. Corvinus is 5 villages behind. 10 plus idle. What? What is happening? He hasn't given up on the town center dream. That's the crazy part. Here's another crazier part. Because he committed to the town center... He did get fortifications, right? But he didn't get a Springald shot. He got arrow slits. Oh, man. Just imagine a Springald here. Pure clownery in this game. Camel Lancers have now been queued up. Sake Brewery to complete soon. The good news for Corvinus is that Beastie can't actually deny the TC. Like, if this was Horsemen came in and done that damage, they'd be throwing torches, and you'd have to just cancel and restart. So that's a positive. We also do have a switch into camels of both religious and military. So he's going for relics. You know what I said about Tanegashima Ashigaru suck? They're common. Straight away. And Hojo... Okay, guys. Every second that passes in this game, I get more excited because of the actions of both players. Do you know how rare this estate is? This estate never gets picked. This is the melee estate. So he can buff up his spears. Look at this tech here. Lightweight blades gives you 10% movement speed on spearmen and bonus damage against workers. It's pretty smart if you think about it, because his opponent is spamming camel lancers, and his opponent just went 2 TC. So spears kill all of the moves that Corvinus is making. Double racks at that. So just 2 gunners. I don't know if he'd scale it further. But remember, this is the crossbowman of Sengoku. Crossbows are lame, so they decided to get a gun instead. When you think about it, is Sengoku not the most American civ in the game? That's probably China, ironically enough, but China has crossbows, so I don't know. I feel mixed on that one. Are they better than Janissaries? No. That's the fun. No. So they do 25 damage. Actually, what was Janissaries' damage? I think it's similar-ish. But Janissaries have much better attack speed. You see that attack speed? 2.16. And they're very similar range, right? Janny's a 4-tower range, if I remember correctly. And then health-wise, they're also very similar. And then I would say these guys don't scale anywhere near as well as Janissaries. Sengoku has cars, delivery food, and guns. That sounds pretty American to me. You check the... Well played, sir. You check the list. The problem is, like, estates is more of a British thing, so we don't get a point there. Actually, Americans are really obsessed with Naruto, so ninjas also tick a box, I guess. Maybe we're reaching, but we got at least 3 good ones. Yeah, Sengoku is the America of Age of Empires 4. So Corvinus is caught up on villages, right? After the debacle of a -5. Actually, -6. He now has the worker lead. Beastie is blobbing for an all send, but one thing that worries me is he dies to siege. Yeah, and Corvinus, he's spamming Desert Raiders, which is odd. But here's an interesting thought. The Desert Raiders, like any cavalry, because he went military wing reinforcement, he can build siege with these. Another interesting thought here. This invalidates the Gunners. Gunners, most of their damage, most of the beneficial damage, right, is 15 base and then 10 against heavy. Like, at that point, that DPS exchange, you probably would be better for cost-building Yuumi against Desert Raiders. He can make this better, though, right? If he goes level 2 estate Oda, but he's not there yet. He only has the level 1 estate for Hojo. 3 relics for Corv. Yep, 3 already banked. Beastie's not even trying for it. He's finally going to go for it, but by the time he moves, there's only 2 left. He can get those 2, though, right? Like, there's 1 safe, unless... Yeah, that's not a dervish. And he can camp this one, too. And Gulam's coming in now from Corv. I actually quite like what he's thinking. It's a bit weird because, like, you're against Tanegashima, but I think for Corvinus, the idea is, you know, give him 2 more minutes and you can add in a Manjanique or 2. And these Gunners are insanely slow, so they can't easily dodge the hits. And if you see your opponent's blobbing a lot of army, you just go spread Manjanique shot. And then an arm switch up from Beastie, though. This game is so weird. We're seeing so many things we never get to see. We got Hojo Estates. We got Tanegashima Ashigaru. We got movement speed increase for Spearman. And now we're getting Samurai. Like, you guys don't realize how rare of a Sengoku game this is. It's always cavalry when we watch this civ. And then Gulam Desert Raider in Castle. Like, this is an Imperial Age strat, guys. He's doing it in Castle. And I love this. Springwood's coming. Villages? Okay, that's a freebie. Cool. Won't be baited into the Stealth Forest. You can see that coming. Let's be out of time force though. Moving on to the secondary town center. He has got Wololols, remember. Desert Raiders start the poke. Double Wololol is... okay. Okay, so we've got no Wololols now. Gulam's charge in. TC needs to work overtime to target these down. BC's numbers are so fat. And this town center is barely holding on. More workers being pulled now. He doesn't have wheelbarrow? Oh, come on. And now a dive towards the Desert Raiders, but the spears are gone. No, he actually cleared them. And Desert Raiders don't care about Ashigaru. But the town center is down. Wow. Okay, so Desert Raiders should be able to stabilize here. He is going to end up getting sniped on one of the cambuses. Why is he not going melee actually? Because melee mode is really effective here. Because they can't kite you. They're too slow, right? But no melee at all. Villagers at least scare off the rams for now. But he's got a few more golems in. That's good against those spears that are tricking through. The problem is Corvinus lost the 2 TC. He lost the 4 deer. His food is a little bit underwhelming. He has switched back to the berries now. He also just sacked some of his gold, but that should be fine. He's got over 1,000. I'd actually prefer him to have less people in his vein right now. Like, maybe just try to sneak some people out into the deer. Good thing he's not, though, because Beastie is watching for it. Desert Raiders. Ooh, they do charge forward. Stealth Forest is not your friend, though. Walks in blind, walks out limbless. Go food for 4. Desert Raiders should get +5 armor while running away. Then it at least explains why they've put a shield on their ass. Yeah, actually, like, why do they... I mean, in fairness, when they switch melee, they pick up the shield, right? So it does make sense. But that's the balance point. We should change Desert Raiders so they only get their melee armor when they're actually in melee mode. I actually like the idea of that change. Considering how cheesy range can feel a lot of the time. So Beastie's going for more Iko-Ikis. He's already grabbed the relics he can. But I think he's looking for combat healing and also Sacred Sites. Backstab. Uh-oh. Those spears, remember, they kill workers fast. Yeah, 15 damage. Only takes them 3 hits. -2. Corvinus behind on workers again. Off a TC. Oh my god. Why does Corvinus want 2022 back so badly? Like, what was so different in his life then? He's obsessed. Dangerously obsessed. Well, you know what they say. If at first you don't succeed, right? And in fairness, your opponent probably doesn't know about... I mean, he sees the stone now. He's got to be suspicious when he sees that much stone in the city. Almost exactly what you need for a town center. He isn't seeing Springles either. Crip Ram definitely doing a lot of work. We have got Springles now, though. Springles are the goats. Facing to the choke point. He's lining him up. Get some good shots here. Wallalol should force a retreat. Goons are getting sacked, though. Springles actually doing enough here. It doesn't feel like it. Feels like they should be doing a lot better than this. Samurai's charge in. Tanagashima close the gap and will be able to get the kill. So Springles removed. And Corvinus now about to be forcibly removed from this group stage game. I think this is over. But what a cool game. Samurai Gunners. And before anyone says that Samurai are not American, have you not watched Tom Cruise's The Last Samurai? He's American. It all fits. Sengoku are the most American civ in AoE4. And this is one of the craziest games I've seen them involved in. Like that, you just don't get this comp ever. Japan doesn't do Samurai anymore. Sengoku don't have any reason at all. But he done the Yumi attack, guys. He actually has the range fire as well. That's so sick. So he went level 3 Hojo estates. Oh, sorry, no, it's level 2, isn't it? Yeah, they cross-folded armor is level 3. Man, this game has it all. Duns in Castle Age, Tom Cruises, and RAM. Copious amounts of RAM. What more could you want? Actually, I guess that last thing is less American at the moment. The tariffs make it a pretty pricey to get your hands on more RAM. Town center found again. Sacred Site timer has been started. He's looking pretty cooked. And oh no! Oh no! The mill place is like, oh no. Villagers get pulled. Outpost going up. He snatched his deer, man. There we go. That's our final bingo check mark on a list of American things. Taking everyone else's resources too. Okay, I'm sorry. Ah, yes. Food. The oil of the 15th century. Manganiques are now coming through. Earlier on, maybe. But now... I think we can stick a fork in it. It's done. Dude, the samurai looks so cool. Oh, well, props to Corvinus for getting the game off a beastie. But no stopping Serbia in the end. Guns are so cool. Like, if I can just keep this one Manganique alive, I can win the game. Ships out, boys. You still don't have textile! Put clothes on your workers! Actually, we avoided being political at all until the very end when I just had the food for thought. We made no comment about the Ibids being Middle Eastern in the whole American analogy. Jesus Christ. Okay. One sec, guys. I think that'll be a good one to upload. There was like that one. I wish more games were like that level of wackiness from start to finish. You know. One and all. Oopsie. Sorry, you guys heard that. Alright, so let me have a look at things and see what we can cast next. So, state of the bracket. So, obviously, we had Anatan Dimu end up being a 3-0. Kilyadi has struck back 2-1 against Gully currently. Louis B, 1-1 apiece. Have we got new series starting now? Because some of the players have been freed up. So, we can watch Lucifron Numidon. Dimu Vortex, I don't think has started. Wasn't that the one they were doing on the main stage anyway? So they'll basically they'll delay that and hold that back. I think, guys. So our options are, we either watch the B Louis series until Louis frees up to play Puppy Pool, or we can jump into the Lucifron Numidon series. What's the preference here? So one's if you want to follow the Louis story, or two's if you just want to see Lucifron Numidon. That would be hopping into B versus Louis and then watching Puppy Pool versus Louis. I mean, I'm quite curious to the Puppy Pool Louis one now. I said ones for Louis, didn't I, right? Because, like, Louis actually came in and didn't just straight up lose to B, which now has me very curious. Because it means our boy might be on form. Up next, Louis MT versus Puppy Pool. Yeah, we'll hop into that one. Why does it... Did they remove Observe, by the way, in the recent patch? Observe never seems to work anymore. What's going on there? Anyone else notice that? No. The Observe tab works, but right-clicking on players and then going Observe doesn't work anymore, is what I'm saying. They screwed something up. Alright, let's get ready to go. Wait, Knights Templar? What? All right, we'll speed this up a bit as well. One and all, welcome back to the channel for an absolutely crazy set. I can't believe this. B against Louis MT. Getting into this tournament, I expected domination from B. But Louis not made it that simple. No. He is currently 2-1 down, but he was the one to draw first blood and make B sweat. And now B has done something wacky. We're going to see if Lan Knights Templar is a meme or a dream. In the green, he's going to be playing as them. Louis MT on the other side of this is playing as Japan in the power pink. Dark Age Rush here just to deny the goal, but B already gathered what he needed. Hospitalier on the way. We're just doing a little bit of 4x to catch up because we're a few minutes behind live. But Japan versus Knights Templar. I wonder what the thought process is, like what you want to do here. Is it just 2 TC? Because I feel like Knights Templar on land without 2 town center is weird. It seems to be the bread and butter of how most players have chosen to play them in the last few months. But not B. No, he goes for an archery beginning here. So he'll look to deny the spear play straight away. But it is to set up for the 2 TC. That's very interesting. And look at what Louis is now doing. He doesn't stop there. He adds in Samurai in the Dark Age, but he'll be able to upgrade them for Feudal. I think the idea here is that he knows that B's shortchanging him with just 1 archer. So if he can get the Samurai out quickly, he can still block the town center placement. And then force B to do something very defensive, like town center on the gold. So pretty crafty out of him. Do a little bit of fast forward again. He's scouting the deer. This is the optimal placement, is between the deer and the berries, close to the tree line. Stone has been gathered up. B shifting over now. A little bit of micro in and out of the TC to make it more clean. Age up complete on both sides, but the scout's making this a pain in the ass. He does get the foundation though. Spear's now moving in. And B's archer is out of position. Mistakes made there. The spears come in. So 1 worker forced away. Samurai's not too far behind this, though. And the other scary part is B only brought 7 workers, so this isn't a crazy fast timing. Let's get the shivs out, but some ways kind of better. And there we go. There's the double commitment. More on the way. Samurai gets a nice clap in. Spears can go for more hits. This is a lot of idle being forced in terms of extra workers. Samurai looking for the injured target, really. Good micro, though. B not giving over any kills. Definitely kind of feeling a sting in his timings from this. Speed down. And body blocks. But nah, he needs 2 hits. He loses the scout. And also heavy damage on the Samurai. Yeah, it took a flurry of arrows there. Louis, though, like, bloody hell. Was anyone else so obsessed looking at this that they didn't check the top bar? Look at the macro. I want to say worth. I feel like this was worth. 1 Samurai to ruin a plan. I mean, there's a second one, but that one's kind of irrelevant. The first one's what mattered. And I love what he's doing. He's going to deny Pilgrims too. I don't know if you can with 1 Samurai here is the problem. Yeah, because every time you hit them, they get faster. And Hospitalier makes them faster already. We're just doing a little bit of 2x because now it's just going to be macro v tech. So Golden Gate, Floating Gate coming through. 2 TC, got a lot of workers working there. That's dangerous. He does realize it, begins to wall up. This is going to be a turtle game. Look at the walls, guys. And great realization there. B scouts around the back, so he knows he needs to wall here too. We've all had that game. We've all seen that game. B, honestly not too far behind his own tech, though. Probably looking at Angevin Spears. I feel like that's a natural choice here when you're up against Japan, because it stops the Mad Samurai, and then you don't care about Yubi. So it forces your opponent to go Mad Samurai Onimusha, which is really expensive. Here we go, Angevin on the way. The stables drop. Second Yorishiro coming through soon. Is Louis an immediate town center boy is what I'm wondering. First relic also picked up and on the way home. Still trying to burn through here, but he knows he'll never get through. It's just about wasting your opponent's time. The weirder part is that Louis upgraded his Samurai. Yeah, it's not too expensive to get Veterancy, but it's still a price. And what? Okay, I said Yumi are irrelevant, but actually Springwolds are kind of giga smart if this is what Louis up to. It might simply just be a trap play, but like he can also add Springwolds in here against mass spearmen. It's expensive, but very effective against campy opponents. Oh, what a game. We're already getting some amazing games to start off this tournament, actually. Borderline memeful in some cases. Wait, he goes Yumi. Okay, there we go. That makes more sense. Onimusha. I was going to say, like, why do you want Yumi when you see heavy spears? The vet samurai is still struggling to get pilgrim kills. I think there's enough of them now to do it, though. Oh, wait. Was that intentional, or did he lose sight? That must have been intentional. There you go. Mount Samurai takeover. Nicely played. And then can trade with the Templar Bro. So good shutdown on the initial knight. So what do we do? It is Trebs. So he's slow sieging. And then I assume we're going to be getting Sprune replacements. Sam's will be out of front. Nice micro there. Louis. Now just trying to hone in on those heavy spears. He has got Spring ults in the towers coming. Onimusha should also get queued up. Mad Samurai kind of forced a hard commit here. The problem is the crossbows can start to melt through this. Samurai almost dead. Heavy spears doing well. Will be able to force the Mountain Samurai back. Sprune emplacement almost done. But the Treb, Louis, this is not AoE 2. This is not a high hill. This is not how early Treb plays work. Oh, no. Villager coming for the repair. Mountain Samurai recommit. Does catch him off guard, actually, and sick repair. Louis. He keeps the Treb alive. Spears are coming, but kind of trickling. Onimusha's there as well, and that Sprune replacement does become a pain in your side. You're going to turn with torches, but fortification of 5. Honestly, I think Louis played this pretty well. Like, you know, still a little bit on shaky ground, but now very hard to kill off without feeling like you just had to cut an arm and a leg off in terms of cost. Oh, you commits workers too. He just wants the quicker burn, and Travis trying to snipe you. It actually hit, in fairness to it. That was a sick shot. Knights maybe thinking about committing again. I mean, for good reason. The spear count's not that high, right? I feel like it's 5? 7. Okay, there's 2 more in there than I realized. Mount Samurai count's not too bad, though. And the Onimusha as well. The villager gets targeted. He's gone. Man, if he got away with that, this would have been the most disgusting outpost play of the day. But it does get denied. Elsewhere, though, he has benefit. 3 relics home already, 2 sacred sites. Trebuchet, he's going to inevitably go down. I wonder if there's ever a world in which he could have just done Springles instead. And Onimusha slipping a bit there. Mount Samurai? Ooh. Okay, man. I was about to say, like, maybe he gets free crossbow kills here. So, dust sells, right? Does anyone like Louis' position after that? No. It's a bit of a weird one now. He went for this high-risk, high-reward play to try and deny the TC. It backfired. He got some okay trades, but ultimately he traded poorly. You've seen the destroyed value already. And he's against 2 TC. He can Yorishiro drop his town center, but that still won't fix the problem. Sacred Site denial has been good to stop the pilgrims, but now you're starting to lose some map control. The other problem is Onimusha only. Not going to feel great against crossbow and given spears. And the Onibugeisha, does that solve it? Well, you can't build Sams. The problem with Geisha is you need a very good economy, and Bees is already better, right? I get the notion of what he's doing, but I just worry the heavy spears will last too long. Also, I wouldn't be surprised if Bees starts gathering stones soon, just to move forward, because then you have to worry about things like Desert Citadels that gives the plus armor. We'll see how long Louis can keep this going. I mean, he's got food reserves, so if he's adding in Mountain Samurai as well, I don't mind. That's not too bad. I just think the idea of trying to switch full Onibugeisha is very difficult with this type of economy that you have access to. Now moving in. Does see the deer. Oh no, he didn't finish the tower. Louis, only, I think, level 1 wheelbarrow, right? Yeah, only tier 1. Moves to the north side, but wait. It's going to keep chasing you. So 2 spears head over. Or spear and a crossbow, rather. Does force the defense. Louis reveals everything he has right now. Knights try to cut reinforcements, but that's a lot of heavy spears. But he has to be careful on positioning here, though. Yeah, he's cut his army in 2. There is a backstab opportunity. But you can see both players are hesitant because, you know, if you backstab me, I backstab you type thing. Okay. And Louis goes 2TC. So this is looking better now then. He's not going to fall behind too much. And because he got the majority of relics for bank, doesn't really feel like he's a million miles behind the economy of KT. Because Knights Templar will still have to make a farm transition happen. That's only now beginning. Whereas the cool thing about playing Japan is it just happens. Right? You build Kura because you want to win games, and you just have a farm transition already half complete for the whole game. And then the beautiful thing about this landmark is now it generates wood to help you with more farm transitions. B would Archer switch. In fairness, Archers does kill all of the new units Louis is building. But I'm a little bit worried he might run into a similar issue of what we highlighted that Louis might be, which is scale point. Because Louis is kind of getting past that danger territory, right? He's approaching 30 Bugatia. That's scary. The worry I had for him like a minute and a half, 2 minutes ago is that B would go in and he'd have 5 to 10 Bugatia, which is nothing. Onimusha against 34 heavy spears. It does feel like your crossbow archers have to do overtime just to position well. And you don't really have that many of them, actually. Do a little bit of fast forward again, because we're kind of getting to stare down territory out. Nice find there. Cuts him on the flank. Yeah, just put more pressure on him to go for this farm transition faster. I don't think Louis wants the fight yet. He's probably rushing towards 200 pop for a push. That's the whole goal with Bugatia. Bugatia plays a lot like Malians. You're just trying to zerg bodies. Speaking of the ladies, I don't think he's revealed just how many he's been building to be yet. Is he going for a backstab? These are eco killers, guys. These can be just as effective as French Knights raiding when you have quantity. He's marching around. He's already camping the flank berries. That's not moved for. But this will be a quick burn through on a wall. Good news for B fans. He's moved most of his economy north side away from where this hit is coming. Army should have time to react to it too. TC at level 2 now, so he has got decent buff on the food income. Revelation on the wall. B knows what's coming. Needs to get home fast. The ladies are in. You know what this is? This is when you're just like innocently walking home. It's a Friday night. It's very late. And you walk into one of those like, those hen parties. You know, like the wedding parties. 15 girls, completely sloshed. If you look at them the wrong way, don't even need to speak to them. They're probably going to stab you in the eye with stiletto. That's exactly what Mass Bugatia is. Right now, this feels like me, the lone guy walking down the street the other way. Does scare him off for now. Poach is on the far side too. Interesting the way that B got away with splitting his army, actually. Like, props to him. Maybe he shouldn't have. Yeah, a handful of heavy spears is not going to be scary. That's a bit better. But these Bugatia still hit pretty hard. The problem that I'm seeing here is Louis doesn't have the Katana Bannerman with them. I think he put him elsewhere. Nicely done with Onimusha. Slows down the Pilgrims. We're going imp, guys. Louis has been hoarding resources. Yeah, head of B. Castle the Crow is now going to be coming in. He builds it in his own base. He's super paranoid. Yeah, interesting placement. I do like what he's doing, though, because I think that the fear for Louis is if he waits too long and B goes imp too, what do you do against Polish Cav? You've built mass Bugatia. That's not going to fare well against heavy melee armor Cav, right? See a little clash coming out here. It's marches to support. Pink will win this fight, but Green's just buying time, right? Fortress is coming up on the board. That's a big grab. 8k gold. Now the Bugatia, the Hodor. Really good skirmishes and defenses from Louis, I think. You have to retreat from here temporarily. But we've got Military Academy on the way. Doesn't quite have enough gold to go for the final tier of Bugatia upgrades. And now, hello, dive towards Castle the Crow. A bit ambitious. I guess he just wants to slow down the military skill. Bugatia wins at melee choke? Yeah, because the second wave has the range to attack. And these spears don't. It's like you then are hitting for 12 damage. You've got 6 melee armor, sure. But they've got 10 damage. They attack twice as quickly. And there's 2 times people attacking you. Right? Obviously, only 2 melee armor and less health, but still. The math don't lie. Push coming in, but the Onabusha are there. The full ladies club here. 70 women in this army. Japan just does it different, guys. And it's going to be a forced retreat. B hasn't started an age up, guys. That still hasn't happened yet. And the flood. Good back off timing. Elite Bugatia upgrade, which is 10 seconds away. Does he have the Citadels? No, he doesn't. Desert Citadels would be really good here. +1 armor of both types, actually. Really good against the melee Onimusha split that we got from Japan. Flank raid time. By the way, this is still not final form. Remember, these ladies can get Oda tactics to increase the damage further. So keep an eye out for that. Louis does need to secure some gold, though. And that is going to be quite the secure. B snatched his 8k away. He's about to return the favor on the other side of the map. Okay, so we'll do a little bit of fast forward again. So we didn't quite catch up alive. Because this is now going to be stalemate. B just needs to tech up. Louis doesn't really want to commit to a dive until he probably has those final techs in. That is crazy. Teuton is back. I mean, I thought we were primed for Poland here. But B chooses the slowest, most immobile unit in his arsenal against the fast comp. What is he thinking? Okay, so Teuton has another thing. It's not just the Teutonic Knights that are insanely tanky men-at-arms. You also do get armor. So all gold units gain +2 armor. Pretty cool idea there, specifically against Bugatia. Because you're just mitigating their melee damage. It's like, it does make sense in some ways, but also kind of wacky, right? Schlachter are pretty bad against Bugattis. What's the armor? Am I getting mixed up? It's ranged armor for Schlachter, right? I think I said melee earlier. Because one's 3 and one's 12, isn't it? Sorry, no, 8 and 12. 8 and 2. Yeah, you're right. Schlachter would suck. Yeah, so good call. Why did I think that they were melee heavy? Oh, it's because they do well against spears because the damage debuff, right? But still, you are now building the slowest unit in your arsenal against speed. I guess you could always Stonewall. Like, honestly, Stonewalls would be pretty smart. I think Stonewalls is quite often underrated against Ona Bugatia. We'll do a little bit of fast forward again. Oda tactics now on the way. With flank raid coming in, gets blocked out. He needs to lose some units, though. He can't even get Teuton Knights. The problem is you want 1 or 2 Teutons for the Aura. The Aura is pretty effective here. If we went Sergeants, those Teuton Knights would be Giga buff. True. I mean, so would their heavy spears, actually. Because remember, they get 10% more damage, too. The first Teutons are out. Let me see if I can find them. They're very slow, so I'm looking for the slowest moving unit on the minimap. There he is. So they have this aura right here. It's -2 armor. That's a big deal. These Bugatia are going to be made of paper. Oh, yeah, sorry, 15%. I keep forgetting that. I think B's got him. Seriously, this is kind of nuts. He's got 10 melee armor. Oh, my God. And Bugatia strats work until they don't, guys. Yeah, this is where it just starts to feel cheesy, right? You just don't do damage. He's got 9 Bugatia, 9 Musha rather. It's full Bugatia. Louis wasn't ready for a switch. Now the die free, just removing what little remains of the threat. Feminism losing to Chadmet. I mean, it's kind of accurate, right? The full Fem army is losing to the Chads. The morbidly obese Chads that cannot even move at one tile. But it's also more the Angerman spears of the big Chads here. But yeah, 11 melee armor on these. Good God. Oh, hello. The ladies have found something they can be up. Psych. Hospitaler, baby. Zoom, zoom. Yeah, you're almost as quick as Bugatia with Hospitaler Wheelbarrow. And you have 100 health. Like, villagers don't actually die that quickly in hindsight. And it's about to get more ridiculous. Elite army tactics now on the way. Oh. Yes, let's run into the Teutons. They'll like that. I mean, is it me or is Louis just not building new units? It feels like this count's just going down. Partly because he's just losing too much, but also it just seems he's a bit stuck. I mean, most of the map doesn't feel safe now. And what do you build? I don't know what you build against this. Okay, he's going Knights is... Oh, man, that's slow. Guys, I think Knights has a big problem here. You got the damage, you got the armor debuff rather. You got very tunky foot knights that aren't gonna die, and you now somehow have to get a quadrillion knights online in time. Like actually, the thing that might have saved Louis was foot samurai. It's not guaranteed, but at least you'd be able to spam an army faster. Because his gold sucks, guys. He doesn't have enough gold for mass knights. Whereas the samurai would be much cheaper in the gold department. He'd get 3 or 4 of them for every knight cost, right? He almost killed one, guys. He's almost got him. What a big loss that would be as well. Look at this guy's stats. He's been buffing himself up nicely. How many kills? Actually, I think he's only got like 1. Oh, he got none. Okay, well, he's not no buff at all. Yeah, remember, Teuton Knights get damage and health scaling from kills. Problem is, everything else seems to be doing the killing. But B, he may have slipped a game, but it looks like it is going to be a 3-1 victory for him over Louis MT. So Louis will have to find a way of padding his day and improving up against Poppy 4 next. The champ may drop a game, but he ain't going to drop a series that easily. Oh, Archers are gone. It's time to see the Chads. Uh-oh. Big Brother got called. The Mountain Samurai can beat Teuton Knights if it's just that versus that, right? So maybe he can stabilize. Hold on a sec. He's got 29 on gold now. He's got some down here. I think he found gold elsewhere, or he's got more workers. Oh, they got found! The gold gathering has been harassed. So that's going to slow down knight scaling. And we have got fanaticism on the way. This is a big deal, guys. We always forget about this tech. You see right there, it buffs your damage output the lower your health is. It's pretty damn effective on these guys. Look at that. He's got plus 10 damage, plus 15 damage. So when you're at death's door, you take a few with you. Yeah, so he's just going to be spamming non-stop Teuton Knights now, right? Louis' army is non-existent. He's discarded his quantity for just raw quality. But he's switching to crossbows because he can't build gunners. Doesn't exist. Knights Templar don't believe in guns. Nothing manly about shooting a person. You've got to get up in their face and stab them. Please don't demonetize me. And the keep drop is securing the gold and sacred sites. Yeah, gold is not a problem for B, guys. Teuton Knights are over 50% gold cost, and he's got 3,000 gold income. Pilgrimin goes pretty hard. He also has got 3 relics. I don't know how that happened. I feel like that shouldn't have happened. Did he also get the sanctuaries? No, dude. He's been ignoring all the techs. He didn't get treasure towers, so he hasn't been getting more gold there. So you can get even more. He stole the... Oh, that's right. Yeah, we were looking at it here, weren't we? But I mean, I don't know how you get to that point that should be happening, right? Like, Louis' map control looked very good. It does feel like a lot of this comes back to that very zealous Siege workshop commitment early on that backfired. Oh, no, 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 not the treasure caravan! Let him trade! Oh, that's 2,000 resources gone. And we pour popping right now. Gold gathering is just done. And oh, look at that. A great way of just padding the Teuton Knight stats. Worker kills. Samurai. Force the flash here, but these Teuton Knights take so long to die. Guys, they individually have more health than these knights, and they have about the same damage. I wanted to believe in the Mounted Samurai, but dog, it just ain't it. Chad Foot Knights gets the win. Is Teuton actually meta now? All right, that was cool. What do we call that one? Chad Knight's take on feminism. I mean, yeah, I think that works. Or would it be, well, actually, what's better? Chad Knight's take on feminism or Chad Teuton's take? I think Chad Knight's better. All the hate for KT on LAN, but they always seem to perform well. Yeah, it's because we're switching to kind of like a 2TC meta, right? And I think that 100% benefited them. All right, so are we into game one of Le Pupipor and Louis? Doesn't seem so. So I imagine they're drafting and getting underway momentarily. So let me check for their draft now. Yep, they just picked their civs. So let me open these. I need to find all the right tabs because they're scattered all over the place. Hi guys, so exit the game quickly so you can see it. All right, so in terms of what we're going to be seeing here, Hill and Dale opening map. We've got Kawasan, Lipany, Dry Arabian, Borderland for the series. Drafts pretty interesting. Shushi still getting that priority pick. Golden Horde still valued very highly. Macedonian and French. I really love this opening that Louis went for. I'm a big fan of Macedonian French openers. I just think it gives you a lot of robustness on so many different maps. It's also really cool with this draft in particular because he could have drafted for Hill and Dale with French because trade is pretty solid. But instead, something unexpected. Puppy Paw puts a Bastards and Lancaster out there, so not power picks. Gets House Lancaster. Louis opted Atri Macedonians and was given Macedonians. S tier pick, first value pick in drafts, and it's going to be coming out in game one, but I'm not sure how I feel about it on Hill and Dale. Is there ever a world in which Louis does a Varangian spam strat against Lancaster? It seems unlikely because of Lancaster's ability to play around the Abbey of Kings heal scaling. Yeah, curious to see what he's going to cook with, whether it will just be a fast castle build. All right, let's get the game booted up. The boys should be getting into game momentarily. Oh yeah, 2TC enjoying the meta changing. Shocker. You watch, when they nerf 2TC again, he'll come back in. The meta's going to be changing towards Castle Age rushing or whatever. Like, I hate the meta changing. The dualities of playing a game for years. I love this game. I hate this game. All right, so they're getting a lobby now. What I'll do, I can run ads now so you guys don't get them when we're in game. So I'll run a minute and a half ads now, okay? Okay. You hope no? I mean, I think you mean you hope so, that you want it to get nerfed, right? Man, I was so hyped for that Delhi game at the start of the day. And then Tower Victory just done nothing. I think that's my big Saj moment of the day so far. It's like, it could have been so great. It done nothing. What are they waiting for, actually? So other series, by the way, results. I think they're all in from the opening. Yeah, so Kill despite the early game drop to Gully, ends up turning it around very cleanly. 3-1 victory for him. We already watched the end of the BC Corvinus, so 3-1 there. B comes back for the 3-1 against Louis after losing opening game. Anasand is the only person to start the group stage off clean with a 3-0 over Dumu. And then, in terms of series going on now, Vortex Dumu, Lucifron Numidan, Marine Lord Gully, and then Puppy Paw Louis. So we're going to be doing Puppy Paw Louis. In fact, let me just update stream title to live with that. And then if this series ends up being really quick compared to the others, we'll probably hop into Lucifron versus Numidan. And then third series of the day, the goal was to go for Corvinus Numidan. I think that would be a very entertaining series. And then we'll round out with Wham versus Kilyadi. Just looking back at the draft, actually. I think Louis is going to surprise people with the English. He's really freaking annoying with this Civ. I think that's if you're an English fan, that's the other thing you should be excited about with Louis returning to pro play. If there's anyone that was going to be the boogeyman with an English pick, it was him. That guy, he'll literally pick it in situations where most people would say, this just feels like close to a loss. And he somehow, and he always has been this way, he manages to sliver himself into like a 30, 40-minute game and look good because of it. What's up with the boys, though? What's going on? They're just sitting in lobby right now. I want my gem. Oh, this is silver tier, right? I thought silver plays in the weekdays, or is it just open scheduling with the Silver League thing? Oh. Gully maybe get a game from Marine Lord? Nah, probably not. But I think that was the matchup he got earlier against Kilyadi with Golden Horde and HRE and one with HRE. 9. Marley and Ibids are so weird to me. Like, early on, it feels so like it should be bad for Ibids, but then you get to mid-late game, and if you don't hemorrhage, you get to the Manganiques, and that's when Marlians just becomes depressing. Because you build all your buildings together. So you're making your opponent's life really easy to blow everything up. What are we waiting for? I don't know. I'm assuming Louis is like, let me just quickly stretch my legs or whatever. Or it's possible Louis went for a power meal for a sec. Because, like, what's the time for him right now? Isn't it something like 2 a.m.? Probably midnight-ish to 1 a.m., actually. But yeah, it's definitely not early. You just got to get used to these time zones, man. Don't have a social life. Don't talk to your family. Be awake between midnight and 8 a.m. What a life. All right, the boys are a go. Game now launching. Yeah, look, that's what I mean. There's no observe game anymore. For some stupid reason, they removed it, I think. Like, why doesn't that work? Or is it because it hasn't loaded yet? Let's have a look. No, it's there. It's literally right there, but you can't... I don't know. Whatevs. Oh, did you guys see? Guild Wars 3 got announced yesterday. Let's go. Dude, I straight away was on Twitter. I was like, please be Guild Wars 1. Please be a Guild Wars 1. Please be a Guild Wars 1. I'll be over the moon if it's like Guild Wars 1. Oh, they're not streaming with delay, which is weird. I'm pretty sure they're meant to stream with delay. All right, can we get predictions up, please? Let's get ready to go. I am shocked and appalled. Overpowered Civ, and it didn't get banned out. Macedonians coming through. One and all, welcome back to the channel for your daily dose of Age of Empires action. Louis MT returns to pro play in the group stage of the S-tier tournament. He opens the series in the TL playing the Macedonians. On the other side, Puppy Paw takes to the field with House of Lancaster looking to turn a House of L's into House of W's. Map is going to be Hill and Dale, and I think that's why this was allowed. Macedonians on this map probably don't have as much dominance as they normally would, considering they typically rely on their heavy cav. But interesting opening. Dark Age Rush from Puppy Paw does get scoured early by Louis. Question now is, what does he want to do? Does he want to build an outpost to try and defend himself? Does he actually want to try and out-aggro? Instead, it looks like he's going to be pivoting more into gold. Oh, it's going to be V for victory walls. That makes sense. I was about to say, because like he hasn't got the wood to go for a Varangian. He already committed to a mill, as well as the war camp. So instead, he's going to have to move off of his deer, which does suck. Honestly, I'd say for Puppy Paw, this is kind of worth then. Like, forcing the short walls, then stunting the gathering on deer is pretty valuable. So in terms of game strats and win conditions, I wonder what we're going to be getting here, because my instincts are that for Macedonians, Castle Age Rush is what you're looking for. There are certain Civ matchups where we see Varangian guard spam. I don't really know if you want to be doing that here against Lancaster, though, because of their effective HB. Remember, Lancaster only has one way to play still, and that's around the Lords of Lancaster. So if they're going to be threatened and feudal, they're just going to be blobbing with this big blob of health compared to... Yeah, and also it's Fort Gold, which... I guess it brings its risks either way. Whether you have Varangian or Fast Castle, this gold is a risk. So a reminder, for those that haven't seen Hill and Dale in a while, you only get a 4K on your high ground, and then one solitary big tree line with some small scattered ones. So over the years, it's been evolved a lot. I mean, this used to have 8K gold veins, which was so stupid, and double fat tree lines. So, you know, it was a very turtly map to a ridiculous degree. Because it used to be there was more choke points. It used to be there was more resources on the high ground. You could just not come out, and it made for some pretty toxic gameplay. Interesting trait post, by the way. Yeah, is this EGC's version? It is. So this is intentional. Because ladder Hill and Dale typically can spawn the trade post like here, but that makes trading better. So EGC Hill and Dale is intentionally going to be worse off for trade boom, which is probably why we won't see many French picks on this map. Drome on the way. Abiv King's the Mirror, and it is going to be 3 villages on stone. 3 on stone isn't 2 TC macro, right? This is just for a mana. He does need to drop a mining camp, though. He needs 100 stones, quite a lot. So that's interesting. There's difference already. We've been seeing a lot of players going towards 2 TC Lancaster at the moment. Maybe we get it? He's got 4 on stone now. My only thought is if you do go 2 TC, your opponent gets to very freely go Castle Age. Scouts, how did they do on Sheeppool? Fairly close. Actually, exactly close. 21-17 split. So Lancaster got half of the sheep. Because although they got 4 more, it's because they start with 4 more sheep. Oh, did we do predictions yet? I don't think we did. Well, it's Hill and Dale, so we've still got like a million years of in-game time. So here you go. So what do I prefer? Do I actually prefer Castle Rush versus 2TC or Castle Rush versus All-In? I feel like you can do a lot of damage if you All-In. Probably the concern is feeding runestones and also the Ridari champion that comes out, right? Like that is a kill point for feudal. It's a very big power spike for Macedonians. So this is definitely 2TC. You can see by the stone gathering still going on. So tech up completes. Probably not even going to be rushing a mana. I feel like a lot of people skip the mana to get the town center up faster. Not 2TC win again. That's right. We're going to be sick of this after just 1 tournament. Actually, outside of the joke of saying that, there's a high probability that that could be the case. Well, you guys, like, 1's in chat if you like 2TC meta. 2's if you hate it. Wall's going to keep getting repaired. Louis not going to let him in. Louis can have about, what, 8 workers, 9 workers on this gold without the walls getting in the way. So he's pretty cozy. Yeah, so 2TC versus Fast Castle confirmed. Nothing else going to happen. I think we are like a minute out from live. So sorry, let me just catch up those few seconds. I already forgot to do that start. And, ooh, that's interesting. Louis, he added in a Bug Muffin. So one of the archers, basically. Only one, though, right? So it's just to prevent harassment towards the Spiel villager situation. Puppy Paw, town center drop on the deer. Yeah, this makes sense. The delayed timing, so, you know, why wouldn't he just went deer straight away? One, for this, but two, your sheep gathering rate is really good. So sheep is 0.75, deer is 0.84 gathering. But you get 20% increased gathering speed off of sheep with Lancaster, which is just insane. So that ends up being faster than going on deer anyway. Like your optimal gathering speed is actually on sheep. It's very weird with Lancaster. Gully won game 1 against Marine Lord. Dude, I called it. Is HRE Golden Horde, right? I was like, I think Marine Lord will do better, but if there's going to be a game. So that's now Gully 2 for 2 with HRE versus Golden Horde. He Burgrave makes sense. Like, I think most civs trying to fast castle lose to Golden Horde because they tech up and they just have nothing to show for it against a dive. But if you go Burgrave men at arms with heavy maces, you can beat the crap out of the divers, right? Like most civs in that situation would not benefit as much from men at arms. They'd probably be doing spears, and spears get countered by archers. All right, Golden Horn Tower coming up. That should safely go up. It's going to be a little bit annoying for the workers there. The Lord starts to arrive. Although he does have the moot speed to move away. Puppy Paw's not too far behind on his own tech timing, by the way. This very fast castle is what Macedonians do. He's going to lock in so much value as well. 8k gold and the berries is important because he just pulled an absurd amount of workers to do this. Seriously, guys, like look at it. It's 19 workers. I think if you didn't have gold berries here like this, you wouldn't have made that play at all. Right? Like maximum you could afford to walk out there would have been 10. Because you don't need crap loads of gold. You need loads of gold and food. And White Tower at home. So Puppy Paw just playing the standard. Interesting, actually, because like some players would prefer to go for King's College when you have 2TC. But I think he's just respecting how strong Radari are. Right? There's a real risk he gets dove. Louis. Is it going to be anything but Radari? Radari archers can make sense. I think early on Radari is just nice to secure the map. What I'd like to see is Louis kind of prioritizing and timing around relics. Because when your opponent's 2TC on a map like Hillendale, you should be able to get relics. No monastery yet, though. Wait, oh, he's fimping. Yeah, it's a fimp build. He's fast imping. All right, no relics either. As greedy as can be. And what is that? Is that my boy Robbo? What is up, buddy? Thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. Welcome all the footy fans. Can I get Robbo a partnership with goals, please? I'll work on it. We'll see what we can do. We had something in the works, and then some middleman agency was like, we don't need more people, i.e. they forgot to respond to the email. But those that have not seen this game before, this is a real-time strategy game. This is the latest Age of Empires. Age of Empires 4. There's a $25,000 S-tier tournament going on right now. Group stage happening. We've got the #1 ranked player in China playing up against the #1 ranked player in Canada. Wow. Joint #1. He has a twin who's also just as good. Archer range is coming in. So what's happening right now, the guy in teal, he's going for Age 4 rush. He's just teching. So there's this kind of cheesy build where you get these really, really powerful heavy horse units. And then you just spam the crap out of them. Because you only need to get silver, and you get silver whenever you gather gold. For Puppy Paw, I mean, he went 2TC. 2 town center is going to give you a lot of workers to gather more resources, but it means you're going to be so slow to mirror this timing. I think there's a very big risk that he just starts getting hard dove. But in fairness to Puppy Paw, we're playing on a map that's very defensive because you have these cliffs you can't bypass. So if he walls up, the fast Imperial build that Louis is going for should be less effective. What's up, Sanger? You love how many different pigeon-themed gifts I've got? Dude, you gotta. Pigeons are awesome. They're the rats of the sky, but they are adorably goofy in their own way. Unlike seagulls. Seagulls are the assholes of the sky. If you're a seagull fan, you can just leave now. Does anyone here actually like seagulls? Like, don't get me wrong, you probably find it funny when you see, like, the clips of, like, them snatching a bag of chips from someone, like a kid or whatever, but... I thought wasps were the assholes of the skies? No, wasps are pricks. They're the pricks in the sky. Seagulls are they're not fantastic. Your opinion on seagulls change when you watch one literally murdering a pigeon that is already injured on the floor. That's when you change your mind entirely. Seagulls are just good for comical moments. Like, what? There's a guy who... He's eating his food and a seagull just flies over and tries to grab it. And he just grabs the seagull by the legs and then walks over to his son that's in the truck and throws the seagull in and closes the door. I shouldn't laugh. It's just saying, like, it's such bad parenting, but admittedly, comically unexpected. Okay, so Fast Imperial complete, at least in terms of gathering. Palatine School now on the way. So this is what allows him to spam out the best heavy cav unit you can get. Puppy Paw is building a pretty diverse army. We've got Spears, we've got Yeoman, we've got Olsgard. It's just a littering of everything. What are mosquitoes? Suckers. They're the Dysons of your vein. Good friend that studies pigeons at nearby university says they're one of the most intelligent birds. Well, no, of course they are. But, like, that's to be expected because of all the AI chips installed in their brains because they're all surveillance devices. Try listening to Canadian geese honking every morning? I haven't had that experience. But my country has an interesting relationship with geese, right? Oh, sorry, no, swans I'm thinking of. We can't punch us. If you punch a swan, then Her Majesty's Secret Service appears out of nowhere and just, like, assassinates you. Or His Majesty, rather. Imagine losing potential subs because you can't hide your speciesism against seagulls. They're assholes. Dude, I always say one of my great regrets is not being involved in the Overwatch scene so that I could have a pretend grudge with a seagull. Because he's, like, one of the most wholesome and wonderful people that, like, I've seen on Twitch streams. Never met him, so maybe it's just a face, but, like, he seems like a wonderful guy. He just chose an asshole bird. Okay, so Relic's coming home. I'm shocked he's the one who's able to get them. Army patrolling well. We have got upgrades coming in. Ridari going to get juiced up. So this is just full heavy cav and nothing else. I think the thing that makes this so good for Macedonians is usually when you go just one unit type like this, you get counted hard. But the best counters are individually bad, like one Spearman will not beat one Ridari, or you build range and melee. But the cool thing about building Cataphracts and Ridari is Cataphracts have the trample ability, so they can just charge past the melee to get to somewhere else in the fight. That's significant. It means with these super juiced up units, you can maximize your damage in a way that most melee fighter comps can't. And then the final detail, the cherry on top, is just the silver, right? Like, when you build like this, you only have to spend your silver to scale one style of unit. It makes them gigabot. Wonder, there might be some Football Manager fans that actually quite like this, considering its strategy as well, right? Sadly, there's no football. Cataphracts, oh my god, they're feasting. Custom reinforcements. Dive's coming in though. Puppy Paw. Not looking to be outdone. Looks to target down the stronghold. So he's diving the main base here. Army's coming back though. They are outnumbered. They've got Tier 2 coming in on the tech. Eco Def is huge. It's meant to be. It's 2 TC, right? I just like the way that Puppy Paw has played this, where he hasn't tried to mirror the tech. He's just trying to blob mass. Because if he goes for tech, this army will be too big. And there's the trample. He gets to the backside, muddies the affair. The lords, though, oh my lord. These guys with the crowns are buffing up the health of everything in this fight. Were buffing up the health of everything. God. Oh my god, these things. These things are inhuman. Cataphracts with 425 HP. They were a quintuplet, but they ate all of their brothers and sisters in embryo. Freaking gigantism kicking in here. He needs more, though. Like, it's a good start, but now you need to find more. I think the problem here as well, what would have been nice is monks. But because he forfeited relics and Puppy Paw got them, he doesn't have a reason to build monks. So although that fight looked disgusting, chat, the scary part is next. It's like, okay, disgusting fight, great. What about our health? You know, this is like manly Slavic man that lives in the woods but no healthcare versus noodle arm guy in Britain that lives in a major city, but every time we get ill, we just go into the hospital or the doctors because it's free. Right? That's essentially what you have here. So if you're the very strong Slavic lad, you need to make sure you're eliminating us every time. Also, there's a lot of us, I guess, is the other part of the analogy. And yes, you get these guys with only silver. So if you just vomit gold gathering, you will get a lot of them. The challenge is scaling your techs and getting them. Like, he's only added in 3 new ones so far. But it's strategic. The way you layer these, right, is the whole idea is these are now almost dead. So you want to now build a new wave that are fresh for the fight. And then you want to try and focus fire onto them each time. The problem you have is Puppy Paw has scaled the correct comp. Crossbows will be able to snipe all the injured. Like, on approach, Louis should be losing 2 knights before he touches anything. There's 1. And there's 2. Honestly, good trade already for Puppy Paw. If he just targets down the 3 or 4 injured knights, it's a great trade. There you go, he's targeting now. Oh, misclick there. No, don't click the scout. The scout's a bad idea. Crossbows get another. Won't be able to get an additional. Maybe. Yes, he gets another. Okay, that's big. Like, it looks terrible for the amount of losses, but honestly, that's pretty big. Because remember, he's far ahead on work account. He can afford silly losses like that. Has got the lords coming in again. A lot of gold gathering. I kind of feel Louis being forced to react instead of do. Someone should need to put a Yoda voice on as they do that. Do, not react. I need to practice my Yoda, don't judge. I need to pull up a Yoda, like, you know, and listen in a bit. If you want a Jar Jar, we can do that. He has got another group of cadders coming out, so back up to 8. Have we got any farms yet? Because, like, the food is going to run out soon. Stonewalls is pretty smart here. Because, like, then he can focus on raiding. He had to come back to deal with the exposure point, but if he gets Stonewalls up, he can ignore his base. That's the idea. We don't have any walls up! It's okay, it's okay. They're not going to go in. That one tree. He had faith. MVP right there. Everyone get their KP camos. That one tree just saved his game. Puppy Paw farm count's looking pretty good now, right? Yeah, up to 18. He's got the manners buffing his income as well. Remember, you get food and wood for every nearby villager off these. Not crazy. It's only 3 food, 2 wood. Honestly, I think it used to be 4, right? I don't know why they nerfed that again. Pigeon nests are not impressive. Bro, we don't need to be. People just make us huts and cages, and then we just live in them. Domesticated life ain't so bad, you know? Cadders? Oh. I'm glad they haven't got cataracts. They realized that was a bad idea. They do back away. But yeah, Puppy Paw's ready to go imp soon. He'll be imp in the next minute and a half. This is pretty scary. I don't think you can win a direct fight now if you're losing. And this is the thing that makes Lancaster a good pick here in the way he played this. Like, Dry Arabia, I think he's in trouble. Hill and Dale is just so campy. I hate playing versus Puppey. I know, right? It's like, I hate it when you play against someone who knows all your strats. It's like they're in your head. It's like your twins. That continues. Bunch of workers going down there. Wololo. Let's just club that bad boy down. So it gets rid of the threat. Louis. Okay, he's ringing Rosie, the army. He's away from them now. This is the way you can win. You have to just keep cutting them down in small groups. Problem is, Puppey Paw has so much economy that everything you kill is instantly replaced, right? It's like the Hydra head. Games made for modern times be conservative, liberals, and Tifa. Okay. What you're saying is asymmetrical design goes so hard it needs someone for everything. 600 food versus 2.1k, but he's got 725 silver a minute, wham. He's up to 13 cataphracts. Are you telling me cataphracts are not OP? Guys, we're 22 minutes into the game. He's Imp Macedonians and he's still only tier 2 cav tech. Who cares? Build more cataphracts. Crossbows do get cut a bit, but I mean, once again, it's a good trade. He kills what? 3 cannons, I think 2 Radari. He loses 2 or 3 villagers, maybe 5 or 6 crossbows. Like, that's hell of a good trade. Has he stone? He hasn't even... Like, this is the stupidest part. There are no stone walls from Puppey Paw at all, despite the fact it would make the most sense for him. Louis hasn't been able to break a wooden wall. And the Barky boys coming in. That's... I mean, that is respect shown. Castle drop into Berkshire drop because he knows that a dive there would be costly. In fairness, Louis has kept the eco difference low, but then you remember that it's 4 relics and sacred sites now as well. And then you also remember that it's manners. And manners make of the man here. It's giving him a lot of extra resource gen, right? 50, 28 here. And he's getting up 56, 32 here. Where's his other manners? So I said he had 4. One on the fort he's moved out of, but like, there you go. Drops 1 over here. That one's gonna, with the villagers coming back over, be about an extra 100 resources. He's chilling. You want 3 more catters or 5% more health? I mean, you need enough catters to go for the health is the problem, right? That running back. Double castle may be overly ambitious even for cataphracts. But we have 440 HP. For now. Oh, God. What? Golden Horn Tower down. No, the knights. Okay, he moves away just in time there. That was almost a pin. Radari cutting down some woodcutters. He's going to force Puppey Paw to react. But this isn't bad for him. Waiting is good. He's got elite techs coming. Castle drop in from Louis. Pushing continues. Vet spears, gone elite. And the cataphracts need to go home. They're done. They won't be able to hold this for much longer. He needs more troopers. Problem is his army is in the mid-map right now doing... Oh, God. Look at this health. What they're doing is trying not to die, chat. You see this count? On raw HP, almost half of what it actually is. You know, if you pull the health pool together. Starting to clap for a few more here. I think that's going to be burn on the castle now. Louis idling out about 7th of his economy. Life comes fast. I mean, this is the nightmare situation. Like, he can't get new cavalry out. And his SAS brigade over here aren't going to last much longer. No, special Greek forces are in trouble. There's another white tower over here. Like, there's just too many castles around him that are slowly grinding him down. This is over. Macedonians, not OP, guys. Just pick Lancaster. You know what is OP? 2 TC meta. That's another 2 town center win. I like how he shows the respect. Like, no more cataphracts, please. Please, no more cataphracts. And the poorest Lancaster lore in this one. Last of the Raiding Knights done. Louis MT has nothing left to play with. GG gets called. Macedonians are thumbs down. And 2TC a big thumbs up. You know what you call that one? It's like Macedonians dead, 2TC meta begins. Loose strat is a bit questionable. Well, I mean, what else do you do there against 2TC? Oh, you mean the fact only heavy cav? Like, it's hard to transition. The whole idea with that build, the whole cheesiness of that build is that you literally just spam and overwhelm your opponent, right? But it's like, it's 2TC. What transition are you going to make that you aren't going to get counterplayed on, I guess, is the problem. I think the bigger problem there, again, like, I think the bigger problem in that situation, Louis never really went for a real raid until his opponent had walked into the middle of the map and had too many workers anyway, right? Like, he wasn't able to get in. It's just the nature of the map. Like, I think it's a very different game if you're in Dry Arabia compared to Hill and Dale, right? Because then you have all these extra angles you're going to hit from. You have a lot less safety and funneling. That's when night civs feel a lot better. But let's see what the boys have got in mind. So they're getting into game now, which means we've got a sec to check that clip I just got sent. Where was it? Let me find it earlier. What was this captions crap? Yeah, so he went Burgrave Rush, right? I think it makes a lot of sense. HRE, like, he's already won with this against Kilyadi in the same matchup, right? On a map like Gorge as well, because you're just so exposed. So yeah, you just, like, 15 minutes in, you just ultra fast castle, I guess. I guess he doesn't even build much in the... Maybe you could, like, add a Rax and add a few spears in Dark Age. But that's kind of it. No, I like this. It makes sense, because, like, Golden Horde is just always waiting for you to tier. But if it's Burgrave, Rosh, HRE, what do you do? You're not really going to dive Spear / Men at Arms well. Usually you have Archer, Tortugud, so, like, Spears would suck. But, like, the Men at Arms, because if you have Burgrave, you get faster tiering. You can spam out 6 or 7, get Veterancy, and then rush Heavy Maces, right? I'm guessing that's what he done here. Anyway, back in we go. Time for the next game. What, you think this Wham guy's bias? Ah, dude, no. Because, like, W and P are more than 4 letters away from each other in the alphabet, so he's not biased. Six or 7? Yeah, before you, like, you get 6 or 7 men at arms, and then you vet them, and then by the time you're at, like, 10 or 11, I'd say, usually you're probably thinking heavy maces. Because if you get veterancy and you don't have any men at arms, it kind of sucks. Right? Like, it depends. It varies. Like, if you're literally being dove and they're on top of you, probably veterancy first could make sense. But otherwise, if they're not filling your base, like, it's nice to have the option of actually having units to use before veterancy. It's like, do you build 20 archers and then vet, or do you get vet and then build 20 archers, right? Same kind of thought process. Usually it comes down to situations as well, like I said. Like, a perfect example is usually Burgrave rushes. You always build the men at arms first because you're running across the map towards them. But yeah, it'll depend on, like, situations a bit. But I'd say that's usually the metrics that feel good. The boys are in. Oh, God, this is trash. I think Louis is going to get 2-0'd. I mean, I'm an unbiased caster. Know that if this video makes it to YouTube, Japan has finally solved Golden Horde. One and all, welcome back to the channel for your daily dose of Age of Empires 4 action. In the red, playing as a Golden Horde, it's none other than Poppy Paw, here to lay down the Golden Horde lore up against Japan, a civ that has been crying into a bucket. There's so many tears in there whenever they face this civ. Manned by none other than China's #1 ranked player, Louis MT, in the teal as we head into Dry Arabia. And we are going to be kicking off with a Rax Dark Age Rush that unfortunately doesn't have the best of spawns for it, guys. No, Golden Horde 11 life. It's a back Uvu spawn, which is going to make this more tricky to rotate, even more so when you look at the gold position as well. Oh, wait, did I already put 2? Whoops. Mistype. Rigged. Yeah, I mean, it's not a stretch to imagine this being a 2-0. We've seen a bunch of Golden Horde Japanese games, and it doesn't go well for Japan. The problem for Japan is, like, your instinct in this matchup is to fast castle. But if you fast castle, you are going to be dove. Golden Horde will stick their scuba gear on, and they'll go deep. They'll have the extra +1/+1 armor. They'll have these very tanky knights, and they'll have archers. Now, those tanky knights have been nerfed again, so a little bit weaker for that dive. But I still worry for Japan. I also think Feudal Age is a bit too hard to play. Because if you mass Yuumi, Golden Horde actually have really good answers, because not only do they already have those heavy cav units, but the archers will get +1 armor, and Yuumi have lower base armor base damage anyway, right? So yeah, the only thing I could think that could make sense for Japan is like this idea of you could try Horseman and focus raiding, or if you're gonna go for Castle Age, maybe just trying Samurai. Still a weird balance on food and gold potentially, but it does feel like there's more sanity than Mountain Samurai. Like, I've even seen people try Onimusha, and once again, the archers just clap back. Mass Feudal Samurai beat it. When did B do it? Is that recent? Feudal Samurai would be interesting. Especially now with the Tortugud being nerfed. Like, what is their base HP down by? It lost an extra 20, right? So Tortugud are a little bit plastic on health compared to where they were. It took a long time. It took a lot of nerfs. And that really says everything. This is the second Golden Horde game I've seen this week where it was building carts instead of Tortugud and Khan. So apparently, the nerfs were ample. Because we're finally getting the other choice being made. Building carts gives you 2 military buildings, so you can instantly start deploying into production structures. They're very slow. They take about 30 seconds to unpack, but it does save you a worker building. And it also allows you to branch into 2 unit types straight away. 30 seconds to unpack as well? Yeah. It's just egregious. I get the concern, but I think you have 2 branches as the developer when you're designing that building carts option. You either make them fast moving or fast deployed. And instead, the designer on this one decided to make the building carts slow and slow deployed. So it's very awkward. What I do like building carts for, though, is the additional age up building carts, because it's really good for pivoting into these relic rushes. Like, if we start to move towards a meta where people Castle Age rush with Golden Horde for relics, I think you'll start to see building carts be a big part of it. So, Stone was denied. Louis off to a great start. Moves over to the gold now. What? I'm trying to think, Louis... Why all this gold? Wait, sorry, my brain, I'm looking on the wrong side. That's why. Yeah, Louis gold coming in Kurosawa's. I don't know why my brain got mixed up with Golden Horde looking at them. Oh, this is Fast Castle. Did he scout the building carts? He did, right? Okay, so before with Khan and Tortugud, this was sanctioning death upon yourself, right? I think with the new Golden Horde strat of what he's doing here, less so. I mean, there's still the armor threat, but the Khan and Tortugud aren't going to be his friend. Batu Khan already hit the field. Tortugud not going to be coming anytime too soon. Uvu, as he getting burned, did hit his timings. A nice play there. Puppy Paw. He pulls one sheep onto the Gur. They are masters of this after all. They were the ones that brought in the Marleyan pit mine defense, if you guys remember, where you drop a mill in tower. So, of course, they just instinctively do that. Because remember, Gurs are universal drop-off buildings, so you can drop anything in them. Kura slogging along. Actually adds 3. Okay, so not full fast castle, but mass samurai. And the mass samurai, like, when did B do this strat, Billy? Was this pre-nerf to Khan and Tortugud? Because if it worked then, it'll work better now. Because you'll have less Tortugud than you used to, right? Yeah, he sees the Sams. Like 2 to 4 months ago, not recent. Was he consistently doing it? Because he never pulled that out in the LAN, right? But I guess he didn't have the matchup. So yeah, this will be even stronger then. You have got the Karash coming in now, so Puppy Paw getting them early. Was online, got you. And now Stables for Puppy Paw. So he's going cash. That does make a lot of sense. Louis could think about Spear Samurai, but I think maybe instead you just take this opportunity to start focusing on tech. Because if your opponent's going Keshiks, that doesn't scale fast. Not with Golden Horde, right? Yeah, and he does have arrow slits on the way. Second outpost, I like that. He just adjusts the positioning. It makes it harder to garrison for safety, but it just gives you more protection on the back here. I think he noticed the small tree line, so he can force a wider rotation if Puppy Paw doesn't want to take damage. Did we sell predictions on this one? We didn't. Whoops, we didn't even pay out on the last one. All right, one's in chat if you think that Puppy Paw is gonna... Sorry, one's in chat if you think Louis is gonna win. Two's in chat if you think Golden Horde Puppy Paw is gonna win. I'm not sure I like this right now for Puppy Paw. I mean, if there's anyone that should know the ins and outs of Foot Samurai, I feel like it's the Canadians. They do Foot Samurai strats more consistently than most pro players I can think of. Arrow slits. Coming in. Does snipe out on the crash already. Remember, the dive is only made feasible by the extra armor. Otherwise, it gets quite expensive, especially double tower. I wonder if Puppy Paw is going to have to consider Rams. Then again, Rams against Samurais. Not easy. I guess with Keshik support, feasible. But we do have the Blacksmith dropped. Keshiks plus Tortugud on the way. So he's getting that double pump timing, right? 2 Keshiks, 2 Tortugud. Louis, just the sliver of gold remaining to get so he can start that tech up. And then we reach his true final form because he will be going into the depths of Temple of LOL quality. No, I'm kidding. I can't finish that statement. I can't even. But guys, he has heavy cav. It's so good. No. Floating gate on the way. Louis wants to win the series, chat. Camp on the tree line. I mean, it stops Yuumi production, right? But I don't think Louis wanted Yuumi production anyway. And chops the trees. Would love to see just a short wall here so you can't dive past because it's loose against the TC, right? I feel like these short walls are always quite underrated in these situations. Especially when you're against infantry. Louis. He's going to get dove in a sec, right? Surely Puppy Paw. He hasn't been building just to stare. But split forces is hard. I don't think this is ever diving double tower. So unless we've got siege engineering, which we don't, gonna have to flip the script. I don't know, man. It's kind of weird because Puppy Paw is split his troops like you would to block resources, but we're not really blocking much. Louis, he's got 7 sheep left, so there's a risk on food. But I actually like what he done there. He pivots. The food becomes a problem if you scale Samurai, Less so with Mountain Samurai because that's closer to a 50-50 balance between food and gold. And he has got more gold access than food. Yeah, it's actually pretty crafty. Especially when you realize that Poppy Paw didn't even bother to harden his spears until now. Also, great idea there. Keep the Batsukan away. 10% may not seem like a lot on feudal damage levels, but every little counts here. Mount Samurai soon. I mean, Poppy Paw. This is the thing that feels weird about Golden Horde. If you can't hit that dive point, you can't just tech. It feels like the hardest civ in the game to do that with, actually. Like, there's other civs that take a long time to tech, but they benefit from details such as better economy. Like, look at Abbasids, for example. Sorry, I'm just going to scare this away. He's going to commit, though. And there's a Vet Samurai, too, so he's got the full heavy comm. This is looking pretty bad for the Canadian. Oh, he's still investing. He's not saving. And now it feels like the cat has been let out of the bag. You can't turn against this, right? Even though they've got no ranged armor upgrade, no melee armor upgrade, like, you just don't have damage. This is hemorrhaging troops. Louis probably, yeah, he's already snatched a relic back. And he has got farmhouse drop as well. So he realizes the food is kind of slim. Fixing that quickly. Good micro away on the Injured Knights. He can just take over the Vet Samurai now. Does trap one of his own Mounted Samurai. Keshik's trying to come in to assist here. Start to back off a little bit. And there's that damage buff. Got to be a little bit worried about that. Because Keshiks are getting the +2 damage. Just trying to buy a little bit of time to get away from the Spearman, though. The deflective armor makes this more awkward. Like, you used to just back away for 8 seconds to re-engage. Now you have to hard commit. But with the Mounted Samurai assistance there from the Uma Bannerman, that should be the head cracker. Pulls away the injured as well. So micro on point. Louis just one by one retreating. Puppy Paw does manage to scare him off. But if these knights all get home, you know what happens next. I mean, he's got monks ready to receive, right? I think they've just gone off for more relics. Yeah, one's coming back here, one here. But when they get home, full rejuvenation possible. The other cool thing about playing Japan is the deflective armor. Like, even though your health is close to non-existent here, you can still take a really big hit because it's deflected. Oh, hello. Spike towards the deer. I will allow him to snipe out the priest, but keeps the workers alive. Income about to ramp up. I wonder if there's ever a world in which Louis adds in Onimusha. It's fragile, but the interesting thing about Onimusha here is your opponent has plastic knights. Onimusha disintegrate Keshiks. And it keeps you mobile. The alternative that would make more sense for Louis would just be Yuumi, because, you know, he's got plenty of wood nearby, but the food is a bit more of a struggle, as we're seeing. Really needs to start banking those relics. Power upgrades coming in. Spring upgrade on the way. Notice that Louis doesn't really want the fight. He just wants to stop that. The burn. Puppy Paw reads right through it. Good denial of resource on the left flank in the meantime. Archer's trying to poke through the space. Spring on placement is now in. Forces the Keshiks to react. So he's just looking for those short-range pokes. Spear's coming in as well. That is going to force attention. Let's get a few stabs out with his own Spearman. Clash underway. The sprint placement's a big deal here. The Mounted Samurai do have the hard commit this time. The spear count looking quite limited for Puppy Paw. He's only got one on the front line now. The Mounted Samurai are able to pull away. So this is what I mean about Springalds, man. Springald Towers win more games than they should, to be honest with you. It's insane. The damage just adds up so fast. I mean, you can 2-hit archers. You can, like, what, 4-hit Keshiks? It's 5, actually. But with great ease, able to penetrate. Pekka's going to come in. Louis has lost all army, though. And Puppy Paw. I got to give him props for this. That tower may have been a nuisance, but god damn these numbers. Louis hasn't diversified. He didn't go back for Foot Samurai. He hasn't gone Yuumi. It's just Mounted Samurai. And at this point, it's starting to feel a bit arrogant, right? Like the approach of like, man, Samurai just win, dude. Just build more. But Golden Horde just build. It's all they need to do. Onimusha would kill everything. They would be like risky with those archers, but you're right, there's not archers now. There is a lot of spearmen, but you can kill them slowly. I think for Louis, there's a panic in his mind because he doesn't have a lot of food, so he feels like he has to go. You know? And it's happening again. No, Onimusha is the crossbow horseback. Like, I get what you're saying, but I think when he was originally contemplating it, there was like 10 plus archers, so it was a bit dangerous. Now, Mount Samurai. I mean, they're trying to cut reinforcements, but too little, too late. The villagers did scramble away, but double Tortugud found them. Like, the thing with what Louis is doing, it makes sense when you're hitting your opponent and you're hitting their reinforcements, but he hasn't been able to do that. Not since the Foot Samurai died. I mean, then he was trying for main fights, right? Very different game to the style I feel like we've been seeing. Like, the Samurai mixed it up a bit. At least early. But now we're just kind of in standard Golden Horde Japan territory. This is why fast castling doesn't work against them. I mean, this time it's Spear, Keshik. It used to be Tortugud Archers. But no matter like what they seem to adjust, the thing that Golden Horde thrives on is punishing fast casting sims. Especially this one. Now the burn coming through. Outposts. Not going to get any upgrades whatsoever. Denial there. Villagers trying to scramble away. Mountain Samurai forced to engage. Two of them get pinned and killed. And now the damage buffer comes through. Keshik getting the +2. The Yumi switch is there for Louis, but it's so late. Too late. At this point, we're approaching full snorkel dive. Yumi are frontlining. Never see that happening. And GG gets cooled. Times are changing, but one truth remains. Golden Horde can still very easily have Japan's number. Poppy gonna sweep Louis? I mean, it's kind of playing that way. I don't know. I'm a little bit surprised that like Louis did just hard commit to the Mount Samurai. I wonder what the thought process was. There's other civs there that would have started to think about tech, and that's where Mount Samurai makes sense, is you catch them trying to tech and you dive. But Golden Horde is one of the hardest civs to justify a fast tech switch with. Like, you just normally want to ape click your opponent. Yeah, I think like Samurai, Yumi, Onimusha, like all those things could have been more beneficial. Probably Yumi Samurai might have been the special recipe. Like, it's still a bit annoying for your Yumi because your opponent gets the +1 aura, but that becomes a bit negligible when you get veterancy for Yumi in, and then the Bannerman, right? It's just a bit of a weird game. But Puppy Paw looking bloody strong. Where are we going next? So we've got Kawasan, Boldland, and Lipany left over. Louis picks French Chinese. Chinese get sniped. Puppy Paw chooses Ayabid Shushi. Ayabids is allowed. Shushi gets sniped. So French versus Ayu. In theory, this is a good matchup for you. Like, golf clappers. I imagine we're looking at Boldland as well, which can actually potentially be even better for French. Whether you go Pro Scouts or play Pocket Eco, I prefer Pocket Eco and just kind of like playing tight in the center. Scatbrain's favorite map is Kawasan and favorite civ is Malians. What, you didn't know that? Did you lose to him? So, Scatbrain usually likes water maps. Actually, most of the 3D clan members really like water maps. Cat was insanely obsessed with water maps. In fact, I remember him and Wham arguing in Discord channels about more or less water maps. in rotation. Wham wanted less and Cat wanted more. Cat was like the type of person, like, if 90% of the maps were water maps, I'd be happy. I think Scatterbrain is pretty chill about the idea of water maps as well. Like, I feel like a lot of tournaments I've seen him in, when there's Archipelago, he picks Archipelago. I enjoy water. I do too when I'm thirsty. Alright, looks like the game is up. I enjoy, like, certain details about it. I just think when it's only water, it kind of sucks because it's too linear in certain ways. There's a lot of micro, but, like, you know, the options available to you. Water on a map like Holy Island, very cool. Oh, there we go. It's like, yeah, you have these 3 unit types, and it seems cool because, like, you have 3 unit types on land, but, like, you have so much more diversity in what you can do with that. Whereas all civs are kind of baked similar in water, because anytime they try to bake a civ differently, like Byzantines, it doesn't really work. All right. NA, rise up. I should have the national anthem playing. Actually, for, like, considering how popular Call of Duty is there, this is kind of is your national anthem now. Puppy Paw into game number 3 with the Iabids in the red. Louis MT on the other side on Borderland has French in the teal. Folks, this is an interesting one. Iabids has a lot of thumbs up against French. A Camel Civ versus a pure heavy cav Civ doesn't sound like a fun party for the Frenchmen. But there are twists and turns. We've actually seen ways that players can sliver out of this. And in fact, Louis MT is one of the more infamous players for getting out of the early mid game and coming out ahead against Iabids. But he's going to have to work hard here because Puppy Paw is looking on form and clean. 2-0 up and still big question marks on whether Louis MT, the #1 Chinese player, is truly back. Welcome back to the channel, folks. Yeah, a rough start to the tournament for Louis MT. I mean, he did get a win already, but it wasn't a clean... Oh, sorry, no, it was a loss, wasn't it? Yeah, he's heading for 2 losses now. B beat him 3-1, and now Puppy Paw's on course to beat him 3-0. This is not what the Chinese fans were looking for, so Louis needs to dig deep and dig fast. It just feels harsh, right? Like, when you just take even a small break... And I'd say his was fairly big. From competitive play, it can put you a mile behind. 17 months, you gave me $85. Nice. If I was Louis, the first unit I would make is Archer instead of Knight. There's a few ways you can think about this, right? Like, you can think in that way. The alternative is you can press your opponent to play defensive by building Knight first anyway. And I like that. I like 1 Knight at least because you're going to build School of Cavalry every time. And that means you already have built a stable, so it feels wasteful not to use it. There have been some players that just Mass Horseman, though. I actually don't mind the idea of Mass Horseman. Mass Horseman Spear is actually quite intriguing for French. It sounds a bit dicey against Iabids because they always go for the Cambulance, but it's just the raw overwhelm, and it can be very effective on maps like this because Borderland always guarantees a somewhat exposed gold. Like, this is usually the furthest back that it seems to spawn now. So you either get forward gold or side gold, both of which can be hit. What is it with Philly and he's like upset? You found something that actually works. I always find Philly adorable. He's like that person who has all the answers, but never is able to win. 07s for Philly. So 35 seconds out. Berry spawns nicely split, so he kind of has backup options and somewhat wallable, actually. I like this one to kind of extend towards because you can semi-wall it off and that'll keep you safe against knights. But knight opening. And Louis, not too much wood gathering, so it doesn't look like there's a priority play here towards, you know, like archery split. Wonder if he ever feels the paranoia to build like an outpost at home. Because you could always secure your gold, and it means you don't have to keep knights back. But realistically, you're always going to be building knights anyway. right? Knights or horsemen, something. It's very rare French player goes fully defensive. You'll know when the 2TC meta is fully back when French start just building 2TC as well. God, it's actually been a long time since that was the meta, hasn't it? I kind of forgot it was the meta for a sec. Louis, second knight already queued. Is this gonna work? They have nerfed healing, but I think you need scale pretty fast here. So guys, they made a big change. It used to be that you had to be attacking to be considered in combat. They changed it in a big way now. Being hit is considered in combat too. So yeah, the chain healing, not as powerful. Does scare him off. So he forces him to vacate the gold. But Puppy Paw just queued up double Desert Raider. Only one stable, so it's going to be a bit slow to scale, but Desert Raiders will be knights in small numbers. Yeah, it's the healing difference. So he pulls away. No change from Louis. We're not seeing horsemen. A little bit surprised, actually. And what's up, Angel? Appreciate the bits, buddy. Second stables. I think Puppy Paw has a very clear win con now. He doesn't even need to rush castle. Like, this is the thing about Cambulance and why it's so insanely good. It used to be you were always looking for a way to play Castle Age with Ibids. I don't think that's the case since Logistics Wing took over. Now you can play insanely long feudal. Healing feudal is OP. I'll die on that hill every day of the week. It's so powerful. And he's already mirroring the count. Now, French eco will get stronger over time. Both sides also do have healing. But there's an argument that Puppy Paw can be very aggressively aligned with his approach. Like, he can just look for A-click fights, really, right? Whereas French, because of the way their healing works, they kind of want to just be in, out, poke it all about. They don't want to have to hard commit as much. And nice placement there. Puppy Paw just tries to block charge-ins. That specific villager apparently has to die. I think he just clicked it and Louis was looking to do something else on the map, but it just looked comical because the worker was walking back to drop off food at that point. Louis' second stables is finally there. How did he do on the sheep game? Ooh, lost it. Puppy Paw with a 5 sheep advantage to be somewhat expected because Puppy Paw doesn't have to come back to drop off sheep. He has berries, but you don't want to be on berries. He's already on berries. Oh no, an almost dead Desert Raider. It would be a shame if someone had feudal healing to fix that. Outpost up, smart choice in the end by Louis. Ah, there you go. I was wondering about his macro. I was like, this is too much gold, so he's going for Chivalry now. Oh, did we forget predictions again? Isn't this why I have mods? I mean, they never ban people. Presumably, they're the bookies. Do you ever go third stable here as Puppy Paw? I guess there's like a scale point where it could make sense, but not yet. I mean, we're kind of getting to the backlog point. Like, when you find yourself with extra units sitting behind the current ones, that's when you can consider an extra production building for maximum efficiency. And it makes sense as well, because this is essentially an arms race. You have to have more stables than French. Because French produce knights quicker anyway. They produce them 6 seconds quicker. So, if you don't do that, you will fall behind on numbers. It looks like Louis is going for the castle play. And this is what I meant. Like, Louis is surprisingly effective in Ibid French matchups because he doesn't take the bait. Right? There's a lot of players that would still just be playing non-stop French feudal. They would have added in archery ranges by now and just be looking to scale up. I'm not going to say this is 100% safe, but the idea for Louis is if he can now get to castle, he can switch into Arbitrary and try to scale there. Does mean he won't have any mobility. It does mean that Ibids will get most of the relics. But something Guildhall is overpowered. I didn't balance it. Don't blame me. Puffball begins to save too. Should probably be looking at, what, Industry Wing here? I don't know if you want to go reinforcement, considering you're already so heavy into Desert Raiders. It's one of those things where when you're so one-dimensional, the question you have to ask yourself is, can I be powerful enough by doing this or not? And if I can't be, it's better to diversify. I am baffled by that, though. Royal Institute with 6 knights. I mean, I thought it was just simply Guild Hall. I mean, you do get the crossbow techs, and they're discounted there as well, but surely that's not what he does this for, right? Military wing reinforcement. Which could work out quite nicely here, now that your opponent is doing a 1-unit strat. And the unit you're about to get more of counters. Oh, God. This is just like stubborn meets stubborn. It's like that meme of where, you know, like, you lose to something once. You know. Surely it won't work a second time, lose to it. You know. Surely it won't work a third time, lose to it. That's not going to work a 4th time. I mean, that'd be crazy. Can you imagine if I lost the same thing 4 times? So anyway, I figured 21 would be my lucky number. Like, black, I still lost. Yeah, it just kind of feels like we're doing the same thing and expecting a different outcome. Look at the collected value. Yeah, this number's inaccurate, I'm pretty sure. Is that bugged? I think it's bugged again. Something's happened. There's no way the maths checks out on Golden Age 10%, giving him that much extra resource. Right? I mean, I do feel like Louis should have more units. I will say that much. The difference in cost is only an extra 60. And Puppy Paw has double the count. Now, forced to approach. I mean, he's got Veterancy on Knights. Royal Bloodlines is just 20 seconds out. Puppy Paw, he does have the gold necessary to vet. That's really all that matters here, is getting that 250 gold. Anything above is a bonus. I mean, there's no target. The walls are already going up. Back gold being secured. Walls are your worst nightmare here with this build. You have 8 knights, you have a lot of health, but you don't have burn damage. He's going to try to sneak in. Desert Raiders. Mirroring the move, though. Gets the clash. Target fire. Gets a kill. But guess what? We have bows. Oh, look at that. You have very high base melee damage. It'd be a shame if this was a hybrid unit. Knight on the back. Nice raid there. Louis going to find a target. Scout does sniff this out, but also gets denied. Seriously, this is like a crazy tree line. Oh, easy escape. However, Puppy Paw is of the right mind. Why would I waste time chasing your stupid knights when I can waste time diving on your stupid base? Leaves a few Desert Raiders behind, so nicely played there. Sees him coming back. Veterancy about to complete. Like, can someone tell the players there are other units in the game? Okay, in fairness, Puppy Paw has built 2 unit types. But they are all camels. The character model on the Knights and Cav much bigger than the models on foot. It's... I don't think so. Maybe slightly? Not an insane amount though, right? Like a little bit. I can see what you mean. I think they are ever so slightly bigger. But part of it is also scale of model. Just doesn't feel like he's getting in anymore. He's got 2 worker kills so far to his name. The rest has been French TC being faster. Cam Lancer switch is now coming through though. Now this is the thing. Desert Raiders to fight the Knights. Cam Lancers to dive the base. Reminder, there is no big bank waiting to be broke here. He went for Royal Institute. So Louis is looking for one very convincing fight that wins him the whole game. Or first relic picked up. Nice. He could end up losing 1 or 2 here, actually. Yep, target fire comes in. -1 knight. Probably just the one. With Royal Bloodlines, it's a bit tricky. Flank attack, though. Uh-oh. Range fire time. That's going to be another kill. Yeah, it feels like Louis is just trying to kind of challenge on a micro level here. And Puppy Paw is not really fluffing it at all. Why is IU not pushing? He has more army. Because Louis is going to try to play flanks to raid him down. And it's a bit of a gamble. Like, when you play against French, there is a risk they'll go out onto all these different pocketed resources. Whereas Puppy Paw's pinned himself in the base. So if, like, 10 Royal Knights dive here and you have no army home, you're going to lose a lot quicker, right? Because you've condensed your economy together. The cool thing about condensing economy is it makes it a lot easier to protect. Downside is if you want to go and attack, it makes it a lot easier to lose. Whereas Louis can take a bit more of a gamble doing stuff like this and this. Because if Puppy Paw wants to go for an all-in attack, he's only going to move to one location at a time. Same logic as why on Borderland, Pro Scouts are still quite popular. Because if you're playing Spear Civs, it's very hard to block all the deer because there's 4 different deer locations up and down the map. So something always slips through. So hopefully that kind of gives like the mentality here. And for Puppy Paw, it's like there's no rush through the wing condition. He has Louis stuck. Louis is pretty much just testing the limits of Puppy Paw's attention. But the problem is, because it's only ever 2 raids maximum from the same angles, it's never doing anything. Balance this map is interesting, right? Like, you are kind of corner camping, but there's not much in the corner. But at this point in the game, there's enough. Here, Desert Raiders. Plus the Camelancer look back away. Yeah, most of this is Camelancer, right? Which is a little bit less efficient at trading against Knights. Goes in for the commitment. Sees the numbers are in his favor. And Louis, that is a dead Nightwolf. He'll pull them away before they get wiped out. The reinforcements on the way. Puppy Paw, he's looking for the smash. Backstab coming through. He's going to move close to the range form. If he just switches now, that's -3, right? Damage should be pretty good for this. Camelancers keep chasing. And he steers off. He's going. Desert Raiders move towards the base. Economy about to be in shambles. The Knights still being chased away here, waiting for the rejuve. We're at kill point. Yeah, it's just so many camels. Camelancers will have to pull away. But Desert Raiders on the way again. Like, this is now going to turn into lose your Knights or lose your villagers. But most likely lose both. Dive in, gets mirrored by new Desert Raiders. And now the Camelancer finds it all. A keep drop by Louis, but no, no, no. Puppy Paw is going to shut that down before it begins. Yeah, the Knights have already been scared off. This is GG. Louis' entire worker lead and more is here. And there is no getting away. Oh, it's not really a doubt castle because you ain't even getting to 90% plus. Well, well, that's one stylish way to complete the 3-0. Unnecessary, but we'll take it. Louis can build a castle at home. But unless he can find a counterattack now, this looks over. He has got his Knights across the map. 8 Camelancers in queue, though. Jeez. He also does have a relic back here, right? So he can pull for a Wallaloff by time. Choke point defense, really good. And the concave from Louis, a little bit delayed there. Good pullback. Puppy Paw just exploiting the surround, waiting for it to complete, and then moving away. He's buying time because the army's coming home. And Louis still hasn't found that divine strike that would get him back in the game. Instead, as has been the case for the last 15 minutes, walks away with no extra villagers notched. But he got a camel. Woo! Does Louis know that camels are stronger than Knights? It's Royal Institute, man. Just gotta build more. But I think Louis, like, maybe he's been playing a few too many team games. He was just playing a team tournament. French Knights spam is expected. Yeah, here definitely far the ambitious. It's weird. The Louis that I've seen before would have tried arbitrate. Like, I think it's this map more than anything. If you were playing a more thin map, a more defensive map, then you could try for castle fast and then switch arbitrate. But I think it's a harder thing to do on Borderland because of how big the map is, how empty it is. It means that cav civs tend to be quite dominant. Yeah, in hindsight, I wonder if Louis could have just went for Horseman Spears. Like, what prevented him in his mind? Because, like, with a 4 gold, you would have blocked fast castle, stopped Desert Raider spam, probably forced your opponent to archers, and then could have maybe switched knights. But maybe he saw an opportunity, we simply didn't. Either way, Puppy Paw's reaction was accurate and immaculate. A game of only camels. In fact, if it wasn't for the fact that you start with a scout, it would have only been camels. I think at this point, we should replace all Ibid villagers with literal camels. Like little, like, you know, like micro pigs, micro camels. We've got Jin having like horse villagers or donkey villagers. Why don't we have camel villagers? That's right. I just gave them an idea. Third variant Civ in the Middle East incoming. They're going to have camel villagers. I mean, this is just futile. The number difference is absurd. I look at the army value. It's a double up. Oh, does find some workers. It's so annoying as well, because if you get the timing wrong when trying to dive, there's going to be a new wave of Desert Raiders added in for free as well. Bunch of knights in the center. I love that he's been running around with this relic to just rejuve the whole army faster. Remember, you get an increase in healing speed when you carry a relic. I think Puppy Paw's just been handling these raids fairly well, but pause that thought. Wait a second. Where did he get that many? There's no way it was the TC dive, right? Or the deer. Louis maybe not dead? He's ahead on workers again. What's interesting is Puppy Paw's at a size where he could have 2 different groups and feel pretty comfortable. So Louis, like, he did finally fish that raid we talked about, where you dive in when your opponent tries to go for you. The thing that was making Puppy Paw defensive the whole time. It's a great start. This is step 1 to an insane recovery for Louis. Step 2 now is survive the onslaught. Because when you hit someone like this, they're going to do the same back. And the problem now is Louis' whole army is moving home. Meaning there won't be a trade raid. There'll just be a commit and a fight. Raiders on the backside of the base. Dive in on the front. Find himself 1 or 2 workers. Castle does get garrisoned though. Puppy Paw will look to retreat away. Now remember, Puppy Paw can just build rams here. 3 rams would start to deal with that castle. I wonder if he's just forgotten about it or if there's some other reason he doesn't see value in it. Because remember, it's what you get when you go for the Desert Raider wing, but a lot of players just kind of, it slips by in your mind unless you're doing something kind of cheesy with it in the opening minute or 2. But yeah, he can build siege with all this cavalry. Then again, it's camel versus knight only. Would that not be illegal to build siege? I'm gonna be real with you. At this point, this feels like an ego chow between the 2. Who will blink first type situation. Why not upgrade from Puppy? I think that might have slipped his... I mean, the melee armor is quite nice here, right? When you're only playing against melee. Percentage-wise, it's not that big. But when you're at 50 plus units, also for your Desert Raiders in particular. Yeah, I wonder if he just forgot at this stage. It's a Canadian speciality, you know? Castle drop. We saw what happened last time he tried this. Does Puppy Paw know? He's on approach now. Puppy Paw steering round. They got eyeballs. Forces the charge coming from both sides here. The castle drop's going to force a commitment. And the backstab now in the way. It goes for the workers. Switches onto the knights. He takes the win on army over the win on castle. He's pinned. There's no running. There's no retreating. But no Wololo, thank God. But with no army, what is left for Louis? And the Castle's not going to last long. Not with this burn power. He commits. The body count shows the full tail. And Castle should be able to snipe through the Desert Raiders fast enough, but a repair here is going to be difficult. He's only got 100 stone, and this is a lot of camels. Enough to cause camelphobia. GG, he doesn't even try. A 3-0. What did we learn here? Camels beat knights. I feel like we learned that in 2021, but it's important to every once in a while revise what you knew. Because just like people who drive on the road for 10 years, you start breaking laws and you don't realize it. So there you go, guys. Congrats. You now know for sure camels still beat knights. What was this game? Weird. This game was weird. It just felt like a... it just felt like a stubborn showdown of like, well, I don't need to build something. You should have to build something else. In fairness to Puppy Paw, he did build some... He built camels only, but he built different kinds of camels. I wonder how different the game could have been if maybe Louis had built different kinds of horses. Yeah, it's very odd overall. So that, I think, is the quickest series. Oh, no, sorry. Confirmation in. Marine Lord versus Gully. 3-1 win for Marine Lord. Vortex 3-0's Dumu. Dumu is having the worst day of anyone. Second would be Louis, who has now lost twice as well, but he at least got one game off a B. We said for the third set, what did we say we want to do, chat? We were talking about doing Numidan versus Corvinus. I think that would be a pretty cool one. So, we're going to hop into Numidan versus Lucifron in prep of that, which is at 2-1 right now to Numidan. Not the first time Numidan's done that, by the way. Where's your music? Can I find the game, or did they just finish? Let me update title. Oh, Coastal, okay. When I saw the Civs, I thought it was a weird 4-legs one. Let me flip that, by the way, because Lucifron is in trouble. Defending mass arbs would have been better. That was kind of how I felt. Like, I've seen him make arbitrary work on maps before. I don't know. It's a bit odd. Send a red alert out. That score is correct. The Sweet Swede is on the rise. Numidan in the red as Shushi Legacy is on match point up against one of the top players in the history of Age of Empires 4. That's right, Lucifron, 7th of his name, in the yellow as House of Lancaster heads into Coastal Cliffs with his back up against the wall in this group stage series. A best of 5 where if Numa wins here, he will be having a very cozy day, while Lucifron will be feeling pretty rough-rided. Yeah, interesting one as well. Lancaster versus Shushi. Have not seen this matchup since the rework to Shushi. In conjunction with Lancaster nerfs in the most recent patches for the last few, you got to be questioning, has Shushi got the edge here? Shushi, that for some players, is ranking first pick material and close to S tier in terms of quality. And for the reason, Jiangnan. New and improved. Remember, the Jiangnan changes now make it a realistic landmark. In fact, the Jiangnan boss and the nerfs to Meditation Garden has completely flipped the script on what landmark you choose and how this Civ usually approaches games. Adviv Kings, though, coming in. I wonder if Lucifron... Yeah, it's GTC. I was about to say, there's kind of one way that Lancaster plays the game, and it's happening here. So we're going to get 2 TC versus either Aggro or Fast Castle. Fast Castle could work quite well here. I feel like I've seen a few Civs in similar positions to Shushi, just FC on this map against Lancaster and go for the hard Knight commitment. Over time, it runs your opponent down. Like, we've actually seen China versus Lancaster here, and it looked pretty damn solid for China. So we'll stick the 2x. Numu queues up the Palace Guard. Now, hold on. Not just 1 or 2 to be cheeky. He's mass PGing. Which is an inappropriate age ranking, because this is about to get violent. What? I guess it's to deal with the Lords? And, okay, pause that thought. Lucifron didn't go 2TC. He stopped Gathering Stone. Okay, okay. Now it makes more sense. Sort of, but not entirely. I guess he wants it to protect the Pro Scouts play, because we can see that's coming through now. So he built the Palace Guard because he knew he'd have to fight the Lords. But I'm pretty sure the Palace Guard lose to Lords. Like, 4 Lords beats 4 Palace Guard. Yeah, just look at the damage. 14, 197 HP. They've still got 1 to add in for more health. You've got only 130 HP and 9 damage, but you do attack a lot quicker. And you have 1 more armor. I think the problem here is, like, they just kind of get you low, and then you almost kill them, and then they go back and heal. So he has the right idea. He's adding in more. I do like what Lucifron's doing, though. It's a Yeoman strat. So why is Yeoman so good here against Men-at-Arms? That sounds stupid, right? Until you realize Palace Guard have more melee armor than ranged armor. There's only 2 ranged armor. And Yeoman do scale quite nicely in their ability to not die in fights because they move so fast. But then also, it's a very nice comp to scale into for class damage. Alright, if you have 25 Yeoman, you can get a lot of work done in the opening. Is Lancaster the most underestimated Civ? Maybe Abbasids. I think Abbasids is going to creep in a bit more. It's been a Civ that's been looked at and snarkily commented on for a long time. Double archery 1 racks. Because he saw the stables play, right? And remember, what Numidan's doing here is his scale, scale, scale. So there's this weird kind of power spike on both sides. Like right now, Lucifron has the power spike because he's got the health. But Numidan, in just a few hundred more resources, will get a power spike. Because he'll add in 7 extra units for free. I say for free, he had to spend 2,000 resources on army. But if he was going to do that anyway, it's a great spike. Because if you think about it, like 2,000 resources on army, you probably got like between, 15, 20 units on average. So 15, 20 units, you add in another 7. That's absurd. That's almost a 50% increase in army, or on the lower end of the spectrum, like 35-ish, 40%, right? The cool thing about this landmark is you actually do have diversity. He could have chosen Spear Horseman, for example. Obviously not going to do that against Yeoman. But Chug Palace Guard are going to be pretty nice. The Chug are kind of irrelevant against the Yos, but the 3 Palace Guard should go a long way. Do like that he started adding Horsemen. Probably going to want more. Because the concern here is Yeoman are fast. Yeah, the 1.31 movement speed. If you're not charging, you're barely faster with melee. Pro Scouts having a ditch. I don't know what happened here. Whoops. Bring your friend to work. That's going to be -3 scouts. Needs to split the fire. Not quite on time there. So well played. Numu saves 2. And remember, he even built the stables in range, so even the scouts are contributing to building the new army. And you just hit the wave. The new troop is out. 17 Palace Guard now. I think the scary part for Lucifron is if he doesn't fight this, there's a real risk his opponent castles. DG, they're getting in. They're surrounding the Lancastrian Lords. Yeoman trying to hug the tree line. Forces the hard commit. He's got the +1 armor already. The +1 damage is there on the other side, so Lucifron not going to be too far behind in DPS. The Lords getting low. One of them is going to get clapped down here. He's pinned. So gets the kill. Numu able to keep pushing. Question mark, is it worth it? I think because he's getting more deer behind this, yes. The weirder part is he's still scaling. Second Lord maybe soon to fall. The problem here is once your opponent gets in base, he's going to heal. So do you want to dive? Is now the question. Good peel there. Sends 1 Palace Guard in. Unfortunately, TC5 will shut that down. Does turn around and walk off. Cool thing is you are faster than Yeoman, so you will get away. Numidan, this would probably be the window to go Castle Age with. Because, guys, if he gets CA, Third age will give him 4 armor. Well, 5 because he's got the 1 armor already. So Yeoman will do no damage. They'll do plastic damage. And then you just continue Palace Guard spam and dive. While Lucifron doesn't really have anything to go with. I mean, he could try and White Tower, but I feel like if you White Tower, you run out of food, right? Unless you get away with a forward one. Yeoman on approach. Numidan agrees. Castle Age is the play. Ready to pull the trigger? Mount the Academy seems pretty obvious here. Could shine the Monastery, but there's a lot of Yeomen waiting to find you. So there we go. Mount the Academy coming. And remember, Veterancy already comes in fast for Palace Guard. It's only going to take 30. He can supervise it to be like 12 seconds. So he can be prepping to engage the moment the tech up completes. Ah, yes. The enemy of every archer-only player, a wall. Oops. Look, and all I'm saying is if an archer with a horse couldn't figure it out, Mongols against China, what I hope is a guy wearing sandals and using a bowgun, you know? Then again, Matt Damon was on the Great Wall and he had a bow. He was pretty effective. Okay, so Lucifron starts to back off. He's prepping tech himself. We like winning games, so King's College doesn't seem to be on the table. Honestly, I'd be shocked if I saw King's College, because it's 1 TC versus 1 TC. King's College is, like, cool, in theory. The options, the potential is sick. But the problem you run into with King's College is just it's too expensive to get the things out of. And without a White Tower, usually you're going to get counter-dove. I'm a little bit surprised that Numidan isn't rushing out, by the way. Yeah, what's he waiting for? First Knight's coming through. Maybe he just was a bit paranoid Lucifron's hanging around, but like... Yeah, so like the risk is that it was a fake back, and then your opponent comes back in here, and you're running across the map and lose workers. So I think that's why Numidan was being a bit patient. He's marching forward now. Remember what we said about Lucifron's White Tower placement? Back here doesn't really achieve much. Even this feels a bit rough. Very defensive power being dropped. Okay, so now we have to be real about the state of the game. Lucifron doesn't have food. He's got these berries, and then that's it. The deer's forward spawn, the boars are forward spawn. Deer flank is very far out. I'm a little bit worried he can't afford anything but yeoman and maybe a few knights. Maybe. Asgard already juiced up. Knights dive in. The workers, they were coming home, still on the wrong side. He pulls more over now. The spearmen try to chase in. The lancers go deeper. Numu's going to make him pay for this. No textiles! Ay, ay, ay. White Tower going up. But worker count. Numidan backs away at the right moment, minimizes the losses while maximizing pain. I mean, just having to build up with that many workers, but also losing 7 in the process. Numidan can now think about relics. He already has the monastery dropped. Lancer spam is going to be real here because the food issue is a significant concern. What's up, Angel? Thank you very much, buddy. Appreciate it. Stole some of this forward deer. Good eyeballs, Sandy. I mean, there's not much left to take, right? The deer back here will eventually get. Yeoman upgrade is on the way for Lucifron. He's switching crossbows. Yeah, so once again, we're stuck on range units, right? Because melee units cost a lot of food. And it's hardly like he's making plenty of meat patties here, right? The berry's almost gone, and dare I then say farm transition at 15 minutes? Yeah, farm transitions this early are pretty killer against pro scouts. The whole idea is Numidan's given himself a very long runway to just vomit out heavy food cost units. And after that, war. I mean, the good news there is like Lucifron has a bit of threat point by having range units if your opponent goes boar. But I am worried about his ability to take a straight up fight. Doesn't feel reliable here. Go for extra. I mean, if he got towards synchronized shot, I think sync shot does require a lot of idleness and over aggression from your opponent, but it's away. The only problem is if you were to go sync shot now, it's such a heavy investment that I wouldn't be surprised to see Numidan go Nesta Beats. He's still creeping for those deer. Numidan still hoovering up the map. 7 deer here, left to pick. 4 could be played for soon as well, but in the meantime, it's all about those relics. Love the outpost too. This is actually very similar to how I saw Lancaster flop last time. I think Luciferon was playing them there with 2TC. The idea was, instead of committing into a white tower, which is just stupid, just fall back, secure sacred sites, and build a few outposts near them. 2 to 3 gives you a lot of firepower. And the problem there for Luciferon is all of his units aren't exactly tanky. I'll get this in place. Interesting aggro point. Moves up with a full army. Only 8 crossbowmen, a lot of Palace Guard Knights, and there's the Nesta Bees. Yeah. Good read by Luciferon, but he might be overextending there. You walk up there, you get pinned from behind, Nesta Bees comes in, and it's good night. I just realized we were catching up on this game, right? So we can use a bit of fast forward. Yeah, because it's going to be a game of cat and mouse. The good thing is Luciferon spots what's happening, denies the outpost before it becomes a problem. More stone gathering. Nothing too aggressive, though. Relic game. Luciferon actually snatches some back. There should be 2 relics for him to the 3 of Numu. Main army still a problem, and the Nesta Bees gets revealed. Does minimize the losses, but that's now a big problem Luciferon hasn't answered yet. Yeah, and Dagger Boys won't answer it either. Remember, the dagger damage is ranged. So you can't snipe Nesta Bees from far. There is an argument that Yeoman can dive in and kind of do it if you have a lot of them. But if your opponent's at 3 Nesta Bees, it does feel like you're going to lose half your Yeoman. Kill 1 bee. Crossbow Chug switch up. Interesting from Numidan. And the crossbows makes a lot of sense, but the Chug, not sure what that's about. You shouldn't ever really reach Yeoman at all. Hoblars. Yeah, more crossbows. Hobbies are going to struggle to get through Palace Guard. Wolves coming up now. I mean, the last few steps I've been quite impressed by. I think there's a big scary fight coming. If you can get up to about 10, 12 Hobblar, it does give him a backstab onto Nesta Bees, albeit a very hard one to pull off. And the PG option from Landmark, he is indeed. But I'm more highlighting the fact he vetted the Chug new, because that's not cheap. For 5 Chug, it does sound kind of sucky. Probably would have been nice to have seen Grenadiers, though. I think he's forgotten about this. Because switching Grenadier crossbow makes sense for what he's doing right now for the 3 armies. Weird place for the 2 relics as well from this one, actually. Just drops them on the front side to get him faster, but that does mean if he gets pushed back a bit, he could lose them. Creeping around the back. Now, Vision will come in early to detect that. And the economy is all north side, so just wrong place entirely for Numu. And an opportunity now for Luciferon to cut him off from behind. What was my ranking game? Unranked. Don't play ranked. Shot now on the way, so Luciferon. We talked about this a lot earlier. Like, if you can eventually claw your way towards it, it gives you a very easy and cheesy way to trade without taking damage. That was pre-Nesta Bees. I mean, Sing Shot has the same range. You'll still be able to. Speaking of which, 5 Nesta. Guys, we're approaching the point where 1 round of Nesta Bees can end the game. When 2/3 of your army are range units, this is a bad spot to be in as Luciferon. He's marching forward, Nesta Bees. Pokes out. I don't think he knows it's full 6 at this point. Last time he saw it was at 3, maybe 4. I feel like a lot of players stop at that point because it's good enough. But this is pretty much just like the, 1 to the chest, 2 to the head to make sure. keep up. Outposts going to start coming in soon. A lot of gold for Numu. He doesn't have a farm transition yet either. This is a race to 200 pop. Numidan is winning that right now. Bars, charge forward. Sink shot! Decent-ish damage, but no kills. Yeah, caught him at the very edge, unfortunately. Nest Beast. Look at that! I won that sink shot! Like, oh, wow, you called that AoE damage? Let me just show you what I've got. Yeesh. And a horseman switch from Numidan is quite intriguing. He doesn't have food for that, surely. So he's got berries. The boar's got half left. I'm a bit shocked to the fact that he's thinking horseman here. He doesn't have farms, guys. Now clash again. Hovelarge trying to sneak around the back. The nest of bees! Oh, that stings! Alright, I think he's dead. There's no getting through that. Hovelarge for a backstab, maybe, but a headbutt is going to be a concussion for you, and it's going to be a 3-1 victory for Numidan. Damn. Numu winning against Lucy. I'm pretty sure he'd done so last time they were in a tournament versus each other as well. So it's not the first time this year that that's happened. I think it was 3-1 in that one as well, if I'm not mistaken. So update on results. We have got Vortex beating Dumu 3-0, Marine Lord beating Gully 3-1. Louis MT obviously lost to Puppy Ball 3-0. We just saw Numidan win 3-1. Next up is Corvinus versus Numidan. Marine Lord versus Voldemar is also 1-0 up already for the Baboon. So we're going to get ready for Corvinus versus Numu, as I think that'll be quite an interesting series. Let me see if they've begun the draft, actually. I imagine they have. Oh, yep. Literally happening now. So let me exit game so you guys can see the stuff. It's also, is it Sweden's National Day? Actually, what I might do as well is I might grab a snack. I'm getting peckish. Been live, what, 4 hours already? 4 hours already? Really? Still half the game to go. If you've been enjoying the content, be sure to subscribe. Ugh. One of the ways we make money. Also means you guys don't have to worry about ads. And it's a small reward for doing the observing, the analyzing, the play-by-playing, and the production. One-man army salute. Oh, sorry, I just realized I left myself. There you go. So, maps are going to be Lipany, Dry Arabia, Coastal Cliffs Gorge, and Mountain Clear. Of course, Corvinus would draft Mountain Clearing. Meme Clearing is going to be coming in. Draft's underway. I'm quickly going to grab a snack. Be right back in a sec. All right. How are we looking? Macedonian French first picks. Corvinus, meanwhile, Knights Templar. And he picked Jin, of course. Game 1, Lipany. We're now about to pick. Probably looking at... You Ottoman straight away? Sengoku... Sengoku Ottoman or Sengoku Bruce? Corv will probably pick Knights Templar and earn him. And what? Ibids? Maybe Shushi. I know my boys. I watch a lot of AoE4. Honestly, though, they need to hurry up and add like 20 more civs because I don't like being able to predict. I want to get into a game like have no clue what civ's going to be picked. I did go Macedonians. That's a bit interesting. This early, The Macedonians had pretty good maps remaining, right? Dry Arabia Gorge. Not so much coast. I think coastal's a bit weird for Macedonians. They can work there, but there's less gold. Macedonians on mountain clearing would have been pretty strong, though. Obviously going to be sniped here. So Sengoku versus Ayu. I think Sengoku's kind of okay here, right? Yeah, because they just your tie for free. You can try to desert raid them. We had this matchup earlier between... I forgot. We had this between BC and Corvinus. It turned into a bit of a meme show. I think Corvinus is going to try something similar again. Yeah. Man, plain tortilla chips are not very appealing. I just went for the cheap, get some carbs approach. They're not flavored or anything. Why don't they just salt tortilla chips more? Come on. Who do you guys think is going to win this, by the way? Numidan or Korf? Like, overall series. I think Numi, right? Then reminder, at the end of the day, we're aiming to cover Wham versus Kiliardi. You can't see Korf winning. I don't know. I could kind of envision him doing some wacky strats, right? All right. One sec. I'm going to go get my hummus. Because these just don't taste. Hummus time, baby. Mega aggressive weird strats, but don't see him winning. Oh, pardon me. Sorry. 3 games. I think aggression won't be Corv's friend, actually. Numidon is a surprisingly aggressive player. He doesn't get enough credit for it. He's like the angry bear that comes out for a bit and then goes and slumbers, right? Like Numidon, first 15 minutes, can try to butcher a lot of people. And then if it doesn't work, he then just falls back and gets very defensive and plays late game. What's Corv's traits? Experimental, cheesy, and of late, more defensive because he keeps playing 2 TC builds. A lot. Like, it makes sense. The meta will eventually evolve towards 2 TC. But Corvinus is like me in this way. He likes to be ahead of the curve. Like, as in, he likes to try and discover what's next. I've always been this way with gaming as well, and I get it. It's so much fun to try and figure out what's next instead of what is. You're essentially trying to create your own meta, right? So I think he's right that the TC meta is going to come in. But I think he's trying to take advantage of, like, having the edge of being in the right direction before everyone else does. And what he's matching up against in a lot of ways is the transference to that style, and in the interim, the skill level that is apparent on these different players, right? All right, so, oh, I can't run ads, rep. I can eat hummus, though. Whoop, whoop. These hummus don't taste as good. Yeah, sorry. I need to get some carbs in me, though. Solo casting just starves you out so much. Any big hummus fans? Like how it looks like I'm keeps green screening out on certain angles. I'm eating weird background air. Tortilla with heavy cheese flavor is awesome. Yeah. I got the no flavor ones. I kind of regret. Usually I'll get the cheesy ones, but they can be a lot more. It's like, if you're going to buy a dip anyway, just get the standard. You want to eat them on home? Yeah. All right. Score progression elsewhere. Have we got any? Marine Lord 2-0 up against Voldemort. Running ads. Where am I from in the UK? East Anglia. My accent doesn't really place though. So good. What up, bub? All right, let's start prediction. Norwich or Ipswich? Ipswich. But when I follow football a lot, I was a big Man U fan. I haven't really followed football closely in the last several years, though. But back in the Ryan Giggs, Wayne Rooney era, a good time to be a Man U fan. Well, you know, you're a fan for life, right? Actively following a good time. One sec. Where's the... There we go. Need to rethink where that goes. Nah, that's more confusing. Sure. This time, one and all, Corvinus, the crazy scientist, going up against the potent Swede. Numidan just beat Lucifron. Corvinus took a game off Beastie and is playing the weirdest Ibids we've seen in the tournament so far. So, I am interested to see what happens when these two get thrown into an arena together. Let me wipe that score because we're actually starting fresh. It is 0-0, game number 1 in this S-tier tournament group stage matchup between the two. Numidan honestly feeling like the favorite, especially after he just 3-1'd Lucifron. And he kicks off with Sengoku Daimyo. This is a matchup that Corvinus has already lost once today, and it delivered one of the weirdest and most meaningful clashes imaginable. So let's see how he's going to cook this time. Military wing reinforcement coming in already for Corv. He's doing it again. This was Millie Wing last time, so Corvinus likes military wing into industry wing. He likes going for a 2TC strat against Sengoku. And I kind of see where he's coming from. Like, Sengoku's not going to aggro you early on. They're going to go for the ties. And you just getting a desert raider for free becomes a really big nuisance. You can just try to block out their food gathering early on. Speaking of which, pretty good spawn for Numu. Yeah, he gets the berry and the deer in range. Secondary deer over here. The boars... Where's the other boar? Guys, am I blind or are we missing a boar? EGC's Lipony is failing pretty big. How are you missing a boar? What? All right, bias map to Corvinus. Dude, you're playing Sengoku and you're against an Arabic Civ and you haven't got second boar. That's bad. So, like, he has less flex options on food with the Yatais. Also, just down the line, if he plays Pocket Economy, he can't play as much boar anymore. That's 2,400 less food for him. And this is the crazy thing. Like, you're playing against a Civ that buffs all the berries when they drop mills nearby. So it's just more food on the map for Corvinus than there is for Numidan. Wow, that sucks. Ryokan coming through, though. They're pretty standard. Nothing unusual so far. Predictions, though. None of you predicted. Well, fine. I'll just not give them to you anymore. I see how it is. An outpost coming up. So Corvinus is 100% committed to Fast Castle. I swear. You look at this and think that Sengoku are the slowest techers in the world. It's because, and I'm not a big fan of this, the bar of progress scales based on the length of text. I personally would just love for it to always be a certain bar length so you can have accurate measurements. Because it just makes them look so slow. But Ryokan complete. Sengoku still with 6 on gold. Is he going to fast castle? Why else do you want 6 on gold at this point? Find this matchup mega hard. Ayabids is hard when doing fast castle against Sengoku. Yeah, but Corvinus doesn't do a traditional fast castle, which I think leaves him a bit more exposed. He likes 2TC a lot. Like, normally I think Ambulance is the way. I think Corvinus is trying to adapt a different build because of the change to Ryokan. So Ambulance used to feel a lot better when your opponent done the Koka Township because you had healing and they had damage burst, so you just had to avoid the damage burst, right? Whereas now, unless you can somehow just relentlessly fight Sengoku, they will heal. So your biggest advantage is kind of gone. Okay, Desiree, I think he was checking for the Yatai. And he will find it. Well, that was convenient timing. I think he just got a glimpse on it. Scout's coming over as well to confirm. But there is a Yari Cav here, so I don't know if he really wants to fight anymore. So remember, Yari Cav are horsemen that get more damage against horses. And range. So yeah, they hit you for quite a lot. The weird thing about this unit is the extra bonus against Cav essentially offsets the disadvantage of the Camelonese debuff. So Corv just backs off. Should have a second raider coming through soon. Yeah, just 15 seconds out, then he can poke out again. But Numu isn't trying to fast tech. No, he's still gathering a lot of gold, weirdly. I think he's trying to rush the speed tech. What might be better is like rushing level 2 Takeda estates and getting your hands on the Yari damage. Poke towards the stoneworkers. He knows what he's up to. -1 worker already. Great start here. Maybe makes it 2. Decides against to dive further. Does lose the scout. So minute and 15 away from age up complete. Yatai is gonna get found. Hot dog stand about to turn into a hot box. And the Yari pretty far away. They're rallying over here now, but the body blocks are good. Corvinus preventing him from getting closer to assistance. Gonna be tight. He might end up losing a desert raid if he commits. Switch over. One Yari low. Target fire looking good. The 1-to-1 trade so far. Wait, what was the switch there? Numu. Oh, he got ahead of himself. I think he switched targets before completing the attack. He was trying to save a fraction of a second there. Ends up losing more health, but still a great trade. 2 Yari for 2 Desert Raiders. And he keeps the Yatai alive. Numu does seem to be prepping for castle now as well. Yeah, he's blocked control of the map away from Corvinus. Corv's got some more stone gathering underway. So it looks like we are heading for a cheeky 2TC again. The extra stone, I think, is about spring replacement this time. Last time he played against this when it was Beastie, he went for double outpost arrow slits, and it just kind of felt a bit underwhelming. That game was different, though, because it was Yuumi instead of Yari. Okay, no, he goes arrow slits anyway. Very interesting. Double time achieved. Yari dive in again. Yuumi. Really focused on that kill. Can he get the final touch? He can indeed. And now he has the body blocker. Daimyo just arrived as well. Blocks off the retreat further. Gets another one down. Wait, did he? Yeah, he did. So -3 so far. Dives over towards the wood line. Corvinus doesn't seem to be doing the 2TC this time, guys. At least he hasn't committed to it yet. Sake Brewery begins. Honestly, got to be happy with that. Numadon does lose the Daimyo, so a bit pricey, but a lot of idle achieved. 3 worker kills as well. And also distracted away from his Yatais the whole time. Now, because he lost that Daimyo and those horsemen, Corvinus will commit 2TC, but he will not be committing seppuku with it. No, he gets far out on the flank when there's no forces to contest it. Good timing. So this is already looking about 5 times better than the game he had against Beastie at this point. Because when he went up against Beastie, he was being attacked trying to do this. Now he just gets it up cleanly. And I think in that game, he ended up 5 workers behind by the time he completed Town Center. So much more comfortable position. Dervishes are also coming, so he's thinking about relics. And it is just raw Desert Raider spam, by the way. Which is interesting. Why not Camel Lancers? I guess there's a fair argument that Desert Raiders can handle Knights kind of better. And then you have the hybrid attack as well, right? Because the thing with Cam Lancers is Cam Lancers have more HP, but they have slightly less armor, and they attack for less. They attack for 22 base damage, whereas these against Cavalry will attack for 26, whilst also being 33% cheaper. Right, you pay 180 instead of 240. Sorry, 25% cheaper. And we do have Numidan looking at relics too. So Sake Brewery, pretty nice placement alongside the Matsuri. And Matsuri buff's already up to 15%, which is nice. When you look at Numu's placement, it's a really good one. Gold, wood, now the gold, and the food. And enough room to set up a decent chunk of farms. Flank. Buys a little bit of time, and Desert Raiders are rushing across. A true relic race here. Corvinus is going to have to duck and dive out, but ends up losing his Dervish. Desert Raider upgrade is in. That should be enough to scare Numidan away for now. Every little delay helps here. He's got that one Iko Iki. Was he moving for this relic? He was. That's going to be ill-advised. Yeah, there was one north side he could have been going for. Didn't bother. Okay, so far, the religious play for Numu has done nothing. Kind of, yeah. He definitely filmed the clock. He'll always be able to pick up the back relic. This shouldn't realistically ever go the way of Corvinus, you think, anyway. He does bring out the extra Dervish now. Wouldn't mind seeing him adding in a second, just so he has one Dervish with the army and one picking relic. Out now for the berries. Should be outpost play as well. Just a cav off right now. Cam Lancers have been littered in, finally. I don't think Numidan... does he ever go speeds? If he was willing to go Hojo Estates, they would be pretty good. But it kind of feels like you're feeding the beast. If you go spears, he goes archers. He wants to go archers. At the same time, like, you can't go Yuumi unless your opponent gives you a I guess Desert Raiders is a good reason, right? Like, Yuumi should, with scale, do very well against Desert Raiders. Yuumi also with quite a lot of stone, guys. Yeah, just, I don't know what's going on here. Did he forget about states? It seems like the wood is just kind of lacking. Not getting emplacements, not going second TC, not going states. You have to remember, whenever you gather gold with Japan and Sengoku, you get stone and vice versa. 20% on top. So, seems like he's kind of sleeping on this detail. He's not even going for melee attacks, which is another great use of it. And there we go. Second estate coming in, right? Takeda level 2. So he's just focusing on more HP for more knights. Guys, I'm getting flashbacks to the Louis Puppypaw game, where they both just built one unit, no transitions, just same thing, same thing, same thing. Yeah, it's kind of happening. Oh, okay, so Deseret is already trading kind of badly there. Double down, nothing gained. Tier 3 was at 600 stone? 500. Honestly, guys, Numidan is not far away from getting the final tier. And Mountain Samurai Odachi, like, it's nice to have him prep if your opponent is going into infantry at all. but just the extra escalation you get off of the tiering, right? Because when you go for the 3rd tier, you end up getting conscriptions, right? You get to spawn a bunch of units. You see it right here, right? Yeah. And then there's also the deflective armor. So, like, deflective armor is huge here. If he gets towards that against Cam Lancers, not going to be happy. Ranged armor upgrades coming in as well. Desert Red is attacking at range. Kind of curious here. The melee line's outnumbered heavily. He does now hard commit. Great garrison there. Shifts out to the south side to try and overwhelm. But the Mounted Samurai count looking far too good. Yeah, he's just going to get cheats fully clapped. This is only wave number 1. Corv, he just can't win with these 2 TC strats against Sengoku. He's dead. Yeah, no army left over. 15 Mounted Samurai that have plenty of health, healing as well. I mean, the only thing they're really missing, he didn't get the speed, did he? He never got to the horse training. Villagers, that's painful. More than the entire worker lead, they're dead. With losses like that, I wouldn't be surprised if he just kind of throws in the towel. Because he knows as soon as these workers are dead, they're going to head back towards the base. Great choice there. Numu's like, okay, 3 workers is good enough. Because what Corvinus is doing right now is intentionally drawing you as far away as possible. So he can replace losses at home. But Numenon's not going to nibble at the bait. Yumi switch on the way. Massive Knights moving back towards enemy base. I've got some spring order placements coming in. But fortification needs to be faster or something going on. Look at the torches. Instead goes after the Desert Raiders. Okay, awkward time to switch. Yeah, just leave it now. It's better to go deeper because Corvinus has more workers, obviously. He's just got to find them. And if only he knew right now. Good lord. Oh. Nice move in. The scout does see that. The worker's moving over. If he just turns east right now, he just wants the Desert Raiders dead, though. Yeah, he's very obsessed with just keeping the army completely white. We'll just burn more time chasing. Second wave is starting to scurry in. He has got the villagers moving forward for additional berries. Corvinus did lose all those workers in the end. He feels like a glutton for punishment in this. But he's doing similar to what he done with the workers. He's drawing the army away. Problem is, this is half of the Mounted Samurai. Seriously, 25 already. And it just seems to be trickle rating now, right? But the problem for Corvinus, he doesn't really have a line to defend with. And you're seeing more and more holes appear in the barrel. He's coming back. Still chasing on the other side. I don't know, like, does this ever work for Corvinus? There's got to be a reason he tried it twice, right? In a tournament. I get the notion, but, like, now he's lost 2 different ways. Very weird. Stop it, he's already dead. It's kind of funny how you change the skin of Japan and still Mounted Samurai beats camels. It's like, when could he? I know what people are gonna say. Why didn't he just go camel lancers? It could have been better, but he would have had less, and I think that was his worry, is like getting zerged either way. I think if you go cam lancers, the game slows down and your opponent goes for spear Ashigaru instead, and it's still a problem, which is kind of similar to what happened in the PC game. Big idol now. This is ridiculous. Like, oh wow, we had things to do. Look, we built a house. We've been very busy, guys. Choke point blocker, but about to choke on his greed. Good lord. Pardon me, coming by. Oh, very important that we repair that 1 damage to House of Wisdom. Well done. Goodbye. This is where I should be all chat type. Is like, I don't know what your problem is, bro. I just want to build villages and exist. I just want there to be a world that we can all be a part of. And you're ruining my vibes, man. Why are you ruining my vibes? All right, so not a great start for Corv. Numadon, very convincing 1-0 lead. Next up, Corvinus chooses Knights Templar, House of Lancaster. He's going to have Knights Templar. Numadon chooses Order of the Dragon and Rus. He'll be given Rus. Mountain clearing? Are we mountain clearing here? Or is this Gorge? Might be Gorge, actually. It's mountain clearing. Isabaka. Did you miss mountain clearing, guys? I mean, you know. For God's sake, dude. I like how it's like download and then you download and then it still says you don't have the thing. That's modding in this game. Well, apparently I have it. So let me in the game. All right. If at first you don't succeed, right? There we go. Oh, yeah. Sorry, checking something. All right, there we go. What are we? That round one game up for Numu. Oh, yeah, no, that's not the right bracket. Oops. I'll have to update that later. It's because we had the 2v2 tournament. What's that? We need... Oh, whatever. We'll go epic music. The memes are back. I can't believe it. Mountain clearing in an S tier tournament in 2026. I thought this was gone. I thought we were dead. But no, the memes need to amplify. Not only is mountain clearing this tiny, tiny map back, Rus, one of the OP civs back in the day on this map, makes an appearance in the hands of Numadon the Red. And the memes must transpire. Corvinus with the Knights Templar pick into this tiny map. A signature pick for him. His best hopes of getting on the board for probably the entire series. He'll be playing the green, and he already plays behind in this best of 5. Man, I didn't think we'd get to see mountain clearing again in tournaments. I don't know. It's been memed on, it's been mocked so many times over the years. It is a fun and hilarious map, though. Like, I'm actually happy we get to see some more of it. I expect it to be banned a lot. I'm not surprised at all that Corvinus, of all players in this tournament, drafted it, though. Yeah, but giving Rus, I mean, this was rough on the draft, right? Like, Numadon picked Order the Dragon Rus. He has great options either way. Whereas Corvin has done something unusual. It's House of Lancaster and Knights Templar. I wonder, are we going to be seeing Antioch? Surely not. I think the resources spawn very tight towards the TC on this map. Hospitaller, however, the Hospitaller could be interesting because it would give him men-at-arms with healing, and it's a very short map. I think either way, we're looking at an infantry focus here with something that could end up being slightly de fromage, aka cheesy, coming out from the lad. Moment of truth approaching. Let's see. Predictions, let's get those set up. The game 2. Get predicting, otherwise I just won't bother. Oh, it's Hospitaller. Okay, so no Antioch cheese. Like I said, if anyone was going to try to use Antioch, which gives you the axe throws, it would be Corvinus. But the problem on this map is multi-elemental, actually. For a start, a lot of the resources start fairly in range towards the TC. The other problem you're going to run into is what do Roost do on this map that makes them Giga busted? They Golden Gate. And that... Are we not getting Golden Gate this time? No, we're just getting an outpost secure. So, oh, sorry, not Golden Gate, Kremlin. Usually you Kremlin the center here. He's going to Golden Gate at home. That's really good. So, guys, the popular play on this map was to Kremlin drop the center, and it just shut down the game. Why Kremlin when you can just Wooden Fortress? Yeah, I don't mind this if he goes for some arrow slits plus Culsar turrets, which buffs your damage. Interesting. Okay, he is going to finish that off. I think he just wanted to change his timing to start gathering food now, because you get so much before you have to drop off. So, hunting cabins already generating some extra gold to be able to trade across for stone emplacements. And he does need a little bit more wood to drop a hunting cabin out here. There's 75 wood now. Yeah, that's interesting, actually, in the way, like, this strat has been buffed since we last saw it. Mountain clearing, when it used to get picked for Roost here, they would do the Kremlin drop and then hunting cabin. Because, you know, a Wooden Fortress is very expensive with a hunting cabin. It used to be 275. Now it's 250. So he's able to kind of lean his economy a bit more. And also, there's not as much urgency to get this strong, impenetrable Kremlin up because you're not being pressure played at all. And Knights Templar just playing more chill pill. Oh, for God. Knights Templar playing incessantly chill pill. He's gone 2 TC. I wish I could say I was surprised, but I'm watching Corvinus on Knights Templar. So, you know, there was like an 85 to 90% probability of 2 town center. Guy loves this build. So probably, what, 2 TC fast castle? Because you could play Castile, actually. Yeah, Castile's pretty sick. So if he plays for Castle Age and he goes Kingdom of Castile, he'll get access to Genitors, which count as horse archers. And he'll get access to a damage and health buff around the Sacred Site. And folks, the thing about this map to make it cheesy is this. Once this gets locked in, it's like King of the Hill. Only, you know, King of the Flats. Only have to hold the one Sacred Site to win the game. So Corvinus, a lot of gold gathering, by the way, 9. Probably gonna... Wait, is he gonna try Pilgrims? That's interesting, actually, because you can get Pilgrims in. With Hospitaller and where the Wooden Fortress is, you could actually Pilgrim this. I feel like it would be pretty greedy, but... What? Impossible. Oh, sorry, no, you don't need gold for safe passages, wood, right? So what's this much gold about? I think it's just he hadn't readjusted his food economy. We now got 18. So yeah, he pulled some more off gold. He's prepping for castle. Golf spawn without a gold? No, it's up here. So, big change with mountain clearings. EGC's version, I'm not sure if they've done this with default map as well. There's no longer an 8K. That's a really big change. Yeah. How much does it matter on this map? It's supposed to be 2 golds around TC? Oh, around... Oh. I thought this was his. You're right. This is more like there's a neutral down here. Yeah, so he's just straight up missing a gold. Well, Kivayu, this is your work, so good job. You know, this is only a $25,000 S tier tournament. This is only players trying to make a living off of pro play. Corvinus, who's been desperately trying to pay his bills. And you couldn't even spawn his TC correctly? Oops. Well, as I always reminded my sisters, accidents happen. They were both accidents. Extra Hunter Cabins coming in. So just extra gold gem for Numidan. Abbey of Trinity being rushed here. Abbey of Trinity pretty good these days. I think quite often underrated. So nice, actually. The 50% discount on the cost of Warrior Monks across the board. Almost moment of truth. It has to be Castile, right? I don't think you have enough food for Angevin. And your opponent could just play crossbows if you Angevin because the map's so small. Whereas going Genitors gives you a low base damage unit that counts range units that has a lot of armor for diving. Relics Galore does begin. First Warrior Monk already out. And they just come in so fast, right? Not because they produce fast, it's just the cost is so low. 120 resources for a cavalry religious unit is crazy. Doesn't trade make sense because of the map? No, because it's a relic race. And look at what he's trying to do. But he realizes. Oh, great read there. The yoink. And now he's going to block the other. All right, yeah, now High Trade House would have made more sense. You know what the best part is? You don't have to walk home. You can just gather wood now with these guys. This is our home now. Oh, wait, no, come back. The wood line. Think of the wood line. All right, he'll walk back for the deer. Oh, this was a great landmark choice. 100% paid. Oh, no, he doesn't know. And what you don't know can hurt you. Well, good thing you can attack. And so it begins. And he went for Castile, right? So, like, Genitors coming out. Your opponent just started building crossbows. Ay, caramba. Archer range is prepped right at the back, so he's just trying to hide this. It's like, oh, here, Padre, let me help you. Crossbow's like, I'm contributing, guys. It's like when people are lugging big lumber across a courtyard. This guy right here is the guy that picks up a twig. Is like, oh, here you go, guys. I've done my piece. So gradual burn through. The good news is actually just like sending Warrior Monks over here. You can ignore Genitors and burn through. The crossbows just shouldn't be here, though. They're going to die. And racks as well. So, yeah, what? Men-at-Arms or spears? I hope it's Men-at-Arms, or this is going to be problematic. Yeah, it's a bait and switch from Nimue. He went crossbows to force spears, and now counterplays with archers. That's so sly. Archers are a lot more lean and efficient here because you have so much wood on this map. Yeah, if you're going like Men-at-Arms, you don't really want to have to go crossbows considering the cost of food for that. Genitors very slowly trying to kill things here. We'll pull away the Warrior Monk. Men-at-Arms can kind of take over and protect against the Spearman. Scout's going to need to leave too. These Genitors do so much damage, guys. 6 whole damage. 6. They can kill a Warrior Monk in 32 hits. Yeah, that's quite a lot. Men-at-Arms definitely doing a lot more damage, though. Double the damage to Genitors. Baits him deep. Nicely played. MAA switch now from Corv. And burn through again. Oh, wait, he pulled workers. Wait, what are you doing? You're not even working. Okay, that did not work. One of them wasn't even repairing. Don't pay her. Cut her wages. All right, so Relic game looking pretty good. It's going to be 4-1 split. Corvinus is now going for a Monk, but he can't stop this. It's gone, right? Wait, pick it up. Come on. Do your part. Oh, goes to the snipe. Heal. I'm not talking to a dog here. I'm like, actually, heal. Okay, he just switches. He could have been healing him that whole time, actually. Oh, God, I just realized how depressing Warrior Monk Blessing is. Guys, Genitors do 6 base damage. And if you get the buffs for the Warrior Monk, which he has coming in, you can get the extra armor, right? So you get the +1 armor. The Genitals aren't going to do anything against Men-at-Arms. They were already probably going to do nothing, but now it's just 100% confirmed. So yeah, you just want to offer Genitals entirely. And Numenor now just gets to go back to crossbows without any Warrior counterplay. Sacred Sight timer is down to 6 minutes 50. This game looks fairly over. Corvinus would need to get something that can destroy buildings. Okay, he's going mangoes. Unfortunately for him, are you freaking kidding me? Numenor is already going horseman. I mean, this is kind of the troublesome part. Numenor is a pain in the ass for this. He baited and debated and debated. Right, open crossbowman, then switched archers. And you're like, oh, well, I can't build spears anymore. Now they're not building spears. He goes back to crossbows because, you know, you're probably going to build crossbows. But now you're not countering horsemen at all. The double up advantage for Numu as well is it means his warrior monks just get to exist. Their damage buff is going to be huge. He's already getting the extra duration in. He's already got the extra tower range in with the extra damage. Remember, so like now you give a lofty amount, was it +2? And then +1 armor. It's a 3 damage differential if they were building the same unit. Yeah, and then when you're not fighting this as well. Warrior monks are just so cheap. I honestly think Abbey of Trinity is underrated. Paying only 100 gold and 20 food is crazy good. Like, if you look at their stats, it's pretty impressive. You're paying the same price as a horseman to get, you know, basically better, or about the same base damage rather, but more health. And you provide a buff to the full armor. You don't get bonus, sure, but who cares? Flash coming in. There's the Saint's Blessing. Are you kidding me? +3 damage, +1 armor. This is like elite archer stats. He's dead. I love the fact he doesn't even wait for Sacred Sight win conditioning. He just murders the man in his own house. Mango being kept alive. But the workers are going to be the ones to suffer for this. They're trying to stand their ground to protect it. But that's most of your worker league gone. You have no army left. No hope. Roos, still S-tier pick or mountain clearing. And Knights Templar, maybe a little bit mean. But we blocked his relic, guys. I don't understand. Oh, it turns out warrior monks are just good for being good. Seriously, Corvinus huffs the Hopium so hard when he plays Knights Templar. I've noticed this. He's like, but I'm 2T6. Oh, okay. Oh dear, oh dear. He's like, yeah, but I can build up the villager losses. Guys, it's fine. I can build more villagers. All right. So, next up, let me just mark that 2-0. Gorge. Oh, hold on a sec. Guys, Corvinus can get a win. Gully beat Marine Lord with this. Would have won if he didn't lose that relic for sure. You know what would have let him win, Kavayu? If he had a second gold option. I'm kidding, I'm kidding. Alright, I'm going to run a minute and a half ads now so you guys don't get them in game, by the way. You are welcome. No, thank you, thank you. Oh. Wait, that gives me time to snack too. Hell yeah, brother. You're resigning right now? Yeah, get out of here. Go start making maps for Dawn of War 4, noob. That was a weird turn. Hummus. Early each seed 20s, they used to check the seeds first. Yeah, but you know how much time that took. Well. Yeah, they used to do set seeds. But like, think about the amount of times you have to check each map, how many seeds you need. It's insane. And then if there's a hotfix patch, all of it's wasted. And the EGC don't pay well. So like, if you're an admin, I doubt you're being given enough money to sit there for hours and hours on end checking seeds. Sweet, sweet hummus. You can't hear the crunch, right? Tortillas always just feels so crunchy. What am I eating? Tortilla chips with hummus. Because solo casting makes a man hungry. I mean, I'm a high energy caster. I get very hungry. Of course, on the other sides. Golden Horde has been solved in the most unexpected of ways. One and all, this is 2-0 now. HRE, the new Golden Horde Slayer. We're going to find out if it truly is, because so far, Marine Lord has lost with Golden Horde against HRE, against a young upcomer. We have seen it also work out in another series in the group stage. This is the third showing. HRE are looking pretty slick. Let's see if Corvinus can pull it off to stay alive in this series, or if he's going to be the abnormality. Welcome back to the channel, folks. We have indeed got Golden Horde in the red, Numadon manning them, and he is indeed 2-0 up over Corvinus already. Dark Green HRE on Gorge. This was the exact map and the exact matchup where Marine Lord lost playing Golden Horde. Why? HRE Fast Castle Burgrave. Now, I'm hoping that Corvinus can satiate his 2TC itch elsewhere in the series and not do it here, and that we are getting Fast Castle, because it's actually crazy when you plot it out why HRE Fast Castle Burgrave is so good against Golden Horde. What does Golden Horde look to do in the matchups right now? Golden Horde thrives off of playing long feudal because you went Castle Age. They thrive off of just existing and blobbing and diving you non-stop. Why is HRE an exception to this rule? Two details. One, it's the economy. Not many civs can tech quicker into castle than HRE. They are fast. With the Arhan buff, it doesn't take them much time at all. Two, with the Burgrave, it sets you up for a men-at-arms rush that comes out too fast for Golden Horde to smother, and then also performs incredibly well against the Golden Horde's #1 Scourge, which is Heavy Cav. Because if you go for Heavy Maces, you beat back the Torgu. Speaking of Arhan Chapel, it is going to be coming in. I like the placement too. Small tree line, yes, but the importance is he gets the gold, because if this is a fast castle build, this is the loose resource, this is the risk. So you want to be gathering more gold to prep for the tech up. But not just that. That was a sick move. Corv walked out to the deer. I'm surprised he didn't walk out with the prelate, though. Because the prelate could walk back towards the completion of feudal. Yeah, because like it would be better to have this gathering rate, but I think he's prioritizing wood. Possible he's looking for an outpost. Because there's always a threat that the Khan comes in here. He should be coming in here. But one outpost can be quite the deterrent. And funny thing there, we've actually been seeing building carts a lot at the moment. Not this game. No, despite what we just said about the Tortugud strat getting counterplayed by Burgrave, he commits to Khan and Tortugud, which means that Numidan is leading with his heavy cav to try and get the dub. And for those coming in going, man, I cannot believe Numidan's 2-0 up. Reminder, he just 3-1'd Luciferon. Numidan going into this series was definitely the favorite. But now that I see this Civ matchup, I'm starting to think it might have to be another 3-1 option. Oh, wait, is there one behind the mid? Oh, you're right. Oh, my dude. Good eyeballs, Burble. I should have checked up here in fairness, but can we just agree the silhouettes need reworking on the new green color? That's not obvious, is it, right? Like, there's a guy right there. See? Oh, now I see him. And his stupid bald head. But now... more blended than my green screen. What the hell? It's weird because the power pink silhouette's pretty clear. But the dark green just doesn't really pop at all. You know what they could probably add just to satiate that problem? Or with this and all future colors? Just add a tiny white outline for units behind buildings. I don't know if it'd be too cluttered, but like you want to know when something's behind a building, right? Like look how clearly I can see a deer behind a tree. Also, devs, please, no more greens. Also, no more blues. Thank you. Icon over the head like Io. I don't think they need that. That would definitely be too much visual clutter, even though I'm talking about visual clutter. The reason it works with Imperial Officials is there's only a 4 or with Sushi up to 8. But you technically could have 30 prelates, right? It would look silly. Need grey as a color. You just want grey as a color so that when you play free-for-alls, you can hide in an eliminated player's base and bait people. I know what you're up to. I already thought of that myself. I was like, white would be pretty. Okay, wait. Corv, is he not doing Fast Castle? No, he's doing Horseman Spear Spam. All right, this has ruined my intro and now ruined the veracity of this as an accurate video to upload. I'm disappointed. Horseman Spear with Arhen. Not mine work. It's a little unusual because he went for 2 prelates anyway. So he's buffing most of his economy at this point anyway. Did he lose the sheep game maybe? Ah. 22 to 18. A little bit of a loss, but I wouldn't say anything too game-ending mistake. A2 has a minimap option that turns all topology grey. There's a lot of different minimap and customization options that would be nice in AoE4, but let's be totally real, we'll never get any. Yeah, like, you know what would be really smart, actually? A mod that is client-side that you can use on ladder that simply removes animation effects from all trees. The reason I say that one is because there's a lot of people with not very good PCs that can't even appreciate the game because the slight sway on trees causes so much frame loss. Corvinus is going full ham, by the way. Doesn't this increase the chance for Numidan to win? I feel like what Corvinus is doing is beneficial for Numu. Especially if he receives the attack defensively because of the fortified outpost. Remember, he can pivot into the aura that gives more health. Yeah, at which point the nerfs to Tortugud feel like they weren't there. Because the 10% extra, right? You go up to 253. Ultimate rotation around the back. Numu doesn't react quickly. That's going to be -1. A little bit pricey. Which is will poke him away. Numidon doesn't know that Corvinus is bringing the whole army over here right now. Oh, maybe he does. The spears reveal themselves early. The archers too. Okay, so good trade there. Numu just getting rid of the spears now. Corvinus has got more troopers waiting behind this, but look at Numu. He's prepping Steeled Arrow ahead of Corvinus. Game has a wind speed simulation setting. Why? But why? Okay, so Corvinus, I feel like he's going for the castle play now. Look at the food and gold. What's interesting is this may not be a Burgrave game at all. After all that, after all the hype, god damn it, I should have known Corvinus would be the player to ruin my intro. No, there's still an opportunity to save this. This could still be a YouTube upload. He just needs to choose the dark side? He needs the Burgrave. I don't know if he can with the food eco. 10 sheep, although only 4 of them are full. So he's probably got about 1,200-ish food. The deer, there's still a little bit left, but not a crazy amount. And he hasn't added in farms yet. I mean, I guess this is a similar concept to what we've been seeing in the other games, right? Or what we speculated has been happening. Which is you either aggro or you hunker down and you just wait and you poke them away and then you do this. So moment of truth. It's Burgrave. YouTube, here we come. Guys, this is where it gets crazy now. We have had 0 men-at-arms up to this point. He actually could start prepping them now because he has Raxes and their feudal units. But the point is, with Burgrave, the upgrades come in fast. The pump is insanely fast. Also, you get charge damage increase, which is great for headbutting into cavalry with men-at-arms. Will he be able to dive quick enough? He's moving across, but the Burgrave almost complete. Maybe a bit of a thought here that did Corvinus walk home too soon? Portagood now towards the gold. Hop into the outpost here. One villager is going to be going down, though. So we'll find the initial snipe. Spears will be able to scare him away here. With the marching drills, they're just too fast. Archer dive. Pretty deep here. Horseman did try for a backstab. We'll just shift over to the reinforcements. Decides against it in the end, though, as he sees the spears. And now it's time to start pumping. Look at that. Veterancy in just 5 seconds. And the men-at-arms already Fury queued up. Only takes 4 seconds to get these bad boys out. This is going to be fast. And guys, he already preemptively gathered a lot of gold. Look at the gold count. He can afford to get up to 10 with ease. In fact, heavy maces at this rate is going to be affordable. Yeah, he can get to 10 men-at-arms and heavy maces easily. He's still got people on gold. Muscovy Yasak queued by Numidon. I mean, I don't know if Castle solves this feat. It makes the Tortugud more tanky, but Muscovy Yasak itself, which gives the ranged armor, is ineffective against the men-at-arms. And there you go. Goes heavy maces. There's no way he's trying to burn a Burgrave. Guys, remember, Atri has emergency repairs. Forward. I think the other thing that benefit Atri is that men-at-arms buff, remember, they cost 10 less food. So it used to be you ran out of food too quick on Burgraves. Now, you get a few more in before you burn. Push forward here. Archer's just taking out the enemy ones. Men-at-arms continue the push. He's buying time, right? Like, Numidon does not want to face this at all until he has got the castle upgrade, because Tortugud automatically buff their stats. No way at all. Archer's going to trade poorly there. In fact, Tortugud coming around to take full advantage of that. Nice little micro there by Numidon with the Ring of Rosies. However, the Horseman again moves in on the other side of the map. And no reaction. Nimu slow to pull away there. So more workers going down than necessary. Tortugud are moving towards the gold now. More men-at-arms are coming out. And this looks Is this over? Shivs come out. That's going to be more worker losses. No textiles. And the Torgud, they do nothing. They can't hang around. Now, stats have just been padded, but look at the health bars. Not great. One Torgud with more than half HP. The rest there or below. Men-at-Arms, now on the march. Yeah, don't want to waste time chasing this. Men-at-Arms are slow, right? But with that health bar, your opponent's going to be hesitant to dive you. And even if he does, you just build more Men-at-Arms. The goal now is to crush your opponent before he gets crossbows up. This is freaking scary. Two-handed heavy maces already online. 12 MAA, and they know exactly where the archer ranges are. First two crossbows come out. And they shift away from the gold. That's going to block additional crossbow production. Time to fight. Men-at-Arms not going to last long against this. Also, by the way, those Roost tributaries are heavy tag. So maces beat them too. CC Fire is stinging though. He didn't get ranged armor too. So a little bit of damage being done there. Dwarf has to back away. Army's coming home. Okay, he just gave the Torgud a good fight. Like, there's barely any guys left here, right? You can charge across. Nemu, soon to be 10 crossbows. I think Corvinus... The window's been missed. Like, I'm actually going to do a thorough check. I'm pretty sure this will be the only matchup of Golden Horde versus HRE where Golden Horde would win. Yeah, so Beastie Corvinus... He actually beat Beastie's Golden Horde with this HRE. That was the other one. So Corvinus... This must have been the way he'd done it before. But Numadon is doing it better than Beastie was, defending against it. I'm assuming, like, I haven't been able to confirm that. I know the outcome was an HRE win in that one. And then the other one was Marine Lord versus Gully Deckle, where Marine Lord also lost with Golden Horde. And then I'm just checking if there was any others. I don't think there was, though. That's it so far. That's crazy. Once the strat's been seen, it's not going to keep working. Agreed. But considering how quick the adjustment was, like, you have to remember Numadon was playing Series, no? He would have been playing... So he would have seen Beastie Corvinus. Actually, he would have seen both, to be fair. Because Numadon started playing from Series 2 and Series 3. Wait, so he could have had both games open, taking notes? Oh my god, what a G. So Numadon, but let's give the flex. Numadon can just say, look, I'm better than Beastie and Marine Lord, because they both died to this, and I didn't. I think Marine Lord and Gully would have made the news anyway. Yeah, but the point is that you still then have to find time to go and review it when you're probably going to be busy scrimming and prepping for your series anyway, right? Stable's coming in now. Corvinus with a Land Snake switch. I don't mind this. Crossbows don't instantly evaporate you, right? Like, they'll have enough to one-hit kill, but they don't get bonus against you. And the Torguds are low on HP. Numu, did he go relics? Has. 3 monks, 1 relic on the way home. Corvinus was only able to secure 1 while playing multi-prelate HRE. That's kind of wacky. Now the stone gathering. Corvinus, is he thinking 2TC or just in placement? I hope in placement. That would make sense, yeah. And Burgrave may be a bit different, but it still has that same limitation of tick-tock goes the clock. Once the clock ticks out, have you done enough damage? Blanche, starting to step up. Good stagger formation. Look at the way Numadon's playing this. He's creating small staggered lines so you can kind of seep through. The whole point is to minimize the launch damage. Charge through. Knife down a few more of the Lansk. Crossbows in the escape, but need reinforcements. The second wave was held back here. Crash also not close enough to provide the aura. It is quite surprising. So Chase is on, and Corvinus now floating even more men at arms. It's a full melee blob. Yeah, and someone's going to say the word Springles, and I'm going to tell you now, map this open doesn't feel like a jackpot. If you build strings, he goes left, he goes right, you never find him. That's the problem with Springles as a counterplay to mass melee, and why it's not what people seek most in most games, right? Yeah, I think if you go back to the pre-wall nerfs, back when you used to build them a lot faster, on a map like Gorge, that strategy would have been viable, but not now. They're chewing through Tortgood? Of course they are. Look at the damage. They hit for 21, but remember, it's 50% higher on a charge. So they're hitting a Tortgood for over 30 damage before reductions. Right? It's actually about 30 damage after reductions. Speaking of Tortgood, that was a good time to rotate. They don't notice each other, though. Ooh, but the gold could be a better target. Doesn't check it. Meanwhile, into the base we go. Corvin is now looking to dive TC. Tortgood. Yeah, that's why. He was so busy microing underneath Town Center, he didn't notice. But that's the 4th relic now for Nimue. Also, kind of worried here. Numidan has been using the monks to top off people now. Meanwhile, in Corvinus Town, there's these health bars. So a lot of heavily injured troops. Nimue still hunting. Has got Springald, so that should be him safe. It's a good snipage. We'll be able to take out 3 Tortgood. Going to the Khan-Nu. Wait, yeah, he knows about the berries, but I think the boar... Wait, was that a boar? I thought I saw a boar. No, because there's a boar down there. Okay, I think it's a wolf. I was confused for a sec, because it looked like it was eating. But yeah, so he knows about the boar being on... I guess it makes sense why Numu wouldn't check berries. You see boar, you just assume that's his food. Again, though. Hold up. Corvinus ain't done yet. Lance getting good cleaves. -5 on the work account. It's lucky it wasn't more. Army stepping up. But you're seeing HRE just exploiting that mobility advantage. They have marching drills. They run faster with all imp. Also, this is like really annoying for Karash play, right? The splash damage is just, instead of having to waste an archer round to get rid of the armor, one cleave, boom, these Karash are down in like a quarter HP. Replicate that a few times, army wipe. And we're not seeing Inspired Warriors buff, by the way, despite the changes now that it has a bit of AoE buff to it, so you can buff multiple units. No interest in Corv. A little bit surprised by that. He's got 8 prelates in total. He's got what? 2 of them out here, 2 of them out here, and then 1 at home. So that... Oh, wait, there's the other 2. Yeah, so just full eco-focused. I guess the tricky part for him is he can't really afford to do combat prelates because he lost the relic game, and he's been spamming Lanch, which costs a lot of gold. So who wins at 200 pop? Because that's kind of where we're going. And wait, did he get in again? Did we miss a farm raid? We might have. He's split into 2 groups. Oh, he's going. Will LOL scare him back? Dude, it feels so futile chasing after the infantry like this. Got a good front, but it's a concave. Not going to last long there. Corvinus, he started adding a few horsemen, but has slowed down weirdly enough. So Eco Lead's getting substantial, guys. 12 villager lead now for HRE. Has been some out of time, but that has been felt on both sides in this game so far. Even the Lansk against Tortgood feel pretty good, right? Because the glass cannons and Tortgood aren't really designed to kill. They're designed to just not die. And that's how they eventually win. So if you're being wailed on by Tortgood, they hit you for about 15, but you do 17 damage per card. The worst trade. Relics make up Vil difference? Yeah, I mean, he's got 4 relics. He also has got 3 stone Uvus active, so that helps a lot too. One thing that I do not like is the fact that Nimdan's army is kind of a lie. He's got 10 Karash. 10. That means you're not likely to lose the armor buff, but also this number, you're behind. Like, yes, there's the prelates, but you also have a few monks, so like it still skews the numbers. I think also Karash is just less effective against land. Because once again, you're going to A-click in, the Karash are going to be on the front line, and they're going to die to 4 sweeps. 4 cleaves is all it takes. Round, backstab. He's starting to reach into the ranged. Crossbows. This just ain't working. No, front line's already gone. He needs to chase past. Lance just need to get a little bit deeper, a little bit faster. And that's front line now being ignored. He goes straight after the remaining crossbows. Cut him in 2. And he splits the groups. It's a good find there. Corvinus, he did sack a lot of his Lance for this, but the men-at-arms numbers are looking healthy. The crossbow count has been cut in half. Yeah, and what remains is deceptive here. It's a lot of archers, not much else. And he's going for a castle drop to try and end the game. What a timing! Wheelbarrow-less castle drop at 25 minutes. Oh my, I can't believe he done this without wheelbarrow. And this is going to be a siege. He knows you can't build any more landmarks as Golden Horde. This is it. So he's looking to set up trebs and just break it down. Was that worth it? Was it necessary? I mean, I guess the other problem here is to a fair point to him, like there's no food left. He never set up farms. So the logic here is he would have either had to have walked away from that fight and not had a bigger army afterwards because his opponent has farms and he doesn't, or he does this. Unbelievable. Without wheelbarrow as well, it's just absurd. He queues it up now. He's like, oh boy, there's a good chance I might have to run home after this. The farm placement was good from Numidan, actually. He set them up towards the back. He didn't set them up all around the TC. That's a smart choice. I feel like a lot of people would just litter around this town center and be a bit more exposed. But traction traps now coming out from Numu. Boiling oil being trapped like that. Here's his own trebs coming. Just Anala resources on flanks. Numu, no active gold gathering. But he's got plenty of passive with the relics. Inspired Warriors buff now coming, by the way. I'm glad to see it. I hate how long it took. Because Inspired Warriors is pretty sick with Lanch. That increase in damage is like going from Castle Age damage to Elite damage. Right, to Imp damage. And the TC placement is basically to save on stone for repair. Siege begins on the TC. The traction trebs, are they going for the enemy treb? He is. This would require a lot of ignorance, but there is always a chance, because if Corvinus gets pings, he probably just uses the castle. Guys, it's kind of working. Gorv. What? 0 HP? Bro, no. No. I cannot believe that. He had all the time in the world. I can't believe this as well. He's pro-healing villagers because they're diving TC to gather the last berries. He's so desperate for food. Oh my god, this is the extremes of Burgrave, guys. Now, this is what happens when Burgrave doesn't work out. He's still got no farms underneath the Iron. He's not even using the Iron. Wait, a mango switch? I mean, I guess, yeah, it makes sense, right? Like, you've got men-at-arms, Lanch to deal with the enemy men-at-arms. But crossbows kill you. Archers kill you. And also, mangoes can siege the base. Second TC doesn't help. It's not about the food. It's not about the food at all. It's about emergency repairs so you don't burn all your stone repairing the castle. Problem is, Numu's up to 4 trebs. Like, you're just not going to be able to use E-repairs to get away with this. Now stone having to be burned. He's on the very verge, the edge, but 20 seconds out, and it's going to be a drop. Castle gone. Chokehold on Numidan's base removed. Now you start to get that sinking feeling that Numidan is going to just snatch this away 3-0. Corvinus doesn't have food. He's setting up farms now. Desperation Town has arrived. Interesting switch into Springles from Numu. Triple Torgud gets queued up. More springs as well. I mean, it's pretty smart, right? Like, you'll use the Torgud to try and dive the mangoes, and then Springles destroy the backbone of the HRE here. Mangoes. What are you... No, don't snipe them as well. Seriously? Does Numidan miss Springles as anti-siege? Because he's replaced them with traction traps. Oh! That's filthy! He actually got one! Reload, dodge. Okay, he's going for the Siege Workshop. Can't dodge that. Torgud try to dive in. Traction trap shot. Oh, he splits it. He tried to bait him. Numidan is playing mind games. Trap pulls back. And wait. Hold up, Corv. Let's slow down here. Mangoes. Try to get rid of the traction trap, but it's already repaired. Gets his own repairs going. Outpost trying to go up. Lance do get a good hit in. We are anchored to the screen. Corvinus is starting to stockpile food. Is he going for an Elsbeth? Look like it. Start to reinvest in the Horseman. Trap splitting. Springles looking for the shots in. Mangoes trying to counterplay it. Go after the archers instead, though. And the Wallalows. The Wallalows are going to be there. The self-dubbed Wallalow god is about to be dogged by the Wallalows. Staggered to retreat. And now a wipe of the army, all but looking inevitable here. Repair crew tries to keep it alive, but it's just siege and nothing else. A lot of worker losses along the way. Numidan is down by 20 economy. But the military size is incredible. Damn. Dive in now. Onto that second town center. Corvinus, he's started to get farms up. Back at home, yes, but not a lot. He's got 9 farms in total. And yeah, that's the only other economy, berries. Which, by the way, Numidan sees. If he sends just a few cav over there, that's Corvinus' worker lead gone. And he moves. Shoves over towards it. And good eyeballs, actually. Yeah, he's boring the corner. That isn't known. But you can see it through the fog. Workers, pull away. He sees that too. Like, he should have seen that too anyway. Nimu? What? I can't believe he got away with that. 50-50. Torgud guess wrong. And now he discovers the boar too late too. Corvinus is going to hide on the tree line. Are you freaking kidding me? Corvinus was a Thieves Guild main in Elder Scrolls, 100%. He's still not going to find him. Unbelievable. And now the Horseman raid from behind. Vet horses go in. Corvinus now prepping crossbows. A big dive coming towards him. Springles and choke points is a death sentence for those men-at-arms, so you've got to be careful. Burn comes in towards the houses. Siege creep continues. The other way this time. Traction trebs. They're onto that town center. That's one way to fix the eco situation. Dive with the Horseman. It is being mirrored now by the men-at-arms. They should be able to shut that down. Minimum damage done, but Arhan dead. Has to use the E-repairs there. Not great. That's still going to die. Like, wait, no. Just kill it. You don't even need... Why is he switching? He can just kill it, guys. He could just kill it right now. He had so much torch damage. He just goes to Burgrave. This is... Surely this is over. Corvinus has to fight. He's out of time. This is getting way too tight. Look at the burn speed. Arhan's still on fire. Mirrors the movement of the army. TC being repaired, but the traction treb damage. Traction trebuchets, the best siege weapon in the game. They snipe mangoes, they snipe villages, they snipe landmarks. Corvinus desperately trying to cut reinforcements here. I think you just go and A-click now. This is it, right? E-repairs on cooldown for 23 seconds. If he just dives in, it's GG. Wait, he didn't finish the Burgrave. He pulled everyone back. I don't know if Numidan realizes how far ahead he is. Because he could just go. What's he waiting for? I don't think he realizes just how big his army lead is right now. He's like worried that Corvinus has something else. E-repairs comes off cooldown. Because, like, what kind of psychopath positions like this when he's so outnumbered? Right, this is a gambit, 100% a gambit from Corv. So probably what's happening in Numidan is he's paranoid there's a second wave back here, and that's what he doesn't want to like overextend from. So he just hugs the Trebs, takes it slowly. I mean, Corv's entire worker lead is repairing a town center, right? So Numi probably doesn't feel like there's an urgent rush either because of that. By the way, this tree line, MVP. Because he's about to be out of wood over here. He has got chopping here too, but still, it's helping with this repair so much. 50 villagers on wood. He's going to Springs too. Oh my god, dude, if he just goes in. If he just went in. What's crazy though, is at this rate, Numidan is going to be able to pin him. It's not easy because the HRE move faster, but there is a pin opportunity. It's on down. Dives in a bit, forces a reaction. What we've got here is a sandwich. You know, like, you ever had those situations where you feel like you're the bread and they're the meat, but then you realize you're both bread? That's what we've got here. Here's the meat once, and here's the meat twice. But he needs to move. Cool. No way. He's taking the fight. This is a bad fight, right? He's clearing the front line gradually. The spring crossbows at the back are a problem. Now the backstab comes through. Yeah, that's a rip fight right there. Corvinus is going to lose his crossbowmen. Now it's just Springalds and men-at-arms to hold the base. Ugly fight. Really ugly fight. I mean, the crazy thing is Numidan didn't commit the whole army. Because the risk there is that if you run the whole army back, Corvinus snipes these. So he just keeps pressure up. The other tricky part, you're probably wondering, like, why wouldn't Corvinus just try a straight-up engagement when he's got things like Land Snakes and Springalds? The problem is that Golden Horde's Batu Khan wins the fight. Remember, the longer a fight goes on, the more tiers you get of his buff damage. You get 10% then 20%. Long fights don't go well against Golden Horde. They love long fights. They're the best civ in the game at maintaining 200 pop and benefiting for a long fight. Yeah, this won't be a long fight at all. This is going to be in a race. Trebs, sieging TC again. Mass Springalds. I've seen Corvinus try this in 2v2s. I've seen him try it on 1v1s. But what I have not seen is it win reliably. I think he's been watching too many V replays from 2025. I mean, I say it hasn't won reliably. In fairness to him, he just cut down like 40 military. Still, he hasn't got a front line anymore. And the Springles... It's a spring-on-spring trade. And the problem here is when you have more, it's bad. Because they're clumped together. A valiant effort from Corvinus. The age of Springles will not be returning to these shores. And HRE's unbeatable shenanigans for day number 1 against Golden Horde will come to an abrupt halt. Bloody hell of a game, though. Crazy game. Come on, Springle, just shoot them. They're lined up. They want it. They want to be shot in the face. Yeah, like at this point, Corvinus can't really gather food. Oh, actually, no, he's got farms over here. But gold is gone. Like, look, he's drained himself dry. And this ain't no Regnants. Definitely not Numidan's first rodeo. Man, that's so well played by Numu. This matchup played twice today already. Both times HRE win. But both were in the first round when Numidan was probably sitting there warming up, with popcorn in hand and maybe a multi-monitor setup to realize exactly what Kilyadi and what Beastie and what Marine Lord done wrong that he could fix. And Numenor, as a result, has one of the best days, one of the top days so far. Yeah, 3-0 over Corvinus and a 3-1 over Lucifron. That is a powerful way to start a group stage. Corv just doesn't want to give it over. He's like, no, it's okay. I've got flank material. I got flank, guys. I got flank material. What you don't realize is the camouflage. There's 40 village. Okay, 26. Yeah. Okay. So we're gonna be going a little bit longer, it seems. I have prematurely GG'd. To be fair, I don't see the way back for Corvinus without gold. You're playing HRE. I don't think he's even upgraded speeds. No, he hasn't even got veterancy for speeds. Nothing left. Because if castle drop on the flank doesn't protect, you're fine with that. Guys, if you enjoyed this game, make sure you're following the channels, Twitch, YouTube, all the places. Make sure you catch us live for more of this stuff. We'll be seeing plenty more stuff. Numi's been impressing me so far this year, man. He's chasing, he's racing to try and take Anatan's #1 spot on that Boulder Esports roster. Corvinus, 07s. Never stop memeing. Never stop. Wait, did it? They got found. GG. The stealth workers rolled a nat 0. Oh, man. What a game. Okay, I call that one the Unbeatable Day 1 HRE strat. An appropriate name. So, still got one more round of games. So just checking on the results. Marine Lord, Freod, Voldemar, Wham, Anatan. I think someone said they're going to a 5th game. BC MSN is also 1-1. Okay. MSN cooking. I've got a feeling it was an Iabid or a Bassid Civ. Probably. Let me have a look. No, it wasn't. He actually won Lakeside, Order the Dragon against Beastie's French. And then Coastal was a win for BC of Macedonians versus HRE. So BC's up 2-1 now because he just won with Mongols against Iabids. And then final series of the day. We said we want the Wham Kilyadi matchup, which means we're kind of shackled to the outcome of Wham Anatan, right? Currently in game 5. We could look at oh god, Mali and Delhi. Do you guys want to watch the Beastie game? Because we can't do the Wham Kilyadi series until Wham Anatan finishes anyway. I got a feeling this one might be quite quick. Boardland, Delhi versus Mali. Okay, so Beastie's 2-1 up. Dude, I feel weirdly lightheaded, actually. What the hell? Oh, I kind of find this with, I find that things like crisp, things like tortilla chips. Don't know what it is, but they tend to make me... It's not lightheaded. It's almost like if you eat them and then you do something that uses a lot of energy. And let me know if you get this as well. It just kind of makes you feel a bit sick. Anyone else get that? It's like the wrong kind of carbs, you know what I mean? Eat what? Tortilla chips, you know, crisps, basically those type of things. Because, like, it's not a proper meal or anything, right? It's just, like, it's just extra trash in your body. Okay, so we're getting Dome of Faith. No Tower of Victory builds out of Beastie. Map's going to be Borderland. MSN on the other side has got Mansa Quarry coming up. So normally the way this just plays out is you run Ghazi around the map like a nuisance, and you exploit the gold veins. And there's a decent split on them to exploit, like one's forward, one's back. Tree lines are also small, which is another nice target point for Ghazi. What has changed more recently in this matchup is a lot more Sofa play. But Sofa play needs to be supported or Ghazi can kill them. Because Ghazi, they get bonus against heavy, and they also will have healing back at home. So, like, unless you have an insane pin with your Sofas, and you need a lot of them to do it, what ends up happening is over time, you still get grinded down as Malians. You can already see the split burn. I love this. Beastie goes for both at once. Yeah, because you have to pick your poison, right? If you're building Sofas, they're strong, but they're slow to come out. And a spear switch up now from Beastie. Very crafty. Because MSN is ham-fisted it. He's gone double stables. This is such an MSN move, man. Like, this is the guy that loves Horseman and Feudal more than any other player in Pro Play. This actually might be the death of him. He needs to spot it early. Okay, he sees the spears. That's good. Bit of a weird fight. 1-for-1 so far, but second wave comes in much better. Sofa probably can't hang around now that there's Ghazi. He tries to intercept the Sofa. Intercept the Scholar, rather. But very tanky. 130 HP. Body block's going to be there. Nice secure. Beastie got to be on point with the micro to get away the Ghazi. Losing those core Spearman Ball, it's pretty annoying. Like, it allows Sofa to kind of bully you a little bit for now. The second Sacred Site already locked. Okay, nicely played. So Beastie will get both. That's good gold gen. MSN... Okay. Yeah, thank you. I was about... No way are we... I was going to swear Borderlands just doing something to people today. It's in the water. If he had gone only stables after seeing spears, I would have lost my mind. So he will be adding in the archers now to counterplay Spearman. Decent trades there. So another one of the Sofas going down. Destroyed value already favoring Beastie. Beastie now with double Sacred Site. He actually eclipses the Pit Mine value. Pit Mine's giving about 108. You're getting 125 per Sacred Site. Yeah. Now, gold gen passively is slightly better for Malians more because they have the mantle on top. But the cool thing for Delhi is they're getting all these eco techs. Only Sofas because they have bonus versus infantry. Please stop. You're illegal. Get out. What did I do? You know what you done. Don't be that guy. Don't ever be that guy. Okay. I think the plan isn't terrible from MSN now. Because the way he's playing this now, as long as he blobs enough archers, he preps himself nicely for a castle switch. I am worried that he's being very cheap on archers. He's not even actively producing all times out of this range. Meanwhile, in Beastie Land, it's a lot of spears. Yeah, the armor's fat. And he's already pulling scholars to heal them. Yeah, Beastie's sacrificing his tech timing slightly to ensure he keeps army count, which I like. I think it's the correct way to play this. Attempts to decaps is going to be a big fat L. So if we continue to rotate, a lot of them heavily damaged. Well, I say a lot. A few of them. Like, what, 4 or 5? Pro Scouts now coming in. So Beast just trying to hunker down at home. More spears coming through. Honestly, runarounds like this just feel so painful if you're not playing French Knights. Because he's taking damage that he won't be able to heal. The problem as well, he has got a scout, so you should think he sees this coming, but it's because Deli blows so quick. Look at this. He's got a scholar inside the stables. He's got a scholar inside the racks. This is like having double racks, double stables. Ascend now attacking. I wonder, yeah, Beastie seems suspicious, right? Like, why would you run around like that unless you're up to something? He's moving in, and the Grand Fulani is not the win you think it is. He only has 3 cow currently. So there's no big boost waiting for him when he completes the bar. So just Beastie. Whoa, whoa, up. Spears come back, though. That's a lot of spears. And the Ghazi move in. Hold on. He sees the gold. You got to be careful. Running back like this could give you away. Beastie doesn't check it. He starts to dive a bit now. He gets a glimpse. He knows. He knows the Fulani's going. Wastes a lot of time on that one. Archer moves across now. Villagers have to get off of it, though, so tech up incomplete. The Ghazi pin him. The classic Malian Deli experience. He's going to sacrifice workers to get the build up. There you go. He goes back for it now. Ring of Roses over here. Should be, what, 3-4 villager losses in the end? No textiles, so difficult to keep them all alive. He will at least get the tech up, but it comes at a price paid in blood. And the Ghazi, oh my god, he got back in! 3-4 more going down. That's a 10 worker lead now, guys. This is not Fulani broken. This is Fulani broke. 4 cow in range of this thing. It's a funny Lani. Oh no. And Beastie's already saved up. He's about to tech too. So for upgrades coming through momentarily, but he's down to 12. I think this is going to be a Beastie dub and a 3-1 victory for him. Like, this is pretty hard to play back from now. This is not your atypical, I have 20 villages worth of cow. I'm fine. He hasn't. So he has 5 villages worth of food income there. Meaning he's behind by over 10 workers at 13 minutes. And Beastie now going castle. So far, just going to go in for one big hoorah. Hold on. Maybe. Just maybe. These are vet Sofa now. So Beastie might have to cancel. No. He baits him in. Spears should get clubbed down. The Scholar Pool's going to be there, though. Hold on a second. The production rate. Triple racks. That's 6 barracks worth of production. That's a lot. And the healing as well. God, it's so disgusting. Even after the nerfs. Allows him to stand there a long time. He sacks Scholars to save time, to buy time. Sofa count goes down by, I think, 3-4. More Spearmen are coming home. A good delay by MSN. But inevitability now knocking at the door. That was so close, man. Beastie's reaction just on point, though. Didn't overreact, didn't panic. Just gets the castle up. Now can get veterancy on spears. 2 minutes away, but the Scholars can now be rebanked to make it faster. And I imagine he's going to be marching back across the map again. Into the base of a guy who has got 400 food income while playing Fulani. What's up, Chup? Yeah, team game tournaments are fun. Sadly, don't expect many in the future, but they are cool. Oh, God, he found the workers. 12 villages. Screen pile's a bit outdated. Oh, yeah. No, that's because we're, like, waiting for the next series anyway. There you go. I'll put up next. GG. 3-1 victory for the Beast. Okay, so up next, we're going to be looking in on Wham versus Gilyaldi. Looks like Wham Anatan final game is still going. Do we just watch the EGC feed? Otherwise, we're going to have to go in game and fast forward like crazy. They're 20 minutes in. What do you guys think? I think it's going to be over soon, to be honest with you. Because Wham is getting ready to go Imperial Age. One sec. Let me just reset our scores in prep for the next series. Okay. So, state of game. Wham basically has double Sacred Sight. He's got Castle Drop on 1, maybe? But he's also slow sieging in while holding a reserve Sakata for an Imperial Age. So I think if the Sacred Sight timer gets down to like 5 minutes here, the goal is going to be for him to do a Sky Drop. Also, why does the stream stutter so much? What's going on? 1080p only? Vulgar. By the way, to answer the question that I've had in the past about why do I zoom in more, this is exactly why. The bitrate quality is ass cheeks on a lot of stream platforms. So when you zoom out, it renders like it's spreading that bitrate across more things. And then the things that actually deserve quality capture are small on the screen, right? It's like there's the basics of like if you have my camera at this size versus full screen, you're probably more likely to see small details in the camera. Like how you zoom in? I do too. I think that's another nice thing that I'm enjoying the breakaway from this channel. Is like, obviously, we have an observer, and he's a great observer. I think Vodka's a great observer. But, like, this is the way they like to have the game shown at all times. It kind of makes sense at this scale of fight, but there is an argument you could, like, zoom in 3 notches now that the Yeomen have been gap closed, right? I don't know. I'm a big fan of the default just being 3 or 4 notches more in by default. I do usually agree with the idea of trying to keep the same zoom at all times. I just don't like the default zoom we use in AoE for esports. So yeah, this looks like dead Anatan. So he made the right call. Because we would have fast forwarded for like to get to 2 minutes of actual gameplay at the end. Close though. Anatan losing 3-2 in the end. Roos actually back, maybe? Yeah, I think they're like a mid-tier civ. Wham's very good with them, though. It's one of his better picks, always has been. Yeah, I love the way he's using the damage buff as well. Damage armor against Yeoman, really frustrating. Anno? Can he hold on here? Probably not. Now that there's Knights showing up, he's got, what, 3 crossbowmen and then just Yos? If it was just Horse Archers versus Yeoman... But now the production's getting camped, right? Men-at-Arms following up alongside Knights. And remember, while this is all happening, the Sacred Sight timer is ticking down. And if you look at the minimap, you can see that Wham's probably got about... I would estimate he's at like 20, 25 farms already. Compare that to Anatan, who's got a lot of farms just not actually working. Knights have so many more coming. Like there's another wave, then another wave, then another wave. It's just crossbows left over, so like this would be a cool point for Wham to have horsemen. But I don't think he's pre-teched veterancy for them. Looks like he has found flanks though, so Raid's moving over towards the gold on the east side. Burn on the outpost, just to try and get more worker kills. Back to work moment for Anatan, that's really important. Look what just happened to his food income. They just swapped places. I know it was at 2k. Wham was about 1,300. Polar opposite, and that's crazy. He gets back up to 2k food income while castle dropping. 25 worker lead. Looking at the landmark positioning, he can just start to kind of drop trebuchets and slow siege this now, right? Hobbler switch is a smart idea by Anno if it wasn't for the fact there's so many knights. GG gets called. Wham will win 3-2. And an important outcome here. Because I'm not convinced that Kilyadi is going to be a complete and utter wash or pushover. Because in terms of remaining series for day number 1, Wham Kilyadi, BMSN, Voltix Voldemort, and Lucifer on Puppy Ball. We're going to be looking in on Wham Kilyadi. Kilyadi, 3-1, golly. Honestly, I forgive that one loss, though, based on the fact that, like, Marine Lord literally lost to the same strategy, right? Different map, the same strategy, H3 versus... Wait, what's that? Oh, no, sorry, it's Byzantines. Wait, he lost H3 versus... Okay, ignore me. H3 Byzantines, no excuse. Oh, yeah, sorry, I keep getting mixed up. It's BC Corvus and Marine Lord Gully where those H3 strats worked. I'm curious about that H3 Byzantine game. But yeah, I could see Kilyadi getting a game off of Wham. I think Wham's still favored, but I don't think it's going to be a complete stomp. And let me see. Have we got the boys drafting? Not quite yet. Let me see. Yeah, so they'll probably be doing it in a minute. God, I want to play some Mario now. So yeah, we're just waiting for them to begin the draft. Ooh. What do you guys think, though, so far? Everything according to plan, or do you feel like you've seen some upsets? One sec, I need to check something. What on earth is that? Just sounded like a creator tried to tell me, it's like, oh yeah, no, I'm not exclusive with like this other agency. I was like, because I was like, I think I can find some deals for you, but like, you know, I can't if you're represented by another agency. That's a conflict. It's like, nah, I have a non-exclusive relationship. It's like, why do you have their email address everywhere on your socials then? I was like, I don't think I'm gonna touch that for your own like merit as well as my own. Last thing I want is to help you source some deals and then just be like an agency coming in like, what's going on? Bro, what are you doing? Oh dear. Yeah, influencer management can be a funny career sometimes. Oh dear. Poach him? I mean, I've told him he's welcome to come across. I know we can do a better job for him than the agency is with. That's not me being, like, arrogant. That's literally because I've done everything for that agency. So they aren't left with much now, so yeah. Oh, dear. Alright, where are my boys at? But I'm happy with the way things have started up. Should have like probably 2 or 3 more creators at least signing this month. But yeah, it's already been a strong start. A lot of noticeable names. Feinberg, RPR, Zera, Yakuna, Kuro, Lexi. Good 2 Chains, Solus, Fatal, Big Robbo, big shout out, rated us earlier. Jiro, Dank Memes, Xeno, Fragments, Ulf, Solus, Keen. Always end up with a lot of esports people, don't I? I've got 1, 2, 3. 4, 5. And then, well, you got 5 clearly like fully flourished esports, and then Feinberg is a top-end competitor in speedrunning Minecraft, so you can count him alongside Lexiev, who's like top-end on Hob. What's next? Next is Wham versus Kilyadi. I'm just waiting on them to get the draft rolling. In fact, just double check everything is A-okay. Not seeing anything so far. As in, nothing to indicate that it's not happening. Come on! I do find it interesting just how many Silver series are playing at the same time, actually. But, like, I'm gonna double check. I'm pretty sure Silver League is open scheduling, right? Yeah, apparently Wham and Kilyadi begins in 2 minutes. Maybe that's... that would make sense. Is that the player who wasn't playing the last round probably thinks that he can just turn up very close, which makes sense. So yeah, Kilyadi's probably 2 minutes away. I can run... I guess I'm going to run 2 minutes ads now. You guys don't get them afterwards, right? Wham was 2-1 against Anno, then he won 3-2. You mean Anno was 2-1 against him? Like, we just checked out the last game. We're literally now going for Wham Kilyadi, which is, according to this clock, 2 minutes away. Let me zoom this in for you guys. So, Marine Lord has dropped a game. He's not infallible, but he's not dropped a series. Numadon is as good as Marine Lord, is our takeaway from day number 1 so far. Pretty freaking clean by him. Anatand and Poppy Paw both have an opportunity to go clean on day 1, though. They're the only people... Oh, sorry, no, Vortex as well. Yeah, Vortex is in there, too. So Vortex is probably going to be clean 3-0. No offense to Voldy, but, like, you know... That would be the expected outcome there, for sure. And then the other one we said is Poppy Paw versus Lucifron. I would be shocked if that's a clean 3-0 for Poppy Paw. And then the other player we said was Anno Chad, who... Did Anno only play 1 series? Oh, no, sorry, he just lost a series, right? So, yeah, no, sorry, Anna, it just hasn't updated here. Anatan just got roughed up, so 1-1. Oh, yeah, I think it just got updated. Yeah, damn right it did. Move that guy where he belongs. Ooh. Sorry, Anna. Yeah, Kilyadi could be in a very comfortable position if he can beat Wham here, then. It's like one of his biggest threats in this group stage, I guess. I say that. He's still got to play Marine Lord Kilyadi. There's a lot of threats for him. My expectation is Kilyadi is finishing, like, fourth, third. Yeah, it's going to be tight there, because, like, these 5 names all seem like names that you expect in playoffs. Marine Lord, Vortex, Kilyadi, Wham, Anatand. All right, have we got draft? Still no draft. Kilyadi above Anno? Not with the way that Anno looked in that first series, right? And taking 2 games from Wham means it's going to be tight. But I think this is the telling series. Like, if Kilyadi beats Wham, I'm putting him in for playoffs ahead of probably Anno. Which I think is pretty fair. And then other group, B having pretty good day. Like he 3-1 Louis. I'd expect maybe 3-0, 3-1 against MSN. Lucifron, bit of a rough one. 3-1 and now against Poppy Paw. He could end up towards the bottom after day 1 alongside Louis. Numadon's a beast, man. I know in first series we won 3-0. Yeah, my point is this, right? Like the Doomy one is less the test, the Wham one is. Wham is podium level or verge of podium level player. Dumu is top 10, right? It's very different. So my point now is Wham versus Kilyadi is the real test. If Kilyadi beats Wham, even if he takes a game, like it actually puts a pretty interesting thought in your mind there, right? Of how tight it could be. But we got, dude, how do we still have a draft? Like, bro. Corvinus 2, who's supposed to be number 1 on ladder? No, that was Kilyadi who hit number 1 on ladder, right? Corvinus got close. He's 5th. Kilyadi, he's got 1st. Delete Yadi is Kilyadi. Has Kilyadi done something recently to gain your confidence? I think he's just been playing very well on ladder. Ladder's not tournament, but like, you're saying, has he done something to gain my confidence? Are you kidding me? I just said if he can beat Wham, then he is in a very good position to make playoffs. I haven't given him my confidence for free. I made a pretty fair statement that he has to beat Wham to like be a front runner. That's not like I don't think that's a stretch. I think that's a pretty reserved saying. I think Kilyadi's been looking decent. Like I put him ahead of Gully and Voldemar. I think I could see him ahead of Dumu. And then it's just a case of, okay, can you see him ahead of one of these? And very obviously, if he can beat Wham, yeah. You put him above Anno? Well, there's a very, like I said, like it's going to be tight for that 4th spot, potentially, depending on this outcome. I don't think it's unfair to put him ahead of Anno if Anno, who just lost 3-2 to Wham, if I'm saying that, like, Kilyadi will make playoffs if he beats Wham, that's a pretty reserved statement if Anatan just lost 3-2 to Wham, right? That's a pretty level-headed statement. I feel like I'm just doing Captain Obvious at that point in my mind, anyway. Like you're pretty much talking about the sky is green. Oh, sorry, the sky is blue. Green? If you're colorblind, maybe. The sky is blue and the grass is green. You know. All right, there we go. So Coastal Cliffs 4 late's coming in. Mountain clearing up for grabs. Lol. How is meme clearing not a bad? What? The past 10 p.m. CET? Oh, that's true. And Wham's in NA. That's unfair. Has the Sky done something recently to convince you it's green? Yeah, I've just been like, I've been being wheeled around in a chair upside down for the last 2 days. So from my perspective, the grass is the sky. So checkmate. So we're starting with mountain clearing. That's so weird. All right, guys, I'm gonna go put some stuff inside, get rid of some of this rubbish. I'll be right back in a sec. Mountain clearing. There we go. Can you look upside down? Kilyadi may be above Anno. Yeah, I think your brain's working wrong there. Wham looks like a hobbit compared to Kilyadi. Have you seen the size difference? Petite, very large. Got him. Like, if we had to give them characters in Lord of the Rings, Kilyadi's like, I don't want to say Aragorn. I don't want to give him that much credit. But at least on like a height restriction thing, Aragorn, like maybe a Boromir. It's probably more Faramir. And then, you know, Wham's like Pippin. Which is no shame in being Pippin. Pippin was pretty badass. He just didn't get enough credit for it. He done a lot. I'm totally getting an out of context message from Wham later asking why I called him Pippin. Eating rice cakes. But they have chocolate on top, so it's kind of okay. First pick Chushi. Yeah, it's been happening quite a lot. Which characters KP them? I mean, guys, clearly, come on. The answer is obvious. Elrond. Right? I mean, like, you know, so wise. So skillful. Natural born leader. Very old. But doesn't look it. One of the orcs? Bro, you don't even know your like, orc names? How dare you? Man at Farms is just one of those extras we used who we didn't even bother to skin up, you know? Don't go, like, why are you going to go Smeagol? What do I have that I'm precious about, right? I'm not like one of those players that only, like, is very obsessed with a certain unit or something, you know? Like, MSN is closer to being Smeagol than I am because that guy's obsessed with horsemen and Iabids. You see? They gotta set the realistic expectation and attachment. Oh, I don't know. I'm trying to think who I am realistically. Who do I vibe with? See, the thing is, like, and this is the thing. The moment you say, like, a character that is badass or, like, mainstream, no matter what the parallels may be, doesn't matter. Chat views you is now cocky. If I say Legolas, it doesn't matter. I've lost the argument. You guys aren't going to let me have Legolas ever. Doesn't matter if, like, everything aligns. No. Can't be Legolas. Why not? Why can't I be Legolas? All right, so... Wait, we're going to meme clearing? Iabid's Chinese? You're a bard? But, like, so what would that be in Lord of the Rings, then? Who's a bard in Lord of the Rings, like, character-wise? There aren't really any, right? I don't care about bards. I feel like most people, like you know, that would be a bard are more of a ranger. Like an Aragorn or a Faramir. Or a Boromir. I'm Bombadil? Okay, that's like... I think you're giving me too much power now. You know Bombadil is like secretly one of the most incredibly powerful characters in the entire world. Good old Tom Bombadil. Bombadil. I don't know. You may have given me too much power there. Way too much power. Is that me? Jolly all-knowing being. I don't know. I feel like I've been quite skeptical these days. Wait, was he in the movies and I didn't realize? I didn't know about that, if so. Alright, let's load up the game, though. Get ready for the first game in the series. Wham versus Gilyardi. Did I update it? I did indeed. Damn, I'm good. By the way, guys, reminder. You see that big logo there? It's because you need to click the Opera GX link when it turns up in chat. It is a free way to financially support the channel. Go across there, download Opera GX for free. Check out a sparkly new browser that you will absolutely be grateful you tried once you get a sample. Does a Book and Joy fan go, what, you mean because he would not fit the style, I guess? You're not saying you hate the movies, right? The movies are good. He was in Rings of Power? Oh, that doesn't count, though. Like, okay. Like, now that you've had time to digest it, real talk, should I watch Season 2 of Rings of Power? Or should I avoid it like the plague? I watched Season 1. It had its moments, but ultimately just turned into let's feel sorry for orcs, which just doesn't make sense. It reminded me of that, like, thing I have my Things to Share channel about, like, orcs are coming. It's like, well, let them in. Don't be racist. Oh, where are we at? Kilyardian lobby now. Season 2 is better? Okay. I might have to invest some time then. Wait, actually, Season 2 or Season 3? I'm trying to remember. Maybe I've seen Season 2? Which season focused on the island? And the making of the rings. That was all in season 1, right? Been watching Jack Reach though. I'm on season 2 of that. I'm probably gonna go back and bother to finally complete Game of Thrones season 8 because I just gave up on it years and years ago. But considering that like the prequel's doing pretty well and there's that other spin-off that's really popular, I might just stomach finishing it and going on. What else was there? Oh, Good Omens. I gotta watch Good Omens season 3, which is just basically a movie. But that's on the menu. I did do The Boys. Honestly, just can't believe how downhill that went. To be honest, what I want at this point is more of Invincible. Like, I'm just going to say the flat-out truth that everyone needs to hear and understand. Invincible is a better version of The Boys. Like, not an exact replica of the style of what the world is, but, like, it's just a better version of Boys. Wonder what Wham's up to with this. Hybrids aren't terrible on this map, but, like, letting China through is kind of crazy. What was his ban on again? He banned out Shushi instead. I mean, Kilyardi picked Shushi Chinese, so you're kind of stuck in the same position of you shouldn't ever win the ball no matter what you allow through. But I assume the play here is to play for fast feudal on Ibids with Cambulance and then just add in a bit of poke. I don't think you even necessarily have to choose Desert Raiders, by the way. Because the map's so small, you could just do something like Archers with Cambulance to poke in. Probably will do Desert Raiders, but, I think there's more options here because the map's so small. Have they actually added in a release date yet for Henry Cavill's Warhammer 40k stuff? I don't think they have, right? We're still just kind of in the dark. Yeah, still has not got an announcement at all. Big Sag. I don't know. Is anyone else kind of getting like, I don't know. I got this like sneaking feeling like, is it even going to get made at this rate? I hope it does, man. It might be that they try to like give it a lot of time to develop and create the TV series so that they can align it with the release of Total War Warhammer 40k. Arm is really itchy. What the hell? Oh, I need to do predictions. Do I get a quick end of the day? Or is it going to be a long day? What do you think, guys? I don't know. I would like to see Kiyoyari snatch games off the WAM. Just because I'm a big fan of the top of the top of the bracket, top of the leaderboard just being tighter and tighter as each tournament goes. Like, me, personally, I hate it when you get to the point where it's like, this guy is winning every tournament each year. It just sours it all. One sec. Kill Yadi on fire? Oh my god, someone get a bucket. It's funny, because when you say someone's on fire, it can mean more things. I think Manjani Dervish nerfs mean that they stand a big chance. Maybe. I don't think it... I think that the Manjani is usually the backbone of this strat, right? I can't believe meme clearing got picked. Not only picked, it's the opening map. One and all, welcome back to the channel for WAM versus Kiyoyari. We're here in game number 1, and it is none other than mountain clearing, aka meme clearing, appearing in an S tier tournament. Kiyoyari also with an S tier Civ. He gets Chinese in the orange, while WAM opts to go for the Ibids in the purple. And this is the newly nerfed Ibids, right? Nerfs received towards Manjaniques, nerfs received towards combat healing. Not really as dominant for some key details that I think matter a lot on this particular map, because you don't have much breathing room. Usually food's tricky to get, and there's usually a lot of linear pushing towards the sacred side. So definitely some things to worry about a bit. And even more so when you remember that he's up against China, and China can secure the boar with ease. Now, Kiyoyari's not going to start off with that. The boar is a critical objective on this map, one that Ibids can't even touch, right? They can kill it, but they can't eat it. The reason it's so critical is it sets you up nicely for this win condition of Sacred Side. That's why you see picks like Ruse, English, HRE, all very desirable, and it always comes down to this. Man, not in this game in a rush, though. I think that makes sense, though. It used to be China would go for the boar on a board book and play. But we can see with no Imperial officials built, you're not going to be rushing for a Barbican. So this is going to be a standard play into cheap attacks. Other side, I am curious to see if WAM will be going for Cambulance. Camels make a lot of sense here. I actually think Cambulance is nice for multiple reasons on this map. So not only can you play aggro very cheaply because you can heal your units, but also the other thing that's quite interesting is the relics. There's 2 relics next to each player's base and then 1 in neutral territory. So the ones that you inevitably or imminently feel like you need to grab, there's only 2 of them anyway. Also, very weird placement, by the way. Like, if I'm Kiyoyari and I'm worried about you fast castling, I can just drop an outpost here. Yeah, this is a bit of a weirder spawn. I feel like a lot of the time in mountain clearing, you see 1 relic north, 1 relic south. Oh, interesting. Imperial Academy now on the way. Culture Wing on the other side. Gamba isn't happening. None of you want a Gamba? Okay, fine. Fine, I see how it is. I mean, I'm assuming we're going to be getting FC. By the way, do I have any lumberjacks in my chat? Like real life lumberjacks? I've been wondering this for a long time. Because that doesn't seem like the right way to chop a tree. Like, I feel like you do your back out pretty bad like that, right? So let's get right there in on them. Get the best view possible. Oh my god, the frame rate drop. Like, what is the slowest thing in the world? You wouldn't get any pierce, right? There's no velocity, no momentum. I feel like they look like they're just gonna clonk it and then rebound and tweak their back, you know? You'd have to have the sharpest axe in the world. All right, now let's discuss butchers. Is this how gathering from sheep works? Actually, like, yeah, I never noticed. Oh my god, I can't believe this. I've been casting this game for several years, and I'm only now for the first time noticing that when they forage on sheep and deer or whatever, they actually have their knife out and they just hold it standard while moving around with their hands. Well, the way they move their hands, I just always assumed they simply didn't have a knife. What the hell? Okay, so archery coming in. Kilyari's just going to go for the big archer ball. Wham's going fast castle. Build an outpost. But nah, it's fine. If he's going archers, the outpost isn't as important because he can just camp here anyway. But someone who will need an outpost, Wham's getting his up. Just makes sense. So there's archers coming in. I wonder if Kilyari's going to go for a ram play. Like, get an early ram, just try to crack in here with group archers behind. I guess you don't need it. You could just sit on the north side because one outpost isn't going to protect. I do like that Wham has realized that, though, and he's going for arrow slits. Yeah, arrow slits is critical here. Otherwise, with this range, your opponent can sit right here and start poking on your workers. Timmy the Archer on the way now. 6 already. Sheesh. What do they slip in the wine to get people breeding this actively? Supervision is crazy. I'm trying to figure out to this day what the lore is. Like, do you work harder when the taxman watches? Because he won't tax you as much? I don't know. We don't question it. We just allow it. 7 archers already. Tech up hasn't even begun for Wham. Dervish will be scared away. Not quite at the kill point yet. You get enough archers, then healing doesn't matter. Like, once you have 10 archers, healing doesn't matter. They'll just die. Arrow slits. It's coming through soon. Goes for the dive. Not quite enough there. Why is the one archer back? That's a little unusual from Kilyari. He just had one archer group the scout, which is weirdly the difference between a kill there. It's back! Trade Wing Bazaar. When was the last time we saw this landmark, Joyce? So for those that have not seen this, this is Gamba Wing. Gamba Wing seemed dead, but long live the Gamba Wing. It gives you options every X minutes to choose from. So every 3 minutes, you get a few caravan choices to select. I think it's 4. And it can be range units. It can be melee units. It could be getting a good gold trade rate into food or gold trade rate into wood. You can get traders, all these different things. Really, really robust wave of options between greed, i.e. eco, and military. But it's random. And that is why people don't do Gamba Wing. Because it can just straight up lose you a game. If you roll bad, like for example, if he opened up and he got, 2 tickets of stone and 2 tickets of wood, I'll build a second TC. Do you really want to be building 2 TC on this map? Probably not. You'd rather have the skirmishers, which counter archers. I think that's what he's hoping for. So, this is going to be one of those, if he gets double skirm, he wins the game. If not, if he gets like double melee, for example, lose the game. Because double melee would suck against these archers. It's so weird. It is. Like, why not just go for example, industry? Industry is just so reliable here, no? I wonder what the thought process was. I always thought this is what you do if you don't know how to win. I think, no, the way I approach this is what you do when you're up on games. Because basically, when you're up on games, if you've built like a stompy lead, like you're 2 games up in a best of 5, you throw this out there because it either gives you a quick end to the day or you just move on to the next game. And oh no. He got the Bedouin swordsman? And the traders. Did he buy food? I think he got food and I didn't see it. So he's got 2 tickets of traders. This is what I mean. He got 2 tickets of traders, which means he can spend 350 gold to get 4 traders twice on a map with no trade outpost. So this is what I mean about the luck factor. He has picked up Relic already though. And remember, I think it's normally 2, but it becomes 5 units you spawn like this. And same with traders, normally 2, it becomes 4. So the whole point is, depending on which point in the game you do the trade wing, you get more out of the tickets. Unbelievable. Yeah, because the point around skirms is if you get skirms here, he's just sniping these day and night. Because skirms get bonus against light infantry. So that would mean spears and archers both take damage from them, right? But the good news, at least with Bedouin swordsmen, they are tanky enough at this stage at 192 HP. It's going to make Kilyadi think twice about diving, even though archers get double damage against them. And this is buying time. Wham is going Gulag. I can't blame him. Kilyadi, he's not teching. No, this is such a Kilyadi move. He's full feudal. Which is worrisome here. Because I don't know how he kills a handful of Gulams and choke points. I guess the good news is there's no stone gathering, so you're not going to have to deal with spring replacements. Dervish does try to sneak the central relic, and we've got a pause. Good luck killing these guys. Yeah, they only do 17 damage against your melee units. God, this is such a meme map. This is such a meme game. Honestly, I did not have Tradewing Bazaar on the bingo sheets for today. I don't think anyone did. It is just such an unusual strat. Not often seen. Oh my god, my throat is dry as all hell though. And we're back at it. Bedouin swordsman clapping cheeks. Yeah, remember, these guys, they get bonus versus melee, so that includes the horsemen. The only thing that can contest them is archers. And you don't want to be building more archers when your opponent starts building Gulams. So just going to pause quickly because we had a little bit lag there. They're archers too from Wham. A good choice on this map. Mountain clearing can be limited on food and gold, but wood is eternal. There's just so much of it. Ram is moving in. Kilyadi hard committing to this. Ranged armor 1 on the way from Wham. He's going to have to sacrifice the gold. He has already got relics starting to get banked though, so he's got a little bit of gold. Actually, only 1. He didn't get both north. He failed to obviously get the center. He's only got 80 gold a minute. I mean, you can get a few Gulams with that. You're going to need them. Going through on the second outpost. Monkey mode for Kilyadi might actually just work here. He's pressing him pretty hard. But this is why I like this wall from earlier. It just separates the map in a way that you can go cut the other side. In fact, he does that with the gold. All right, gather him back online. I wonder if Kilyadi felt good about this. Like, yeah, I stopped the archer spam, but it's not even about that now. We've got another pause. What's going on, boys? Come on. What? Bro, we gotta do away with the tap pauses here. Maybe a crappy server. I mean, we've got what, Finland versus Canada. It's pretty far. One second, getting bumped on something. What's that? Yeah, we're good. God, my throat feels really weird today, actually. Just checking the scores of the other series. Lucifron is already leading against Buppy Pool, 1-0 up. Yeah, I think those games are going to be fast, full stop, because Lucifron and Poppy Paw both have, playstyle-wise, been playing aggressively. Historically, the Canadians are more defensive, but like Poppy Paw compared to Wham is a more aggressive player. And then... yeah, I think that's the only one that's known about. None of the others are being watched. All right, we're back at it. Apologies for the pauses. So, Wham now has food and gold. That's really all you want in this situation. Killyardi is, however, prepping to tech. Big deal there. He also played ball, so he's got the majority of food on the map. Astronomical clock tower. Never seen these days, but on this map, makes so much sense. He even instinctively went palace before realizing it. Remember, this map is very small, usually infantry based, not so much cavalry raiding. Clock Tower Nesta Bees breaks everything. Even Clock Tower Springalds pretty damn good. And considering your opponent's gone Bedouin Swordsman, and now he's got the Bedouin Skirmishers, and he's got Ghoulims, Archers, it's just going to be this big ball of crap waiting to be hit. And ticket-wise, okay, so he got the food. He can buy food for gold. That's really good. Honestly, I think Wham didn't really throw with this pick. The more I think about it, the more I actually like it. Like, this is a really good map for Gamba. There's RNG, of course, but there's more things you want. Standard map, the idea of trading gold for food, it's okay, but not direly needed. I think on this map, food can be very hard to come by. So having the option of buying food at almost a 2x markup, as in 350 gold, get 600 food, is great. This clash going to be great, though. Wham steps up. He's trying to exploit the timing, but against China, that feels impossible. Ghoulims are performing well here, though. It's just everything around them that's kind of sucking. Yeah, Gun Swordsman slowly getting sniped down. The Skirmishers, remember, they get bonus against light. They do 20 damage against these archers. A few of them have been left alive, and Killyardi been a bit killed here. He has got heavily armored units now coming out. The good thing there as well is he cleared the Swordsman. The Swordsman would be clapping the Palace Guard at this point. And you still see one in there. He's trying to target them down with intent. Ends up losing a knight in the process. Villagers on the front line are going to need a pickle. Kind of looks like Killyardi's in a bit of a headlock. He's going to have to shift off the food here. Yeah, new Ghoulim wave. Just get out fast. How much can he do Lancer spam too? And wait, what? Wololo right now! Here we go. Killyardi does get out in time though. Oh my god, if he'd done that before the wall went up. Okay, so they're trapped, but they've got double relic. Can Wham steer north? If he can, this is huge. This would be 5 relics. 5 relic Gamba Wing. What a strat. And he did buy... Did he buy the new Swordsman? Yeah, I think they already got wiped out. He's about to get refreshed, though, in 4 seconds. This is going to be big, guys. 4, 3, 2, 1. It's double wood stone trade. Oh, God, that's like the worst. I mean, you could use the wood and stone and go for, like, outpost drops. Actually, like, switching stone, it's only 1 charge is the problem. You could go for double Springleton placement. I think instead he might just ignore this rotation. So this is what I mean about Gamba Wing. Gamba Wing can sometimes just crap out the most useless stuff possible. And, oh, Wallow, nah, it's not going to work. Right idea, wrong time. Ram's going to come through to break through. Just unfortunate. I think if he had been standing here instead of building a Ram, maybe he would have scared him off. Killyardi is trying to play for relics now. Walls do not last long against this. Dervishes have been queued up. So we'll be coming back for that again. Cam Lancer crossbow, pretty handy here. Similar play by Killyardi with Lancer plus crossbows. No Nesta Bees yet, which makes sense. You need to see more of a range commitment out of your opponent first. You also do need a front line to justify it. And we're what? 116 seconds off of another Gamba. Villages. Uh-oh. No textiles, so gotta be careful with that. Good snipe choice. If you can get rid of the village, your opponent's gonna be pop locked. Cam Lancer Ghoulim's turn. Archers target firing onto the crossbows. Does start to scare him back a little bit. More armor units coming in. This is looking a bit dicey for Killyardi again. Yeah, his front line faltering. Southside is looking a bit better for him. Basically overflow. Cam Lancers can mirror nicely here against the Lancer. Crossbow count is fairly similar, but a slight edge for Kilyadi. It's actually weird. Mountain clearing is such a weird, but in a weird way, fun map. No one has anything is the way I describe it. It just feels like both sides are dirt poor in these type of situations. And it's almost impossible to get the breathing room to build a 40+ army. So you just have to keep fighting and fighting and fighting. Okay, crossbow archers now come to contest. A little bit of an overextension there from Kilyadi. But he could try to just dive past this front line now to snipe out the enemy bows. Then it... Oh, I didn't see the health. Oh, God. All right, maybe let's not dive past to snipe the bows. That's a lot of injured knights. And he didn't realize. Basically, Wham came in and picked up the relic first. So this guy was AFK the whole time. So it's a 4-1 split in the end. And we're about to get a new ticket punch. 20 seconds out from the trade wing. What do you reckon it's going to get? I would not be shocked to see him get Bedoan Swordsman and Bedoan Skirmishers, which is perfect. 2, 1, and... Oh my god! He got Bedoan Skirmisher and double Swordsman. No way! He summons the Skirm straight away. Honestly, I don't mind the Swordsman here, because the Bedoan Swordsmen get bonus against melee. They don't get countered by crossbows. So they're a really good unit choice, actually. It's like a perfect replacement for Golems in this situation. And he summons them. Guys, Gamble Wing is winning the game. Gambling Wing is so back. The only acceptable kind of gambling in Age of Empires. Oh, man. The size of the army after this as well. Remember, there's 10 extra there that he just vomited out. And the cool thing is just you need melee now that your opponent's going Nesta Bees. Got Phalanx coming. Sultan's Mamluks. Yeah, Spear, smart choice here against Crossbow plus Lancers. He's thinking about those flanks. Now we've got to move out of the base here. So camping on the food. Setting up farms behind, actually, from Kilyadi. This hasn't been done by Wham, by the way. No, he's playing a more lean game right now. Limited food sources. Double Rams moving south side, though. I think this is difficult. Kilyadi's put himself in a position where this next fight should be pretty hard. And now the healing. Oh, my God, the healing. He pulled the relic. The Nesta Bees don't do anything. Cam Lancers charge in to get rid of one. Second one pointless, but Bedoan Swordsman already on it. You wouldn't know that he had siege. The relic is down, but it already done everything it needed to do. We are not worthy. Gamba OP. Oh my god. That was crazy. I don't know what, I put the only gambling allowed in Age of Empires 4. I don't know if that's the title. That's perfect. Oh my god. Gigabrain on this map? Yeah, the healing was really smart to pull the relic down because even if the Nesta Bee shots comes in, you need way too much time. You need to reload like 3 times to do any notable damage. Even then, with the heal rate with 50% extra, please. Just smart read. Okay, so next game. Dry Arabia. Golden Horde versus Abbasids. What else did he try to get through? Okay, so Kilyadi, 2 games in a row now, has tried to get Shushi through. Denied. Wham chose Byzantines as his other. What's up, Ave? How's it going, buddy? Did we see any early 2TC IBID today? Yes. Corvinus. Corvinus was obsessed with it against Sengoku. One very meaningful game, and one just get clapped game. Gamma units extremely cheap. 70 resources for units. Exactly. Another cool thing about Gamba Wing is it puts a lot more onus on gold gathering, which means you get more value out of going for your specialized pick techs. That's something that doesn't get talked about enough. Is like, instead of diversifying into, I need 3 different eco technologies, you're like, actually, I could potentially get everything out of one eco tech. All right, so let's pay out on predictions. Wham with the win. We'll put new predictions up and put 5 minutes on them. And I'll run 1.5 minutes of ads now. Just want to check something else in the background. GH nerfs and ABBA changes? Yeah. We have seen HRE as a solution to GH, but I don't know if it's going to hold. So, new solutions, not a bad idea. Got a weird tickling on my throat. Wait, is the Xbox game show today or tomorrow? It's tomorrow, right? Age of Empires 5 time? Yeah, right. Huffs the Hopium. And Poppy Paul Lucifron is 1-1. Still no results for the other series. BMSN and Vortex Voldemar. I'm assuming those are going to be 3-0s, maybe 3-1 on MSN. And then tomorrow, I believe, same thing again, right? Another 4 series. My understanding is I think the rest of the 2v2 tournament might be on Tuesday, but I'll let you guys know if there's anything on Monday. So I don't know. Maybe I have Monday as a break day, or I might just like actually do a bit of variety instead. MSN's playing right now against B. Where can I watch that? In-game? No one's covering. You see castings unwatchable? I mean, I don't. I just focus on what I do well rather than focus on what other people don't do well. You know? I've said my piece about, like, the whole level of professionalism, whatever. I stand by that. That's feedback I gave them anyway. But, you know. I'm just looking on to bigger and better things now. Figuring out how we build our kingdom. And how I serve the community that appreciates us. Okay, let me update scores. Yeah, that KP casting's unwatchable too, right? And you see the way he moves the camera? Ugh. Puts his face on screen now. Ugh. Yuck. What a weirdo. All right, anyway. The question on everyone's mind is Abbasid back? What better player to answer that question? Folks, Kilyadi is something of an Abbasid spammer. Like, non-stop. Like, incessant spammer over the years of this Civ. He's in the orange. He's playing a new improved Civ with a different wing entirely. The administration wing and a bunch of new techs. So, a pretty exciting game, potentially. Especially considering what we've got on the other side. It's attack versus defense is the way a lot of people think about this. Golden Horde pick for Wham in game number 2. He's going to be playing the purple. Now, This is interesting. Because Golden Hordes did get hit pretty hard. And I've already seen a change today alone. 50% of the games I've glimpsed at haven't been Khan and Turgut anymore in Tech Up. It's been building cards. So we're already seeing an evolution of Golden Horde early on in this tournament. Kilyadi on the other side, though. Abbasids, are we going to be getting Eco Wing? I mean, it's the meta and team games. We've watched a lot of TV2s at the moment, but I have to imagine it's still Military Wing when you play 1v1s, especially against Golden Horde. Not sure if you like the giant dark chat on the bottom of the screen. Really? We've done that for a long time. The reason why we have that chat there is I think it just nicely includes you guys, and it doesn't really exclude much of the game, right? Because all there is behind this is the building icons, right? The only exception is if we get more Gamba games, then it becomes like an important piece of info. Otherwise, I thought it was a nice way of just including chat. And also just kind of brings the UI together. Make it transparent, maybe? That would make it worse. How would transparent make it better? Like, okay, so let me give you an example of what I mean about transparent would make it better. If I was to do... If I was to take the chat box right now, is that better or worse? You can't read the chat box now, can you? That's why we have the background behind it. Team games, which one is better? Abbasids or Ibids? Ooh. Oh, I think Ibids is just... I think Ibids fits a lot more comps and also has a lot more variability. Whereas Abbasids kind of feels like they're always going to be doing these 2TC, 3TC, 4TC builds. But it might be different in 3v3s, 4v4s, but for like 2v2s, I actually quite like what Ibids can do. 50% black? I don't know. I mean, we could explore it later on, but I think it's okay. Like, there's an argument in moments like this that if we didn't have the trim, like, you get all that extra stuff. But I don't know. Like, you can't really read chat at that point. At that point, you might as well not have chat. Okay, so military wing coming in. It is going to be 2TC. Probably towards this choke point would be really nice. You can set up here and then try to break for a wall afterwards. Alternatively, not a bad place down here. I don't think you can go this far out against Golden Horde. That's a bit gambly, especially considering it's a Khan and Turgut game. So no building carts this time. But military wing units are going to be a bit of a nuisance, already marching cross map. This is why you see military wing, even on 2TC build so much. By going military wing, you earn the right to place a town center. I think a chat like subtitles a small border. Yeah, it could be. But then, like, I think, once again, there's multiple issues there. So, one, it may actually look weirdly like captions are running on the stream. Maybe. Two would be you're still getting the situation where the info behind is going to basically make both things impossible to read into. Right? So if we click on a villager or whatever, you're just not going to know what's happening on chat or on the icons. It's weird. I think in an optimal world, the best outcome would be if there was a way to disable these extra sleeves on the UI. And then you could have transparent background. So, like, you haven't got asset clashing against asset. I don't know. Whereas, like, AoE 2 has it more easy, right? Because AoE 2 has that part of catch rage that isn't used at all, from my understanding. So, hold on a sec. Oh. He's in. Batu Khan. Batu big. I actually managed to get a worker kill out of that, despite the fact that double spear was on top of him. Okay. We did get the drop where we're expecting from Kilyadi. So now guards the choke point and secures the deer. He didn't lose archer or spear for that. So, like, that's the upside, at least for Kilyadi. Definitely annoying to lose a worker that early. Especially when you know you're going to be playing against a super aggro civ. Blame Cal, the observer Ole doesn't support chat. No, because he doesn't do the capture rate, right? Or does he now? I don't know. My understanding is he's been doing some development work with them, which was surprising how his relationship was before, but, you know, props to him. Second grouping the Torgu now coming. Okay, Stables behind this. So we are getting the 1-1-1. Very delayed, but I like the way he's done this, where he's trying to bait more archers. Unfortunately, this is the wrong civ to try this against. The Falcon. Just like Mongols, it's so hard to hide detail. He's trying so hard. Does he know? Like, he has to see this, right? I don't know, man. Kilyari's pretty old. His eyesight might be going. I don't think he realizes it's all been seen. Double Stables is a hefty investment. So Wham can just look to prep racks behind this. Nothing so far, weirdly enough. Dive in, though. Hold on. Archer's not quite enough damage to insta-kill the spears. Torgu would have to anchor down. Batu Khan is there. Damage buff coming through. Archers switch onto the workers. Nice snipes there. To lead the dive, but that's minus 2 more eco. And the TC not really paying off just yet. No, and we do have racks now. He built it over here. That's pretty crafty, actually, because your opponent's likely to check your base for what you're transitioning next, not check the flanks. I also just like the way he's playing wide on the map. It does feel gambling now because your opponent's going horseman. I wouldn't mind seeing him set up outposts, but they are very pricey. Instead, check what Wham's up to, guys. Relic Uvus, or do you think we get Musky Yasak? I feel like it has to be Yasak, right? The problem of Uvus is if your opponent's bloating lots of horsemen, how are you getting relics? Monks should get sniped, right? But like, if there was ever a game where you do it, it would have to be 2 TC Abba, because you know they can't rush Castle to count you. Remember, Abba has a similar issue to Golden Horde of you have to wait a fixed amount of time. Difference for Abba is they have a good economy to support it by comparison. Oh, moment of truth coming in. And he chooses... Do it. Do it for the chip. Yes! Yes! Relic Uvus! For the first time in forever, we are getting the greedy Golden Horde castle build. Oh, this is awesome. So guys, we haven't seen it in a while. For those that don't know how this works, Relic Uvus gives your monks the ability to pick up relics and then make them into Uvus to generate you stone. It also gives all stone sources extra generation for you. Yeah, 20% buff. This is big. Same stuff MSN told you to do versus 2TC. Yeah, because 2TC slows down your tech heavily. Now, the cool thing about this, like the giga busted part that doesn't get enough credit, is when you get Relic Uvus, building relics into Uvus costs you nothing. And you can do it on the spot. So, for example, Wham can walk out here, pick this relic up, and then instantly deploy it. You can then walk over here, do the same. Now, does it have risk? Yes, people could come and burn it. But the whole idea is if you do that straight away on the opening, you're immediately getting stone. It's kind of like when HRE used to build outposts next to the relics and then walk around dropping them in. Horseman. Try to raid back. A lot of horsemen, by the way. Does it transform back into a relic once it's burned? It does. But the whole idea is, and this might be the exception, there's a lot of situations where people don't have much burn power when you get the timing. I think this would be the exception where I'd understand him walking back because there's 15 horsemen. That can burn. But like I often see people playing against like 4 lancers and they just try and walk relics home and they die because the monk gets found, right? Whereas if the monk immediately drops the relic to be an Uvu, that's the equivalent of garrisoning it, in that you're now generating resources. Attack up complete. Men-at-arms get queued. And Monastery... This would be a good position, I think, for Monastery. Just because it's right next to a relic out the gates. But he hasn't gone for it just yet. Cam Arch is also being queued. Kilyari just trying to get a little bit of piercing. But prepping for castle as well. There's a pretty big window here. Especially with the way that Kilyadi's moving his horsemen. He's not splitting them. He's rotating all at once. Still no monastery. There we go. It's coming now. Prayer tent at home. Interesting he built the prayer tent back here. And the reason I say that is this is right next to a relic already. So you could produce, drop it straight here. Or the logic again is you're producing prayer tent here and then you're on a relic and you can walk it back. Because like that's the different dynamic with prayer tent relic Uvus. You're not bringing the relics back to where you built the prayer tent necessarily. I think there's going to be a lot of fine-tuning that's done around this build. Nice villager snipes, though. Kilyadi finds 2. He's hunting for more. And arms are starting to come in. Eco Wing queued up for Kilyadi, so thinking about farms. Spears should be able to hold the choke point for long enough here. I don't know if Kilyadi really wants to commit in. Oh, no, he's going to go for it. The Spears actually came out. It's even better, but good micro there. Wham, doesn't risk it. First Monk now queued. Coming out momentarily. Tortugud just got auto-upgraded. They're vetted. Committing. No textiles. That's going to be -2. The pathing could be weird. Just the 1. Still, keeps him around longer. Cam archers get a kill. And the Monk should be on the merry way to goodliness. Yeah, first relic being picked up. Second one to be grabbed towards soon. Going to be going north side. He's leaving the safe relic until last. So remember, it's just this button here. Like, this is what I mean. It takes 2 seconds. That's the price. 2 seconds of battle time to build a relic Uvu. No resource cost, no wood, no gold, no food, nothing. And then you get over 60 stone a minute because remember, he got the 20% buff. So each relic that he turns into a stone Uvu is going to be worth 72 stone a minute. Sorry, 86. Did he already get tier 1? The tier 1 tech upgrade? He did. There you go. Yeah, he already got the ceremonies. So he's up to 86 because he got the 20% increase from tech as well. This is going to snowball. Now knock at the door. Outpost being assaulted. Explain what you get from Golden Tent. What do you mean? Like, that's what you get. You get the ability to make them into stone generators and increase in stone generator. This is a good clash, by the way. He just triggered tier 1. Tier 2 is 20%. Those are men at arms. They're full base. They want that. And he's hard forcing the fight. Batu Khan levels it up again. Kilyadi, he's just being clapped. There's just no resistance. Like, this is why horsemen need to be raiding. They can't stand and fight against this. That was atrocious. They just did nothing. Men at arms, Tortugud simply too tanky. Crossbow switch up is good from Kilyadi. But now workers are in trouble. Let's dive in looking for more. And now we've got the Roost tributary wave on the way as well. Out of time being achieved. Basically a third of Kilyadi's economy not working. Behind this, Wham's real win condition is relics. He's picking them up. He's dropping them off. He's already got 2 and a third relic on the way home. He's loving life. This is bare minimum of 4 relic, if not a 5 relic game. And where this now gets crazy is the stone generation. Look at it. He could build Tortugud, or he could start getting ready for batch production. And batch production goes hard. Remember, it's very expensive. It costs you 1,100 stone. But if he gets it, it's like getting a 33% discount on your cost. Because instead of producing 2 crossbows for this price, you'll produce 3. Or whatever other building goes for. Archery, I think, makes a lot of sense. Archery range into crossbow archer scaling, pretty handy here. Probably more crossbows, just because your opponent has military wings, so he could go for composite bows. So archer is a bit ballsy. Like, it's why I'm a bit surprised Wham's doing archer spear right now. Then again, Kilyadi doesn't... Oh my god, he doesn't have any gold. Guys, all the gold is south side, so you don't have to worry about military wing. Technically, Kilyadi can't build crossbows either. He's out of gold. Well, it's going to be a walk away with what little gold he has. I think he's buying right now. Is that marketplace activity? Yeah, it is. He's selling. And the rates aren't good. Imagine if Wham just fast imps now. I don't think we have to imagine it. What's he doing? Is this fast imp? Because fast imp with Relic Uvus is pretty broken on stone armies. You have so much stone to spend and it gives you all the means to do so. Okay, he's going to reinvest. Yeah, it's like the risk is you could do it, but you would let your opponent get gold. And I think Wham has realized Killyari has no gold. He can't even afford to vet his horsemen. Still, stone accruement continues. Notice he's just not spending it. Oh my God. 525 stone, guys. That's nuts. Has he got the other relics home? So we got 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't know where he's put the 5th. He's got all of them. Oh my God. It's so much stone. To put it in perspective, you could afford to build a castle in 1.5 minutes with this. Moment of truth. Let's do Kipchaks. Nah. Has to be crossbows, right? It's the most popular one. It's a good secure as well. Sacred sites. A little bit wide actually on the spread. And it's going to be stables. Okay, let's go. So this is also, as you see there, it mentions Tortugud. You can go for Tortugud with this as well. So wait, is he just doing probably Mass Horseman, Mass Tortugud together? Because he's now got way too much stone. So you want to spend it anyway. That's a pretty nice comp. That's like building Spearmen at Arms just on horseback. Much faster. Horseman Killyari can be a bit annoying. Does get the veterancy after he got the breathing room here. There's a few workers lost for Wham. But remember, the batch production is now giving him 3 instead of 2 units every rotation. But the price doesn't change, so your units just got cheaper. What's weird is he went batch production and has not built a single thing yet. Okay. There we go. He queues it up now. It's going to be Horseman. Luminary also being prepped. Killyari looks like he read it, though. He's got Spimmin queued. Okay, fun fact for you, though. With this amount of stone, it doesn't just have to be batch production ponies. Yeah, he can quickly pivot into scaling archers, too. He also does have the Battlefield Salvage coming in. Very pricey tech in most games. 300 stone, but it gives him a lot more bulkiness on his Karash. Now he'll have the aura lasting a lot longer. Was this better than just going imp? That's what I'm not sure of. I think like if he just went imp, he probably would have got Dove, because the problem with fast imp here for Golden Horde is it takes a while, right? Like it's very risky for that reason. 1 minute 50 is not quick. And if your opponent sniffs it, your opponent who already has been building mass horsemen, he's just going to go all in. So I think it's a reasonable disciplined choice by Wham not just to rush deck. No, I don't think triple production is like broken anymore. I think they nerfed it appropriately. It's really good in late game, but like rushing it is rare. What's happened here is meant to be rare. Like you're saying that it's broken because it was enabled basically by him getting 5 relics, which getting 5 relics should be rare. And Relic Uvus is already the rarest, I think probably the rarest landmark choice for the Golden Horde. Like you might even see more Yam Network trade games on the ladder than you do see Relic Uvus. Horseman poke in here. Camel Riders is smart. He has got decent income to support it as well. Archery range production coming in. Also the Khan debuff. We're going to look at the stone generation at the end of this game and try not to have your jaw hit the floor. At this rate, by end of game, Wham will end up probably with more stone gen than wood gen. More monks being built too. Interesting. Just did top off the health bars between fights, I guess. Castle drop coming in here. Kiyoyari locking in an 8k. Needs it as well if he wants to spam camel riders. I don't know if he's going to go full cam. I think it might just be for the debuff. That's big. Increased supplies. We've got the production speed increase coming. Yeah, because Wham wants to be able to fight, and fight again. Right? He needs to be able to replace the armies quick enough here as a challenge. A little bit surprised he's not going for Tortugud. But in fairness, he has got overgrazing. There's like not many stone-based techs left for him to get, actually. Yeah. Unless he wants Kipjaks, which... Does anyone want Kipjaks now that they're balanced? Not really. Okay, there you go. He goes for overgrazing too. Still not... Oh, there we go. He is now cute. I was about to say, not a Tortugud cute is surprising. It's finally coming through. Pretty nice now he's got the increased supplies. Pumps them out every... 45? I feel like it should be quicker than that. Another clash. Khan debuff arrow is going to be in there. A bit of a stinger. Batu Khan. Wait, he lost him already. That's a big snipe. Kiyoyari, though. A big fight in which he's outnumbered. He's got to be feeling it now. The horsemen try to rotate to the south side. They get kind of body blocked out here. Will be a reset, but keep in mind, Kiyoyari doesn't have a front line, really. He's got 12 spears left over. These horsemen are dangerous. And here we go. Swings the trap, baits him out into a more open format. And now goes for the dive. Spears have to react fast, but there's a lot of crossbow archers to clear them. Body blocks are good from the camels. Tries to steer to the south side. Wham, just keeping the pressure up. And Kiyoyari looking like he's about to fold like a piece of paper. Oh man, this is rough. Double military still. Horseman wave is spinning. It's mainly just range versus range now. Still with that aura looming, the extra armor would help out, but the castle will at least scare him off. Kiyoyari doesn't die yet. Might be dying soon though, guys. Now it's a race to see who can remax. Horseman production is going to go crazy here. Breeding program on these Golden Hordes. Already back up to 16 horsemen. Rotation south side, he's going beyond the gold. The castle secures one resource. You shut down food though. Where's the army? You can't build without food. It's a pretty smart read. Gambling in some situations, but not when you almost triple your opponent in pot. Reinforcements are creeping in on these sides, so bit of a worry that he's just overwhelmed here. Like ranged, you can't win either. Your opponent has double your ranged. Dive coming through. Batu Khan should be an easy snipe. Whoops! Get back quick. Yeah, you really want that buff. Bit thirsty for it. Now able to bathe the Abbasid blood. Wham, looking pretty solid. Golden Horde. Relic Uvu. The perfect counter to 2TC. Let me know what you think, because I'm seeing a very clear usage for this. The stone gen in this game has been disgusting. He can't spend it quick enough. He's got 1,000 stone. Yeah, because he doesn't want Tortugud now. His opponent has crossbows. He just queued up, not 12, he's queued up 18 more horsemen. Look how quickly that count goes up. Dude, he's gone for barracks reinforcement. He's barely producing rat units. So yeah, batch production can look OP, but in its defense, 5 relic Regnets also looks broken. Turns out when you give your opponent everything they want, Civ pretty OP. Classic Abbasid experience, but I had economy. How did I lose? You just haven't downloaded enough economy, bro. Just burn the castle. That's where I was wondering, like, where are the horsemen? Oh, okay, they're just casually killing a castle. Yeah, this is over. You know what the problem is? Kilyadi never went administration wing. Outrageous. They give you a new landmark choice. You don't use it. This is what should happen. Note to self, rush GH. Yeah, it's like, I think 2TC, you have to be very pressure point oriented. I mean, Kilyadi was thinking about the horseman, but I think what Wham done so well was going onto the deer at the beginning. He played the map and milked it to the max because he saw that Kilyadi was going to DC. That's what set it up so nicely. Now it looks like we're set up for a requirement for a miracle comeback. Kilyadi going to be 2-0 down in this best of 5. GG gets called. Relic Uvu's finally appearing in tournaments, and it appears with a bang. That's a really cool game, though. All right, so 2-0 up now for Mr. Wham. Maybe a quick end to the day for him, and then Kilyadi will get to go back to napping a little bit faster. Unless he can start pulling off miracles. He got his sushi. So, map free. We could either have Four Lakes, Coastal, or Lipany, right? I think this might be... I want to say Lipany. Kilyadi picked French Sushi. He gets Sushi. Wham picked Macedonian Sengoku. He gets Sengoku. Sushi are pretty strong right now. Can they overwhelm Sengoku? Oh, it's Coastal. Wow, okay, that's a little bit more surprising. Why did he pick French here when he had... He had H or he had Rus? Would Rus not have made more sense than French? And then French is good for, like, Lipany. Sometimes Four Lakes even, actually. Interesting. I mean, same as Sushi. I would have thought a lot of people like Sushi for Four Lakes at the moment, no? All right, I'm going to run a minute and a half ads now, by the way, guys, so you don't get them in game. You're welcome. Oh, thank you, thank you. All right, looks like Poppy Paw is leading against Lucifron now, 2-1. Elsewhere, let's see what the state of the other sets are. B's leading against MSN, 1 game up. Vortex Voldemar, still no clarity on the outcome of that series. Oh, did we get predictions up? No, we didn't. Let's sort that. Give you 2 minutes. Oh. Cool. Do I make myself a pizza after the stream today? Late night pizza? Maybe. I mean, what's the alternative? The alternative is like having a sandwich or junk food. Because I didn't have a proper meal chat. Well, I had some chili, like leftover chili con carne earlier. That was at like 1 p.m. though, and it's now 10 p.m. Let's flip those scores before anyone gets shabated. It's time to find out if they're really S tier. Shushi Legacy going up against Sengoku Daimyo. Kilyari has it in their hands. His first pick on the draft. And in some people's opinion, the new Broken Civ of Age of Empires 4. On the other side, Wham has got the former Broken Civ. In the purple, it's going to be Sengoku Daimyo on Coastal Cliffs to try and overcome this beast of a Civ. One and all, welcome back to the channel for your daily dose AoE4 action. This has actually been a quite popular pick on this map. Shushi has looked pretty strong on Coastal Cliffs. We saw it earlier today used for a Palace Guard rush. Just as good for the PG as it is to the Lancer. Let's see what he's got in mind this game. Pro Scout's usually a given, but might not be so simple when you're up against the Sengoku, who can, of course, rush into Yari Cavalry. Opening play is going to be Yatai's moving out into the center. Looking for those sweet, sweet boars. In fact, he will pop out a max 60 food gain here, courtesy of the berries plus the boar. Nicely played. And over here, wow. Oh my god, Wham. Have you been texting a dev? Are you married to one? What is this? Guys, double deer is a big deal for Yatai. He got boar berries over here to max out, and now he'll be able to do the same on double deer. Because double deer is going to give him 42 food, and then he has 10 base. So it's not quite the full 60, but bloody hell is it strong. Especially this close to your base. And then what? Final Yatai could go over here, because he should have berries coming home soon. Sheep rather coming home soon, and he's got the berries. It's a really good opening, actually, for Sengoku. Wow. Oh, wait, no, sorry, the deer are laming him a bit. They're moving around weirdly. So if he gets the full 14, ends up being... actually, no, he does cap out, right? 14 deer in total. He'll end up getting 56 food, and he has 10 base. So he can reach full 60 if they stop being annoying. But right now, they're kind of wiggling around a bunch. So Xian and Tao coming in. Kilyari doing a fast castle build? Not necessarily. It could be Pro Scouts because he's got 3 on gold and 5 on wood. Normally, this is the type of macro you're looking at for an optimal Pro Scout timing. One on a Jiangnan with civs like Japan, for example, very indicative of fast castle. But with Shushi, they build so quick, it's like having 2 villages anyway. So it's a lot cleaner for them. Actually, it's even more than that. It's like having 3 villages because when you build a landmark, when you build structures, the way you have to think about construction speed is that 1 village is 100% and every extra village is 25%. But with China Shushi, because their villages have an inflated build speed of like an extra 50%, you see how the numbers work there. It's like having 3 workers. Stupidly effective. Jin has the same thing, but to a bigger extreme, because Jin Dynasty can get, I think it's an extra 100% build speed, if I'm not mistaken. So one of their donkey villages is like 4 villages worth of building. Only 5 villages worth of building for Wham though, and a Sengoku Koka coming through. So we aren't going to be looking at another one of these Ryokan games. I do think that makes sense as well. Ryokan tends to perform better on bigger maps because the Ryokan gives you that healing when you're out of combat, whereas this map is more of like a straight rush towards each other. And I think the other worry he probably has is that this is a very aggressive build coming out of Shushi. Oh, interesting. I was wrong. It's not Pro Scouts. No, he prioritized wheelbarrow, which is quite interesting. I guess he's going to put a lot of people on wood. But this also means he'll try to walk out for resources, right? And thus it's going to be Rax, Palace Guard. So he is going for the PG strat. He's just not supporting it with Pro Scout. What's a bit worrisome is that Wham is already on the game. Okay, he pulls the ball. Really powerful play for Sengoku. The problem here is that this boar looked at the hot dog stand and then saw his great uncle had been turned into tasty schnitzel. And then he was like, oh my god, if my great uncle can be turned into sausage, what hope have I? So he just stands there and accepts death. A truly depressing outcome for the majestic ball in Age of Empires 4. An outpost just to secure against raids now. Kill wait, what? Wait, what? This unit is not real, and therefore it can't hurt you. Kanabo Samurai making its first appearance in 2026 Pro Play. Guys, we're almost halfway through the year. This unit never gets built. That's crazy. No, Wiener, Kabelschnitzel or Schnitzel both aren't from boar, but they're from pig, right? Is that right? And boar is a type of pig. Why have you got to be particular about the details? This is why, see, this is why you guys can't have nice narrative stories that just go off in directions and create beautiful worlds. You question too much. Kanabo Samurai versus Palsgard though, man. So let's talk a bit about these guys. Very tanky and percentile damage based. They do 6% of your max health. It's not a lot. The reality is you're going to end up doing, what, about 7 or 8 damage in bonus. So you're hitting for about 11. You hit a bit harder than a Samurai, but you cost a lot more. So a Samurai is going to be 120. A Kanabo Samurai is going to be 160. So quite the lofty inflation. You do get a very tanky version of the Samurai though, right? You see the difference there, 100 versus 185. One thing that worries me is you have no armor though, and Kilyadi has just built Chugnu against 1 ranged armor. Yeah, it kind of makes you just wish you had Samurai, and I like that Wham pivots. He realizes, oh no, that's bad. So he goes back for the unit that has 3 ranged armor. Yeah, it's going to suck against Palsgard, but hold well against crossbows. Yeah, so there are schnitzels that are made of pork meat. There you go. I win. Yeah, boar, pig, same family, you know? I did say his great uncle. I didn't say his dad, so in fairness. Horseman switch from Kilyadi. Yeah, he saw the Yuumi early. Plays for Pumbaa himself. Needed that extra food gain. Because he hasn't been playing flanks, right? So like the deer, the berries aren't there. So he's at risk of running out of food, actually. How many sheep has he got left? Only 8 carcasses and 1 full sheep. So pretty low. And Yari Cavalry now from Wham. What an unusual game. I'm gutted. For a second, I was excited because I saw Kanabo Samurai, but then sadly, he saw that it made no sense. I think that's the problem with Kanabo Samurai is most game situations never make sense for them. The one that we always hear people say is against elephants. Okay, like low-key busted one for you. I think Kanabo Samurai can be pretty good against raider elephants. But you need the right map. Other weird thing in this game is the Koka Township. So the Koka Township being played on a map that doesn't have any stealth forest is a bit unusual. He does, however, have a fort building, but it's still not that close to the enemy base. And the problem with that is that these ninjas you summon don't get very long. They have 45 seconds to do their business. And then they're gone. Wham. Hasn't gone through states yet, by the way. Oh, there you go. Just as we said that. He's going Oda. Wait. Wait. Takeda. Yeah. Hojo. There we go. We've done every possibility. I'm actually excited about Hojo. Hojo is by far the least explored estate in Age of Empires 4. But it has some really cool uses. So, you know, Spearman strats can be really sick here because you get movement speed and damage against workers. But I think his goal is this. Tier 2 on the estates gives you Samurai Bow. You essentially turn your Samurai into Yuumi as well. Why Wham produce Samurai and not Fast Castle? On a map like this, with very limited food in your base, if you went Fast Castle, this ball's going to get stopped, right? Against Chug, Palsgard. It's also like, if you just chose Fast Castle and your opponent's spamming Palace Guard, probably going to dive your base. It's also quite interesting how quickly Shu Shi can pivot into Castle themselves. So more PG added in by Killguard, just a thin front line. How much stone gather? About 50 stone a minute. It's going to take a bit of time to get into the tier 2, right? Because he needs 250. So we're 3 minutes away from him being able to do tier 2. Samurai bows are not that strong, it's just a Yumi bow. True, but it's still range DPS on a slow-moving men at arms, right? So the whole idea is you can run up trade with a shot and go in. It's just the cherry on top. Because you're also still going to get an extra 5% HP. And you're still going to be very tanky against Chugnu. So while I agree with your notion, like, it's not crazy. It's not like you're doing 20 damage on a shot. Granted. But it's still extra DPS on a unit that can otherwise be kited. Think about the same logic behind Javelin Throw with this Donzos. It's actually not that good damage-wise, but it's the fact you're able to hybridize an attack. Same with Desert Raiders. Desert Raiders is a little bit different because they can just keep attacking range, but once again, very low base damage, but it still proves effective. It's also quite nice against Palace Guard, right? Yeah, because Palace Guard are lighter on armor anyway, so you get a bit more value there compared to if it was the other way around, where like Samurai have more ranged armor, less melee. Actually, no, sorry, they get the same at this point, don't they? It's just Dark Age, that's the effect. I think Kanabo's in there is intriguing against the Palace Guard. And, oh, hello, Daimyo and the Yari go in. Find the workers, able to snipe free. Pretty nice there. Cost him a few cav units. He feels worth it. It's also slowing down the food income, which he needs to do because Kugadi's army is pretty fat. Yeah, Wham is quite rightly paranoid because Shu Shi, this strat is just so simple to follow. And what I mean by that is the tactics that underlie it are the challenge, but the strategy is build units. Because if you build units, you get rewarded more units. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. So the thing that Wham's trying to do is slow down that build-up so that he can lob crazy. Looks like, actually, did he change his mind when he saw the dive, or was this always the plan? Because he's saving for Castle. Diamond's going to get sniped out. This could be dangerous. Yeah, because Kilyadi, probably seeing this trickle of troops, feels offended. Deeply offended. He's like, how dare you send rebel scum into my base? Are you teching? Why else wouldn't you send more people? If we're going to have a big fight, you bring the whole army, surely. Quite rightly starts moving. Ram coming in. Ram's army looking a bit babyish. Now, if he can sliver a tech up, veterancies are fast. Remember, he'll get Kanabo and the Samurai upgrades. Both Samurai types, 25 seconds is all it takes. Yumi a little bit longer for sure. Sakura Brewery coming. Yeah, he's going to forfeit the area. Kilyadi. If he'd scouted a bit deeper and noticed them pulling back, he might have just dove. Instead, extra vital seconds bought for Wham. Gold gathering in the back. Triple outpost. Say, please don't hurt me without saying, please don't hurt me. Dive into the base now. Burns on the stables. Chugnu up. Yeah, actually, why did he build a ram? Chugnu are basically a ram, guys. 45 Chugnu, they're almost doing the same damage a ram does. Okay, guys, the upgrade on Samurai is very good if you can afford it. He has the gold, he has the food, he might not have the building. That's an expenditure you need. You need a building to get veterancy with. Burn coming on the racks now. Please queue it up. There we go. Prioritize the vet samurais here. He goes for Yumi upgrade over Kanabo. For the burn. The burn! He's going to get rid of it! Tries to force the fight. Too late. It's gone. No upgrade for them. Veterancy isn't in yet for the samurai. This is a bad fight, guys. This is a really bad fight. Sam count. He's already lost a third. He's losing more. Upgrade is now in. They're more bulky, but barely any of them left alive to hold the choke points. Shugnu cut towards the Yuumi. Yuumi that still are not upgraded. They just got restarted. KillYani, it was his first pick, his most cherished pick. And I think I see why. This man was born to all in. This man was born to monkey mode. To Zerg to ape. And KillYani may have found the cherishable Sif for it, but can he get the killing blow now? The coup de grace. Feel like it? Like with this many outposts, isn't this dangerous now? It's 15 Palace Guard still. Yuumi able to kite away from the Chug. The Chug, not really big enough encounter to siege down the buildings. This is a lot of idle time for Wham. And KillYani is starting to prep for attack. Will escape to the other side. Yuumi get their veterancy now. A real threat towards the early Palace Guard. A few more troopers are still diving in annoyingly. Villagers hiding in the corner behind the tree. You can't even see him. The KillYani, he's still going. Look at the Choo-Q. He's not teching. Surely this is enough for him to get away with a tech play, though. Yuumi start to get cut down. Barely any left alive. Wham is dead, guys. I think you tech or you all in. Either one works here. Wham's collective income is less than 300. And he ain't... This is sparring his way to victory. Dive complete. Gets to go back to gathering. But not for long. Oh my god. He's eating the berries here. He's ram dropping. This is like the most KillYani of KillYani games I've seen out of him today. This is the KillYani that I always remember. Moves in to finish off the buildings. Onto the Raxes. And just still spamming. His opponent has some food, just not a lot. He's got 4 farms. The deer's been denied. I think this is the kill point, right? It's not wood, it's not gold, it's simply food. That's the thing I don't see how Wham gets. He just tapped out the berries. That was his only safe resource. Rams. Already moving to the Coca. Guys, Castle's overrated. Who needs it? It's lame. Lamau, you need Castle Ace to win games? Noob, please. You know, I'm actually usually quite glad that this Civ doesn't ever get to do this. Actually, I'm always glad that this Civ doesn't get to do this. This feels just dirty. I think Wham's just praying that KillYani leaves. You know, we've all had that friend where, like, they're not our friend, they're someone else's, and that person's not the party anymore. And you're like, maybe if we just barely talk to them, they'll realize it and go home. That's what's happening here. Like, maybe if I just don't acknowledge the Chug position. Master. No, not the 25% buff. What do you mean our savings accounts no longer return money? KillYani may be making a return in this series. GG. Shushi, get him on the board. Okay. That was pretty cool. So we get a deeper series. Big pog for that. Where are we going next? Let me check what they're drafting. Because we have got 4 Lakes and Lipany left. But he's just used Shushi, one of his most powerful picks. That's gone now. Okay, so French HRE picks. French get sniped. So KillYani has HRE. Wham chooses Byzantine Macedonians. He's given Byzantines. This is the matchup that KillYani lost against Gully earlier today when he was playing Byzantines. So have someone in mind. but I would say that Wham is a better Byzantine player than Kilyadi. I actually think that Byzantines is like top 2 best Civ for Wham. So this is something of a comfort / signature pick for him. And it is going to be on Lipany. Great map for Byzantines due to all the berries. Let's mark up the scoreboard. 2.5 minutes. I guess I'll run ads now so you don't get them in game. All right, 1.5 minutes ads now. I didn't realize how late it is. +8 hour stream, guys. Whew. Yeah, EGC is quite often worried about like stomp days, which is why it tends to start a bit later because we start at 3 UK time. Let me see. What was the outcome of the other games? Oh! MSN's leading against B. What? Wait, what? Okay, Sengoku versus Delhi. Yeah, that makes sense. I can see that. And then Ayabids wins against Japan, which is, yeah, I can see that potentially happening. Poppy Paul Lucifron is 2-2. Damn. All right, we might get some upsets after all, because most people thought B was just going to top it. Especially after his performance on LAN. Sorry, I just turned to one of my friends' update about my mum. Alright, there we go. That'd be cool. Maybe I'll go do that while Emma's out for dinner tomorrow. Okay, let me flip this around. And of course, now I have to flip the scores. Wait, did I accidentally just do this? I did, yeah. Oopsie. Well, he just lost to this matchup, so if he knows how to navigate it, or rather, best way to put it. Well, he just lost this matchup, so if anyone knows how to navigate it, it's got to be Kilyadi. HRE time for the aggressive Finn. Up against Wham's signature Byzantines in the purple. One and all, welcome back to the channel for another epic game of Age of Empires 4. S-tier tournament. Top in their classes. Some of the best players you will see in this game facing off in Lipany. And Kilyadi gaining momentum. After going 2-0 down, he's able to pull one back. Now, the question on everyone's mind, could he force another 5-game series for Wham today? Going to begin with a Dark Age Rush to try and force it. Gold gathering already underway. Wham not being greedy at all. He goes for a single Sistan and optimizes the age up. He's even on the berries, which means we should be looking at a Hippodrome game out of Byzantines. Yeah, Hippodrome here against HRE. A little bit interesting in some ways. I think he also does have some potency depending on your options, and that is the option. Trade Post Sipahi on the flank could be a sick move for Wham here when you consider that he should be playing towards cavalry with the Hippodrome. Spear does arrive. You've got Akratoy defense if you need it, but I think he's just got enough gold to just grab and leave now. Yeah, gets the drop off. So 200 gold achieved. I think Kiwiati probably aware of what's happened here. Interesting choice, by the way. He starts on the berries closer. I feel like is it not better to start with a mill here and then gather these so you can come for the ones in TC range later? I mean, I guess the problem there is your mill is then out of TC range, so it's either, you know, switch to the aggressive berries and get slightly worse food gathering, or build your mill in a questionable position. But he has switched now, right? He left to 146, 41, 111. This is the correct way to play this. It just means that you can keep gathering off of this food source even after the spears arrive. Because once you reach these first 2 berries, they're going to be in town center range. Nice use that. He's still got 15 seconds, so actually getting really good trades. Kiwiati just jumped for the gun on the dive. Needs to make sure he's leaning this guy further back. There you go. He micros it. Wham! Akratoy has now ran out. So Hippodrome 2. Shiv's going to come out as well. Almost gets the spear kill. And it is going to be an on. Okay, so no mine work this time. Very interesting. I say this time, like, I don't think, I'm not sure if Kiwiati's been doing that much of mine work. I feel like there's a lot of people that do like mine work now. Like, they've kind of switched script a bit. Especially if you know you're up against something like Hippodrome, because the idea is, like, it's aggro v aggro, I guess. Just some housing being built up. No extra assistance yet. The stone positioning makes it almost impossible. Kiwiati only went double spears, so not really the most lofty of investment, but I wonder if this was his goal to always force the Hippodrome. I feel like whenever you make this move, it has to be about that, right? Follow-up play could easily now be into Archers. Archer's spear make a lot of sense here. Obviously, you want to wait until your opponent diversifies. Like, just spears to begin with makes sense. If you see archers coming, you can actually mirror archers against Biz because your economy is so strong with Arth. I wonder if there's ever a world in which he just preps for castle. Because we have got the first farms coming in. Yeah, because what you've done, you've hindered your opponent. Now that Byzantines have been forced to go Hippodrome, then not very likely to go fast castle. Whereas normally with Grand Winery, the idea is you want to get level 5 Cistern, you want to camp in your base, and you want to play castle where you've got things like vet lombos and cataphracts. So Merkhouse coming in, first horseman queued. Wonder if he just goes straight up Keshik. They did buff Keshik. I think it was the patch before the most recent one. They decreased the cost per unit of Keshik on olive oil. So a lot more merit to that unit now. Would be a bit dangerous, I'd say, against HRE just because the movement speed on spears. Like, what else are you going to do with Hippodrome? Troop coming in. He's going Western. Okay. Western contract here. I think the cool thing about Western is by having Lombo Horsemen, your opponent doesn't really want to try and dive with his archers to kill your Lombos. Like, you'd be running headfirst into ponies. Lombos do pretty well against spears. See, I like it. And he can even think about adding spears down the line if he feels a little bit light. But we are getting men-at-arms from Kiwiati. Stables drop 2, so he's going Horseman MAA. Okay. A lot of farms already, so definitely has the food support for that. Well, we haven't talked much about his spawn, right? Other than the initial Dark Age rush potential. Some decent options on berries on the flank, but when I say decent, very far out. Yeah, he gets 4 to 1 berries. The third one is very far forward. This one's very far flank. So he didn't luck out and get this super tight cluster. Nice intercept. First one from down. So win conditions for these two teams. Or two players, rather. For Kilyadi, it looks like it's just a repeat of last game. Play very long feudal and just bludgeon your opponent. For Wham, usually the Hippodrome is a dangerous tool to gamble around. Then again, this is the guy who started the series with a literal gamble wing. If you don't get a really good fight, a pitched fight for that Hippodrome usage, you just fall flat almost immediately. It's a threat. That's the way I always describe Imperial Hippodrome. The threat of being able to use Triumph is often more powerful than the other. Like, let's put it a different way. If you had one nuclear weapon, and you were targeting one of those bigger countries in the world, the potential of damage you could do with that one nuke is more valuable than the actual damage you do by launching it. Because once you launch it, now I'm not scared. Rather, what I mean by that is, like, you've already done the damage, now it's my turn. But if I'm always worried you're going to do it, like, you know what the classic one is? Like, North Korea versus America. One has many more nukes. Doesn't mean you don't take the other one very seriously. Okay, maybe bad example. They need to learn how to launch. The point is, just the threat factor can get so much more leverage. The better in-game example would be outpost rushes, right? Outpost rushes nowadays, you don't want to stop people from being able to do things. You want to hinder them. Because if I got an outpost rush like here, and you want berries, gold, and deer, you're going to do everything in your power to get rid of that outpost. And that's going to cost me a lot to defend. But if I annoy you on the gold, but you could play out here where it's less efficient, and I could raid you a little, that benefits me and you. Right? Like, I have to make the proposition annoying enough that you respect it, but not oppressive enough that you all in it. So Wham's starting to save up, by the way. A lot of food and gold. He's going for attack ahead of Kilyadi. Kilyadi, who has had it in quite a few farms. 10 farms already. An Arhen buffed, remember. So a big fat booster coming in on that gathering rate. 35%. How many system levels? Level 4, not too bad. This sets up nicely for Golden Horn Tower. Level 5's already on the way. Yeah, that's what you're looking for. If you want a castle rush and you're going like level 1, level 2 system, Golden Horn Tower isn't going to do anything. It'll be a drop in a pond, basically. But with a ramped up production rate, this longbow grouping will get fat very fast. Kilyadi probably looking at Regnants here. I think posturing-wise, Wham could try and deny 3 relics, though. Yeah, pretty reliably, actually. A couple. Almost mirrored in timings. Wham's Horseman still lingering. Yeah, I gotta get used to keeping my headset on all the time to immerse. I don't know what's been recently. I think there's just something wrong with my headset where I can feel like when the wire moves a bit, the ears sounds much different. It's kind of turning me off keeping it on. Wait, it's a Burgrave? I was not expecting that. Not from this position. I thought Regnants would be pretty easy. Right? Like the wide map control being limited for Wham. Like he didn't build many horsemen. Maybe Kilyadi thinks that Wham is playing a longer feudal? Nah, when you see an army this small, you've got to know, right? Okay. Burgrave on the menu once again. Does this perform as expected against mass longbows? Because against mass archers, sure, it's great. Against mass longbows are higher base damage, so more annoying. Other thought is we're approaching Varangian versus Men-at-Arms, which isn't as cut and dry as you'd think in favor of HRE. Varangian are surprisingly vicious in that matchup. It's been a long time since I've seen it, but I remember watching it, I think it was 2 years ago. And I was like, well, HRE, I mean, they've got heavy maces, you know? They've got movement speed. They'll win. Varangian made me eat my words. They did not roll over. Other possibility is just Katas, but heavy maces should be decent there against cats. Also, I'm wasting a lot of Kilyadi's time. First relic has already been picked up, so being walked back as we speak by Kilyadi. Longbow Mass going to start stacking up here. Veterancy coming through momentarily, and it is going to be cats. I think the cool thing about Cataphracts here is like you can kind of contest the men-at-arms because you just cut the reinforcements, but it's also a way of doing stuff like this. You just want to keep raiding. Whereas Kilyadi is going for a kill threat, an all-in push. Obviously needs to get more scale for it, but the idea is very clear. And what's nice for him is because he added in those farms, he has some permanence of food income, and he still has the deer nearby to try and play onto. Wow, I'm switching crossbows. Might want to get some more walls up, though. And the prelate yoinking. Hello. Okay, so second relic. Hello. There we go. Second relic coming home. You may have misclicked the first one. That's fine. We'll fix that. It'll be good. How much of his economy is getting buffed at this stage? So he's got about 20 villagers in range of the Aachen, receiving 35% buff. Whereas Wham should have practically every villager in range of assistant, receiving a 26% buff. So I'd say they're kind of similar. Like maybe a slight edge actually to Wham now in terms of gathering efficiency. Oh, wait. Oh, no. Yep. Just nothing to see here, guys. Just your casual. Actually, it kind of helped Wham in a weird way because Kilyadi is just wasting so much time running wide. Oh, he doesn't even realize it. He just came here to burn this. Okay. That's a helpful moment as well. Wham just walked out onto Fort Berries when his opponent's backstabbing. So, economy, safe. Maybe a bait and switch? Okay, that's interesting. So, did Kilyadi scout the berries? Because the idea is kind of cool here. Is that your opponent might worry he's going to get dove here. If you burn this entire wall, they don't have vision now. What's surprising is that Wham didn't take the bait. Now Cataphract right in. Got time to be achieved for the villages. Heavy Mace's two-handed has kicked in, so his men-at-arms are a real threat. Gonna ride over towards the gold. Club's one worker down already. Kilyadi already losing two, but that should be a cat dead, which is decent for Kilyadi. These guys are not cheap. Man, Heavy Mace's damage really just creeps up on you. It's not just that he's hitting for 20. Guys, it's the charge. When you charge, it's 50% more damage. Like, this is kind of ludicrous. He's hitting a Cataphract for 30 damage. And he's at least prepping more crossbows. He did also go for a Mangonel emplacement, so if he gets attacked towards his economy, he has protection. And he has found the wiggle room to sneak out onto the berries. Horseman switch from Kilyadi pretty crafty. Wham's lacking in the frontline department big time. Yeah. He's got 6 spears and 4 cats trying to hold back an entire Zerg. Cats again, though. Oh, God. No. This is... It's only 4 cataphracts, but it's actually a really big deal. And also, the men-at-arms do get caught, so minus, what, 3 plus the prelate is denied. The cats are still diving, finally gets pushed away. That's an 8-worker lead now. Wham's raiding proving super effective here. And there's no mirrored raiding because Kilyadi, his whole game strat was revolving around winning a direct fight. He's not getting that direct fight. Try to calculate before or after Heavy Maces. Pretty sure it's after. Problem is, it like doesn't show in the UI at all, which is stupid. Yeah, because like some things, like a Kurotai, you could hover and see the increase. But as you saw there when he was charging, it didn't show an increase at all. Wham. Is that just Goldenhorn Tower luck? Yeah, Lanch. Lanch is pretty nice here because your opponent's gone Horseman. Horseman are low base. mean, the men-at-arms are kind of annoying for the Lanch, but like it's still going to be mass melee blob against your cleaves. And now he's actively producing. This is a really cool read. You don't see it very often out of Byzantines, but this is the correct situation. Your opponent has no range units. Lanch is a death sentence for that. His ult level isn't impressive is my only concern, so like getting scale might be difficult. Right, like how do you get to 15, 20 Lanch? Cat's just drawing a lot of attention, buying a lot of time. They're both adding Lanch, yes, but one side has got longbows. So you see the problem there is like on approach, you can start hemorrhaging this very powerful unit. This side, unlikely to do so. You blind or does Wham not have a real front line? He's trying to fix it now. Like, it's increased a bit with the Lanch getting added in, the Cataphracts. The thing is, he's hemorrhaging Cat to try and buy time. It's very slow producing Cat. They're not cheap. Yeah, like, that's why Wham isn't coming out too much. He's trying to play around the walls. When he came up here, it's because he was raiding over here, right? So, like, if he has distraction tactics, he'll move up a bit. But otherwise, he just has to play really safe. The result of that, Relic split 3-2 in favor of Kilyadi. Honestly, not too bad for Wham, considering what we just highlighted about playing defensive. How many groves? Okay, so he's 15 farms deep. Kilyadi is currently sitting at 17. So Olival is creeping up. We're soon going to be at almost 15 Lanch names. Yeah, we always joke about this with HRE, that out of all the civs that can build Lanch, they're the worst. So Gilded Lanch Snake's the best, right? And Byzantines have an easier way of just building into Lanch as the game goes on. HRE always feels so sad for it. One thing that is ultra cool here, by the way, is Lanch also benefit from the charge damage. So they will jump forward and it'll be like a Fire Lancer splash. Because they're going to do an extra 10 damage with that charge. So once again, another unit that's going to hit for 30, only this one will do it in a clean. Yeah, this game feels like it's going to be won by Lanch either way. Wham. Steps up. Got to be careful, though. Backstab coming through. Oh! He got him! Concave, backstab, blocks him, and the Triumph gets activated, but the damage already done. Kilyadi, the cleaves coming through here. And then arms, can they do enough? Maybe not. The cats are holding on. How much longer can they do this, though? The crossbows, the longbows are gone, but the crossbows are left. No, no, this is it. He couldn't break him. Kilyadi got us around. The perfect situation. And it couldn't have gone worse. Oh my god. Wham. The target fired down. It looked like the Lanch weren't getting the damage they needed. I'm wondering, like, how many of them actually charged? If I went back and replayed, how many units actually charged in there? How often do you see a full surround fail like that? Even with the Cataphract buff, right? Like, Hippodrome buff isn't as insane on this unit as it is on a Horseman. The positioning just on point. Wham essentially sacrificed all of his bows to keep the crossbowmen alive, understanding that because the Lanch are glass cannons, they'll all kill each other straight away, which means longbows don't have value. Crossbows will against men-at-arms. That was a sick read. I feel like lesser players would have panicked and tried to walk past the horseman and died. Kilyadi gambled on the aggro and it backfired hard. Outpost defense strat now. But this dive is going to be relentless. He's trying to switch Castle Knights this late against crossbow cats. Never going to work. Yeah, this is over. If this is the plan for Kilyadi, just already dead. GG gets called. I stand by my statement. Out of all the Lanch civs in the game, HRE's the worst one at doing it, man. Even with the buffs. And what's up, Borderline? Thank you very much for the Prime sub, buddy. GG's. Appreciate the sub. Thank you, thank you. Appreciate the support. Appreciate everyone who's been subbing. Make sure you keep those coming in. Supports me. Lets me justify the relentless hours we put in and means you don't have to worry about ads. But B versus MSN 2-2. Oh, I was probably going to call it because it's now 11 p.m. And we've still got another whole day ahead of us. We've got like 8 hours already locked. Probably another 8 hours tomorrow, right? And look, I'm guessing... is anyone covering it? Is there anyone we can raid who's covering it? Because I'm going to end now. I think I've earned the right to end. It has been 8 hours. I have not eaten dinner. No, I can't see anyone casting it. That's a bit of a shame. But YouTube, I'm going to stream now. I'll be back tomorrow, same time. So make sure you're tuning in. Bring a friend. Thank you very much for watching.